Why you really dare to kill me? I didn't lie to you. Jade True Heavenly Sect will really come and find me. Jun Tian's expression changed, falling back repeatedly. He was really scared. Facing death, even if he was a heavenly stratum powerhouse, he was unable to remain calm too. Yi Yuan pointed at the sky and said with a faint smile, Jun Tian. There are still many heavenspan world martial artists who died wronged currently watching in heaven. If I were to let you go, they won't let me off even if they become ghosts. That smile carried a bone-piercing chill. Not long ago, he watched Tian Qing die in front of him with his own eyes, powerless to do anything. That strike, if not for Tian Qing, Lier would have already perished. How could Yi Yuan let Jun Tian live? Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan urged the heavenspan mountain and directly smashed over toward Jun Tian. Bang! This blow struck right on his chest, directly knocking Jun Tian to the ground. Jun Tian's two eyes rolled upward. He was only breathing in without breathing out anymore, no longer far from death. The heavenspan mountain was taken in by Yi Yuan. Although its size was not big, if it landed on someone, it was heavy to the extreme. Jun Tian was struck by the heavenspan mountain over and over again. How could he survive by luck? Yi Yuan did not hold back, controlling the heavenspan mountain to smash 2 more times, and Jun Tian stopped breathing completely. A grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse was forcibly smashed to death by the heavenspan mountain. Simple yet crude. Yi Yuan let out a long sigh, akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Jun Tian was like a large mountain crushing others until the entire heavenspan world could not breathe. If not for him breaking through to lesser sublime heavenly stratum by chance, the consequences would really be unimaginable. Fortunately, Jun Tian, the main culprit behind controlling the heavenspan mountain, was finally dead. It was just that. Even more doubts lingered in Yi Yuan's heart too. Jun Tian was merely a small fry. It was impossible for him to have the strength to suppress the heavenspan world. At the very most, he just exploited a loophole and made use of the heavenspan world's power. The Jade True Heavenly Sect which Jun Tian spoke of was the one that was linked in many ways with the heavenspan world. Furthermore, Jun Tian said that he was the Jade True Heavenly Sect's outer sect deacon and he had a life tablet in the sect. The moment he died, the sect definitely knew about it. At that time, they would probably really send someone over to investigate. Yi Yuan did not know Jade True Heavenly Sect's attitude towards the heavenspan world, but Yi Yuan felt that there might not be anything good. Moreover, he killed a member of the sect. The sect would not be willing to drop the matter too. In front of a heavenly stratum powerhouse, the heavenspan world was too weak. Jun Tian was merely a puny little outer sect deacon and already almost wiped out the entire heavenspan world. It could be inferred that if the sect's powerhouses came, it was absolutely not what the current Yi Yuan could parry. Yi Yuan being able to defeat Jun Tian was entirely thanks to the heavenspan mountain. With his own strength, even if he broke through to heavenly stratum, it was impossible to be Jun Tian's match too. This grand bright jade complete heaven was a world that was a completely different level from the heavenspan world. The power of rules here was too strong. Even Dao ancestors were unable to enter this world too. Otherwise, they would be crushed into a meat pancake by the power of rules here. Dao ancestors could not withstand the pressure of rules here at all. Even Yi Yuan was also unable to adapt to the environment here until now. In fact, even his breathing felt somewhat constrained. It could be judged that this grand bright jade complete heaven did not have mortal stratum martial artists at all. Heavenly stratum was the basic requirement to enter this place. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing tightly, immediately feeling the pressure sword. This also meant that the heavenspan world's trillions of lives were now all tied to him alone. Once anything happened to him, the heavenspan world would surely suffer a cataclysmic disaster. But now, he was completely clueless about this grand bright jade complete heaven. In fact, he did not even have a method of cultivation. No cultivation method. No martial technique. No means to use the origin divinity. Yi Yuan's only reliance currently was the heavenspan mountain. But on second thought, in such a powerful world, he could always find the method to save Mu Lingxue. Furthermore, when he asked Jun Tian previously, he could feel that regathering the divine soul did not seem to be something impossible. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan could not help being a lot more invigorated. In addition, he even remembered that he had once sensed that his father and Lin Wushuang, their tiny trace of fluctuations, seemed to have returned to heaven and earth too. Thinking about it now, they probably entered this world. Then could he find his father too? Even reviving him? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan's mind could not help shaking. Ji Xingyang's fall was the regret of Yi Yuan's life. If he could really meet his father again, even revive him, then he would really have no regrets in this life. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "My current strength is likely the weakest existence in this grand bright jade complete heaven. Thinking of these is too far away. The most important thing now is still to understand this world." Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Jun Tian's corpse. Jade True Heavenly Sect should be a major sect. As a major sect's disciple, Jun Tian might have some things on him that could let Yi Yuan discover some secrets of the Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Yi Yuan found a storage bracelet on Jun Tian's body. Jun Tian was already dead. Hence, this bracelet became an ownerless item. Yi Yuan found that azure long spear inside, some white crystals, several secret books on cultivation, as well as some random things. Although that azure long spear was not as terrifying as the Heavenspan Mountain, it was also a decent quality weapon. Yi Yuan could feel an astonishing aura emitting off it. As for those white crystals, there was extremely thick spiritual energy in each of them. This spiritual energy had intrinsic differences from the Heavenspan world's spiritual energy. Yi Yuan guessed that this thing might be the Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's universal currency. Rather, it was those secret books on cultivation that he was interested in. After Yi Yuan browsed through them, he had some understanding about the cultivation of heavenly stratum powerhouses. There was a cultivation method called Jade True Spirit Awakening Formula among them, letting Yi Yuan understand a part of the realms of heavenly stratum powerhouses. It turned out that heavenly stratum powerhouses were divided into lesser sublime heavenly stratum, greater sublime heavenly stratum, as well as limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Each major realm was also divided into lower, middle, upper, as well as grand completion, consisting of 4 minor realms. Jun Tian was grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum realm, being just a step away from greater sublime heavenly stratum, while Yi Yuan did not even count as a lower lesser sublime heaven right now. To heavenly stratum powerhouses, he had not crossed the threshold currently, because he did not even have the most basic cultivation method. Unfortunately, this cultivation method only had the first-level cultivation method of lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Presumably, this Jun Tian status in the Jade True Heavenly Sect was also not very high. However, Yi Yuan was not in a rush to cultivate this Jade True Spirit Awakening formula. Coming this far, Yi Yuan knew that the selection of cultivation method was very important. He was naturally not willing to easily enter a pit. He still understood the logic of better to go without than to make do with a shoddy substitute. Hey, there's a Jade True anecdote here. When Yi Yuan saw this cover, his eyes could not help lighting up. He was very curious about this Jade True Heavenly Sect. The Heavenspan Mountain was clearly a precious treasure. So why would it be used to suppress the Heavenspan world? Many mysteries of the Heavenspan world all lay with this Jade True Heavenly Sect. Understanding this sect would naturally be very helpful to him. Mission Hall, Jade True Heavenly Sect. An old man was currently lecturing 3 disciples. Jun Tian's life tablet has already shattered. You all go to Eastward Country to check it out properly. See who has such gall to dare provoke our Jade True Heavenly Sect. Chang Chongshan, you're the senior apprentice brother. This trip will be led by you, the old man said. Chang Chongshan cupped his fists and said, Elder, you can be rest assured. This disciple will definitely investigate carefully. If I find any clues, I'll definitely make him pay the price of blood. Elder Yu nodded slightly and said, The 3 of you, this elder naturally feels relieved. Jun Tian's strength is top-notch in Eastward Country too. There aren't many people capable of making him die. This elder reckons that this matter probably has something to do with the royal family. Do you all know what to do after you go to Eastward Country? Chang Chongshan's eyes flickered and he said with a nod, Elder, rest assured. This disciple understands. In the tiny land of Eastward Country, those few people are merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. I reckon that they also can't stir up any waves. Chong Chongshan 3 people set off for eastward country with the sect's mission. It was just that they did not think that Jun Tian, this big shot who could make eastward country tremble thrice with a stomp of his feet, actually died in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan closed the J-Drew anecdote and exhaled a turbid breath deeply. Following that was a deep fury. It turned out that this heaven-span mountain was accidentally obtained by J-True Heavenly Sect's former sect master, Yen J-True. By borrowing this treasure, Yen J-True rarely had any rivals, his strength exceedingly formidable. J-True Heavenly Sect also became the overlord-level sect of Grand Brightjade, complete Heaven's 5 great heavenly regions because of it. It was just a pity that later on, Yen J-True encountered a formidable enemy later on, and suffered serious injuries. His treasure, the Heavenspan Mountain, was also seriously damaged in this battle. In order to nourish the Heavenspan Mountain, Yen J-True sealed it in a small kiliocosm with a great magical ability, nourishing the Heavenspan Mountain with the power of the entire small kiliocosm. This small kiliocosm was the Heavenspan world. It was just that later on, no idea why, Yen J-True went missing, and the Heart of Heavenspan disappearing with him too. Without the Heart of Heavenspan, J-True Heavenly Sect could not find traces of the Heavenspan Mountain. Later, J-True Heavenly Sect had once swarmed out in full force, searching for the whereabouts of the Heavenspan Mountain. It was just a pity that the place the Heavenspan Mountain was sealed, only Yen J-True alone knew about it. J-True Heavenly Sect expended a great price and failed to find the whereabouts of the Heavenspan Mountain too. This was the origin of the Heavenspan world. Reading finished the J-True anecdote, Yi Yuan had unspeakable fury. Whatever Tao ancestor, whatever heavenly Tao samsara, it was all merely a game set by Yen J-True. For tens of billions of years, the Heavenspan world's powerhouses have all been living in the shadow of Yen J-True. It was also fortunate that Yen J-True went missing. Otherwise, the current Heavenspan world would likely have long ceased to exist. Nourishing a precious treasure like this with the price of a world's living things, the method could be rated as cruel. If it succeeded, everything in the Heavenspan world would no longer exist, and naturally there would not be the Yi Yuan today as well. It was just that no one expected that many years later, the Heavenspan world was actually found by an outer sect deacon, Jun Tian. However, Jun Tian did not report this matter to J-True Heavenly Sect. He knew that the Heavenspan Mountain was a treasure. If he could obtain it, his fate would be totally different. If he reported it to the sect, it would have nothing to do with him anymore. Unfortunately, without the Heart of Heavenspan, Jun Tian could not take the Heavenspan Mountain away. Standing guard over a treasure mountain, but could not take it away, Jun Tian had been depressed these few years. He had once infiltrated into the Heavenspan world countless times in an attempt to find the whereabouts of the Heart of Heavenspan, but could not find it. Of course, with his strength, sneaking into the Heavenspan world without a sound, it was simply impossible for the Heavenspan world's powerhouses to discover it. Helpless, he left behind the legacy of the 8 extreme divinities in the Heavenspan world, attempting to collect divine soul essence to cultivate origin divinity. After reaching heavenly stratum, the cultivation of origin divinity was extremely important. The higher the origin divinity realm, the greater the speed of comprehending heaven and earth, and the easier it was to increase one's cultivation realm. Of course, origin divinity realm was not so easy to increase. However, Jun Tian never dreamed that the Heart of Heavenspan, which he searched bitterly for, changed hands several times, and landed in Yi Yuan's hands in the end. Furthermore, he even successfully refined the Heart of Heavenspan and took away the Heavenspan Mountain. But Jun Tian himself died under the Heavenspan Mountain in the end. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep as he muttered to himself, I absolutely can't let J-True Heavenly Sect discover the Heavenspan world. Otherwise, the consequences will be too ghastly to contemplate. Although the current J-True Heavenly Sect is already far worse than before, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The strength of a sect isn't what the current me can contend with. The Heavenspan Mountain was a treasure that could let the J-Drew Heavenly Sect rise once again. Once J-Drew Heavenly Sect's people discovered it, the Heavenspan world's days would also come to an end. Yi Yuan held his palm out, the Heavenspan Mountain suspended on his palm quietly. Wordless heavenly skill. Yen Jadru relied on this cultivation method back then to command the 5 great heavenly regions. I wonder if I can comprehend it or not. Yi Yuan looked at the heavenspan mountain and said to himself. It was recorded in the Jade True anecdote that an astonishing cultivation method was hidden on the heavenspan mountain called wordless heavenly skill. This cultivation method was wordless. Want to comprehend it, you could only rely on comprehension ability and lucky chance. And this cultivation method could only appear after the heavenspan mountain and heart of heavenspan combines into one. However, Yi Yuan did not comprehend it immediately but concealed the plain passageway with array formations. Then, he disposed of Jun Tian's dead body before leaving carefully. Yi Yuan had traveled for several months, but could not find the way out at all. Inflate forest was too large, he did not know where to go at all. He did not encounter any danger along the way. In these few months, Yi Yuan studied the heavenspan mountain carefully while traveling, attempting to find the wordless heavenly skill. It was just that, sadly, it was too difficult. However, what Yi Yuan did not lack the most was patience. If not for his persevering spirit, he also could not have walked until today. On this day, Yi Yuan was currently studying the heavenspan mountain when suddenly, he heard noisy quarreling sounds. He was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly put away the heavenspan mountain. Finally saw a living person. Junior apprentice sister Xianxia, you rest assured the Yang family's matter is my Lu Yuanjia's matter. Your father's grudge, senior apprentice brother, will definitely avenge for you. A young man's voice could be heard. Another man said, Junior apprentice sister Xianxia, that Li family's Li Batian is nothing. With me, Gue Tianyu around, I'll definitely make him unable to bear the consequences. At this time, a weak and sad woman's voice transmitted over in a drawn-out manner. Many thanks for 2 senior apprentice brothers taking pity on me. Xianxia is deeply grateful. Hoo-hoo? Junior apprentice sister Xianxia, those words regard me too much as a stranger. Eh? There's actually someone in this wilderness? Lu Yuanjia's eyes were sharp and saw Yi Yuan with one glance, and said in surprise. Gue Tianyu sized Yi Yuan up and said with a snicker, didn't even reach lower lesser sublime heaven. This kid can actually survive in Inflate forest until now. What a tenacious life. Hey brat, you're a lower realms ant that just ascended to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven, right? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This guy was actually as disgusting as Jun Tian. He originally still wanted to follow this group of people and leave Inflate forest. Now he could not even be bothered to talk anymore. When Gue Tianyu saw Yi Yuan ignore him, his expression could not help turning dark. He said in a cold voice, Punk, this young master is talking to you. Are you deaf? Hoo-hoo. Even an ant who just ascended has his share of arrogance. An ant-like thing has no idea of danger or death, Lu Yuanjia said with a laugh. The family guards behind Lu Yuanjia and Gue Tianyu were also all laughing non-stop at this time. Clearly, they had already gotten used to this scene. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven was connected to every heaven and myriad worlds. There were often lower realms martial artists that ascended. These martial artists had immensely formidable strength in the lower realms. But arriving here, they were the lowest rung. Because Grand Bright Jade complete heaven did not have ordinary martial artists. The weakest here was also a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Therefore, this scene of Yi Yuan's air of haughtiness was only seen as being laughable in everyone's eyes. When Gue Tianyu saw that Yi Yuan still ignored him, he said in a solemn voice, Boy, come in front of this young master and kneel down and kowtow to admit your fault now. This young master can spare your life. Yi Yuan was slightly angry in his heart and was just about to speak up sarcastically when that woman who was fairer than snow suddenly said, 2 senior apprentice brothers, it's really not easy for this little brother to be able to ascend from the lower realms. Can you give this junior apprentice sister face and spare him once? Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu were naturally unwilling. Yi Yuan's attitude made them very displeased. It was just that they were both pursuing Yang Xianxia, so they naturally had to appear more magnanimous. Gue Tianyu gave a cold snort and said, Since junior apprentice sister Xianxia opened her mouth to plead, consider your life tenacious, brat. Lu Yuanjie said coolly, We'll listen to junior apprentice sister Xianxia. Get lost then. Yang Xianxia said, 2 senior apprentice brothers. This little brother likely can't walk out of here by relying on himself. Why don't we bring him out? The two people frowned slightly with reluctant looks on their faces. But they could not brush off Yang Shuezhen's face. In the end, they could only nod their heads helplessly. Yi Yuan looked towards Yang Shuezhen rather surprisedly, not expecting that this girl was actually so kind-hearted. Actually, he did not care about the threats of these people. Although he currently had not cultivated heavenly stratum cultivation methods and martial techniques yet, just by relying on the power of the heaven-span mountain he could kill everyone present. These few days it was also not that he had achieved nothing. At the very least, his control of the heaven-span mountain became much more accomplished with high proficiency. The power of the heaven-span mountain also increased significantly. These people in front of him, the strongest was merely middle lesser sublime heaven. It was enough to suppress these people with the power of the heaven-span mountain. However, unless it was a last resort, Yi Yuan did not wish to employ the heaven-span mountain. This place was Jade Drew Heavenly Sect's territory. If he took out the heaven-span mountain here, he would have to kill all the people present. Otherwise, there would be a constant source of future troubles. Yi Yuan was also not an insensible person. He gave a bow toward Yang Shuezhen and said, "Many thanks, Mississippi." Yang Shuezhen waved her hand and said coolly, "Not a big deal." Clearly, this girl was in a bad mood and did not have too much desire to talk. She only helped Yi Yuan conveniently. Yi Yuan naturally would not ask for a rebuff either. He simply followed the squad in silence. The sky gradually turned dark. The party set up camp. Suddenly, a tiger roar came from the distance. Lu Yu and Jia, two people, exchanged a glance and could not help smiling knowingly. "Brat, there's no free lunch in the world. We served as a protective umbrella for you along the way. So shouldn't you do a little something too?" Lu Yuanjia said to Yi Yuan with a smile. How could Yi Yuan not know that this guy was planning something bad? However, he was emboldened stemming from great ability, and did not care either, saying indifferently, "You want me to go and hunt that tiger?" Lu Yuanjie was a little surprised at Yi Yuan's cleverness and said with a nod, "Yeah, this is merely a lower lesser sublime heaven double-winged heaven-shaking tiger. It's one of the weakest true spirits in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Pressing on with our journey all the way, everyone is a little tired. Why don't you hunt it down and satisfy everyone's craving for good food?" Yi Yuan had not spoken yet when Yang Shuezhen frowned and said, "Senior apprentice brother Lu, isn't this making things difficult for him? He hasn't even reached lower lesser sublime heaven. How can he possibly be the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger's match?" Lu Yuanjie smiled and said, "Junior apprentice sister, this boy is very haughty. Just a tiger, he shouldn't have taken it seriously yet, right?" Yang Shuezhen still wanted to say something, but heard Gue Tianyu say, "Humph, junior apprentice sister, it's just catching a tiger. You're also protecting him too much, right? Moreover, Lu Qing and Gue Cheng will also be following him. They won't let him die." Yang Shuezhen's brows furrowed slightly, clearly being caught in a dilemma. She was currently relying on these two people greatly and could not offend them too badly. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said, "I'll go." The moment Lu Yuanjie heard, he smiled and said, "That's more like it. Being able to corroborate your Tao and achieve heavenly stratum in the lower realms. If you don't even have this bit of courage, that's also too disgraceful. Lu Qing, Gue Cheng, you guys follow this little brother. Both of you need to protect him well. If he isn't the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger's match, you guys lend him a helping hand." When he was talking, he deliberately placed emphasis on helping hand, two words. Yang Shuezhen sighed slightly. Yi Yuan was courting death himself. She could not help it either. She was currently unable to even fend for herself. Yang Shuezhen was not a fool. How could she not understand Lu Yuanjie, two people's thoughts? It was just that she was anxious to take revenge currently, and she already could not care that much anymore. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with the two and brought Lu Qing and Gue Cheng and directly left. An hour later, Lu Qing and Gue Cheng ran back. When Lu Yuanjie saw that there were only the two of them coming back, he was smiling. But very soon his face fell. Not waiting for Lu Qing two people to open their mouths either, he berated, "Didn't I ask you guys to ensure his safety? What's going on? Can't even handle this little thing well? What are you doing?" Yang Shuezhen's gaze swept towards the distance but did not see Yi Yuan's figure. How could she not know what happened? She let out a slight sigh and was silent. Gui Cheng was just about to open his mouth, but then he heard Gui Tianyu yelling, "Gui Cheng, you good for nothing. Can't even handle this small matter. How do you want me to give an account to junior apprentice sister?" Lu Yuanjia continued and said, "The two of you fools can't even look after a person properly. Just a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger, you guys actually let him get eaten?" Gui Tianyu got more into it, the more he scolded and said angrily, "What are the two of you still in a daze for? Why haven't you gone to apologize to junior apprentice sister?" Lu Qing and Gui Cheng sweated profusely from anxiety, but could not get a word in at all. Lu Yuanjia and Gui Tianyu chimed in one after another, getting more enthusiastic the more they scolded, not giving them the chance to speak at all. In their hearts, they already determined Yi Yuan to be dead. There's no need to apologize. It was also pretty tiring for these two brothers to run back. You guys should reward them. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out, interrupting the two people's performance. The expression on the two people's faces immediately became incomparably fascinating, only to see Yi Yuan carrying a double-winged tiger, currently walking towards the camp. Pa! Pa! At virtually the same time, Lu Qing and Gui Cheng were given a slap. The two people said in unison, "Idiots, why didn't you say that earlier?" Lu Qing and Gui Cheng felt aggrieved. It was only to hear Gui Cheng cover his face and said, "Young master, I wanted to say, but I couldn't speak up at all. This boy killed the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger with one punch." Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu's bodies quivered, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. An ant who did not even reach lower lesser sublime heaven, how could he possibly kill a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger with one punch? Heavenly stratum powerhouses who just ascended were not considered heavenly stratum powerhouses in grand bright jade complete heaven at all. Even the most ordinary lower lesser sublime heavens could devastate them at will. Although the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger was not considered very formidable, tearing an ascender like Yi Yuan to shreds was easy to accomplish. It was just that the result was just the opposite. Yi Yuan killed it with one punch. How could they know that Yi Yuan was not some ordinary ascender? Ordinary ascenders tend to shatter the firmament with one power of rule. But Yi Yuan had four apart from alchemy Dao. Furthermore, it was a four-way fusion. His strength was naturally much worse when compared to a grand completion lesser sublime heaven like Jun Tian. But compared to ordinary lower lesser sublime heavens, he was a great deal stronger. During the few months in this inklight forest, Yi Yuan already gradually adapted to the rule pressure here. Apart from time law, Yi Yuan could already mobilize the other three types of power of rule. What did killing a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger count as? Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu looked at each other, both feeling unbelievably ashamed and resentful. Pa! Pa! The two each gave their subordinate a slap and said in unison, "Useless thing!" Gui Tianyu arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said fiercely, "Brat, don't think that by killing a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger it's impressive. This thing, I can kill it by huffing a puff. Ants will always be ants." Yi Yuan raised the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger up and said with a smile, "Come, huff a puff." Gui Tianyu's face turned black and almost smacked Yi Yuan to death with a slap. Even the Yang Xuezhen, who was clouded with worry, was also amused. Huffing a puff, it was naturally boasting. Gui Tianyu huffing a puff was sufficient to kill those martial artists in the heavenspan world. But no matter how weak this double-winged heaven-shaking tiger was, it was still a true spirit. True spirits were existences equivalent to heavenly stratum. It was not hard for Gui Tianyu to kill, but being able to kill by huffing a puff was purely talking nonsense. After the farce, Yang Xuezhen pulled Yi Yuan to one side. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu became even more jealous. Yang Xuezhen's looks were exquisite. She was an extremely beautiful woman. It was just that her face had an anxious look from start to end, giving people a feeling of keeping strangers at bay. "We'll be able to get out of Inklight Forest tomorrow. Let's go our separate ways here." Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's native powerhouses discriminate against ascenders greatly. If not for me, my two senior apprentice brothers would likely have already killed you. If you want to live, go to Five Light Heavenly Region. That place is the territory of ascenders. You don't have a way out in true Yang heavenly domain. Yang Xuezhen said in earnest. Yi Yuan had long discovered it. The ascender aura on his body was completely different from Yang Xuezhen and the rest. Could be identified easily. It seemed like in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, ascenders and native heavenly stratum powerhouses were two camps that were distinct from each other. This kind of situation was like locals looking down on outsiders. This sense of superiority was innate, although he did not know just where this sense of superiority lay. Yi Yuan said, I just arrived and know absolutely nothing about Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Wonder if Miss can allow for this convenience and let this Yi tag along to learn for some time? Otherwise, if I were to go out rashly, I'd probably die without even knowing how. This, Yang Xuezhen could not help hesitating. What Yi Yuan said made sense too. It was just that she was currently unable to even fend for herself. So how could she bring Yi Yuan along? Yi Yuan was naturally not really afraid of going out himself. He was just following Yang Xuezhen to return a favor. He could tell that Yang Xuezhen was kind-hearted. It was just that her family suffered a catastrophe. That was why she would become melancholic and moody. Those two senior apprentice brothers did not harbor good intentions at all. If Yi Yuan let Yang Xuezhen leave freely, it would be equivalent to watching her enter the tiger's maws like a sheep. Yi Yuan could not do this kind of thing. Honestly speaking, returning to Eastward Country this time, I'm actually surrounded by enemies on all sides. It's very dangerous for you to follow me, Yang Xuezhen said seriously. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, the way I am, isn't it dangerous wherever I go? To me, an unknown world is more dangerous. Mrs. Kindhearted, I'd rather believe in Mississippi. Yang Xuezhen thought about it and said, then, all right. In the dead of night, Yi Yuan's consciousness sank into the chaos world, viewing the heaven-span mountain. However, he was at a loss on what to do. These few months, I've already observed it no less than 10,000 times. But I don't have any leads about this wordless heavenly skill. Could it be that I'm really not fated with this skill? Yi Yuan did not lack patience. But after several months of hard work and not finding a way out, he could not help giving birth to doubt. He shook his head and put aside the distractions, and continued observing. Gradually, Yi Yuan only felt his eyelids get heavier and heavier, and he actually fell asleep. In his dream, Yi Yuan arrived in an isolated space. An enormous book was suspended above the void. That book had an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, which seemingly came from ancient times, stirring the soul. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he cried out in surprise, "Wordless heavenly skill!" But very soon, he suddenly came to realize the truth and said with a bitter smile, "What you think about in the day, you will dream of it at night. I actually saw the wordless heavenly skill in my dreams. Looks like I'm really bewitched. However, even if I know that it's in a dream, I still couldn't extricate myself." Yi Yuan went up and flipped open the title page of the book. Wordless. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "Wordless heavenly skill? Hoo-hoo. This is the wordless heavenly skill? If it's wordless, how does one cultivate it?" Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. The wordless heavenly book suddenly turned into a cloud of chaos. Being situated in it, Yi Yuan felt a primeval aura. It felt as if he had returned to the womb. Amidst the chaos, Yi Yuan felt delicate streams of air currents flowing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Could the flow of this air current be the skill circulatory route? This cloud of chaos is actually quite similar to back then when my chaos just blossomed. It's just that my chaos seems to be just like a baby in front of it. Yi Yuan's heart was shocked to the extreme. He discovered that the chaos heavenspan canon he had comprehended was actually of the same lineage as this chaos. Looking at it like this, it was no accident that he comprehended the chaos heavenspan canon. What he comprehended was merely a drop in the ocean of the wordless heavenly skill. Yi Yuan carefully felt the flow of that air current, not daring to miss the slightest bit. But very soon he could not bear it anymore. Too complicated. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he startled awake. His consciousness hurriedly sank into his small world, attempting to find clues from the heavenspan mountain. But sadly, he was disappointed. Turns out that it was just a dream? Yi Yuan's tone exuded some helplessness. But very soon his expression changed. He discovered that he did not forget the feeling of that air current flow. Within a person's body is a small world. That air current should be the skill circulatory route of the wordless heavenly skill. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. He imagined his own body to be a cluster of chaos. Then he revolved his divine essence according to that feeling. With a single circulatory cycle, Yi Yuan was wildly ecstatic in his heart. Without the guidance of a cultivation method, Yi Yuan's realm had never consolidated all along. Therefore, he was not considered a true heavenly stratum powerhouse right now. But, with a single circulatory cycle, his cultivation realm was already completely consolidated. Now he was already a true lower lesser sublime heaven. What a miraculous cultivation method! No wonder Yen Jadru could rely on this cultivation method to command the 5 great heavenly regions back then. Yi Yuan said in shock inwardly. Although he had never cultivated it, he had studied Jun Tian's cultivation method before. Wanting to consolidate one's cultivation realm required revolving 1,000 circulatory cycles no matter what. But Yi Yuan only revolved a single circulatory cycle, and his realm was already consolidated. This was also to say that the wordless heavenly skills cultivation method was 1,000 times better than ordinary cultivation methods. It was clear at a glance which was superior or inferior. A series of footsteps interrupted Yi Yuan's excitement. It was Gue Tianyu. He came before Yi Yuan and said with an unfriendly look, "Brat, don't think I don't know what wicked idea you're plotting. I'm warning you, stay further away from Yang Shuezhen. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and walked right past him. Ignored. Gue Tianyu was greatly enraged and was just about to fly off the handle. But he saw Yang Shuezhen suddenly appear. She said, "Senior apprentice brother Tianyu. Yi Yuan, it's time to set off." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Coming." Looking at the two people's departing back view, Gue Tianyu's heart burned with fury. The party got out of Inklight Forest and headed straight for Eastward Country. They were travel-worn all the way. Finally, after 3 days, they rushed to Eastward Country's Imperial City. There was a mansion that occupied a rather large territory in front of them. It was precisely the Yang Manor. The Yang family was a small family clan in Eastward Country but also rather prosperous. Yang Shuezhen's talent was pretty good and was selected by Thousand Crane sect to become a disciple. Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu were both from major family clans in the Imperial City too. Much stronger than the Yang family. The Yang family and Li family had a long history of hatred because of friction in their operations. It was just that 1 month plus ago, Yang Shuezhen received news from the Yang family that Yang Shuezhen's father was actually beaten to death by the Li family's family head, Li Badian. The Yang family immediately fell into a crisis. After Yang Shuezhen received the news, she naturally rushed back at once without stopping. Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu had been courting Yang Shuezhen for some time already. Seeing this opportunity, how could they be willing to let it go? Hence, they took the initiative to follow. After all, with the statuses of the Lu family and Gue family, the Li family would not dare to go too far as well. Halt! The Yang family's family guards directly stopped everyone. Yang Shuezhen's expression changed and she scolded angrily, "Tianming, Yan Yi, what are you guys doing? Don't even recognize me anymore?" Tianming said coolly, "Miss, there are distinguished guests in the family right now. You all wait outside for a moment." Yang Shuezhen had a blank look and said in shock, "What distinguished guests? Even I can't go in too? Are you guys rebelling?" At this time, Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu blocked in front of her at the same time. Lu Yuanjie said with a cold snort, "Lowly lackey. Get lost. Otherwise, this young master will kill you guys right now." Gue Tianyu scolded angrily, "Dogs who are threatening people under the protection of your master. Take a look at who this young master is." Tianming's expression changed. Only then, recognizing the arrivals, and he hurriedly said, "Turns out that it's young Master Lu, young Master Gue. Please forgive me. Get lost." Tianming, two people's faces changed and they could only give in. Lu Yuanjie had a proud look and said to Yang Shuezhen, "Junior apprentice Sister Shuezhen, rest assured, With me around, everything will be fine. Gui Tianyu smiled and said, Junior apprentice sister, you don't need to worry. I reckon that this Li family won't be able to set off any waves. Yang Xuezhen's heart was in turmoil. How could she hear these two people showing off? She, the Yang family's young miss, could not enter. But the Lu family's young master could enter? What on earth happened to the Yang family? The party entered the Yang family and went straight to the meeting hall. A youth currently had a fawning look, pouring tea for another young man. The youth hunched his back and said with a flattering smile, Elder brother Chiu, please drink tea. Don't you worry. After my elder sister comes back, I'll definitely have her take the initiative to marry elder brother Chiu. The young man picked up his tea and said with a nod, you, boy, still knows how to appreciate kindness. Not like that stubborn old guy from your family, impenetrably thick-head. The youth nodded his head repeatedly and said, yes, yes, yes. Yang Yu, that old fellow, should have long handed the position of family head over. He clung conservatively to the old system. This is pushing the Yang family into the fire pit. Fortunately, he died. Now, my mother calls the shots in the Yang family. Everything can be discussed. The young man glanced at the youth and said with a loud laugh, ha ha ha, well said. Well said. By the side, Yang Xuezhen was long already angered until she was trembling, almost fainting away. Yang, Jean, why you unfilial son? To actually suck up to your father's killer? Aren't you scared of being struck by lightning? Yang Xuezhen practically roared it out. That youth was precisely her younger brother born from the same father, but a different mother, Yang Jean. And the young man sitting in the hall was the Li family, Li Baishan's only son, Li Xianxia. How great the impact of this scene was to Yang Xuezhen could only be imagined. Her father died. Not only did her younger brother not want to take revenge, he actually even showed great courtesy to his father's killer and even cursed his own father for clinging conservatively to the old system. And he even wanted to deliver her to the Li family to be married off. This was simply too unscrupulous. Hearing this roar, Yang Jin was clearly stunned too. After seeing Yang Xuezhen, he smiled and said, Sis, you're finally back. Just nice, big brother Chiu is here. You guys catch up. After all, you guys are good friends that grew up together. Later, pick a date and you'll marry over to the Li family. You don't need to return to the Thousand Cranes sect anymore too. Yang Xuezhen did not do anything. But Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu flew into a great rage. Lu Yuanjie arrived in front of Li Xianxia with a lunge and said angrily, Li Xianxia, who the hell do you think you are? To also dare covet junior apprentice sister Xuezhen? Scram for your father right now, otherwise you'll crawl out. Gui Tianyu arrived right after, pointed at Li Xianxia's nose, and said, Li Xianxia, you also don't take a piss and look at your own reflection, a toad lusting after swan meat? Heh, go over and apologize to junior apprentice sister Xuezhen, and this matter will be considered over. Otherwise, not just you, your Li family, just wait and see. The two originally thought that Li Xianxia would be quivering with fright, then apologize and beg them for forgiveness subserviently. But sadly, Li Xianxia did not. He drank a mouthful of tea lightly and said coolly, Gentlemen, I'm afraid. This can't be done. I came today to the Yang family to give the betrothal gift. The Yang family has already accepted the betrothal gift. A match is made on the parents' order and the word of the matchmaker. Yang Xuezhen will be my woman in the future. As for the two of you, better don't be unreasonable and make a scene here. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourselves. Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu were not fools either. They did not get angry for no reason. This opportunity was hard to come by. Whoever could handle this matter, Yang Xuezhen would definitely look at him in a different light. Things would be easier to handle in the future. It was just that now, Li Xianxia's attitude made them unable to save their faces. They were genuinely enraged. Wow, gotten cocky huh? Li Xianxia, just the likes of a random nobody like you also dares to posture in front of this young master. Is that it? Gui Tianyu laughed coldly, the imposing aura on his body erupting. Middle lesser sublime heaven. Lu Yuanjie was the same, saying with a sneer, Li Xianxia, who gave you the courage to dare to posture in front of this young master? It's me. Do you guys have any objections? A youth in brocade slowly walked out of the back hall. Beside him followed a rather attractive middle-aged lady who had partly lost her good looks, looking respectful and submissive. The moment the youth appeared, Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu's faces changed at the same time. Why, young master, you? Li Xianxia had a smug look as he said. This marriage affair was single-handedly arranged by young master Yu. Young master Yu stopped in front of the two, looking at them with a condescending gaze as he said coolly, the Yang and Li families have fought for many times. This young master will be a mediator and tie a nuptial knot, burying the hatchet. Do the two of you have any objections? And no objections. Being cowed by young master Yu's imposing momentum, Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu could not help taking 2 steps back. Young master Yu nodded his head and said, it's been hard on the two of you, sending younger sister Xuezhen back from far away. If you're free, go to the Tang family for a drink. The moment the two people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. This Tang Yu was the Tang family's eldest young master, his status revered. The Tang family's status in the imperial city was completely not what these few families could compare to. The Tang family was one of Eastward Country's 3 great family clans, their power and influence spreading across the entire Eastward Country. Behind them was the royal family's second prince, His Highness. With this layer of connection, who dared to not give the Tang family face? Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu dared to posture in front of Li Xianxia, but did not dare to act wildly in front of Tang Yu. And Tang Yu's sentence that had the intention of solicitation made the two of them ecstatic. The Tang family's tall branch was not what any family clan could cling on to. Thanks, young master Yu, the two said with joy. Not far away, Yang Xuezhen's eyes were filled with despair. She did not think that she actually had to face such a situation when she came back. 2 senior apprentice brothers, you guys. Yang Xuezhen was almost weeping. At the time of despair, these two were her final straw to clutch at. But now even these 2 people also. Lu Yuanjie let out a sigh and said, junior apprentice sister, actually younger brother Xianxia is a man of striking appearance. He is also a pretty good choice. The two of you are even well matched in social status. Yang Xuezhen's gaze was cold as she said angrily, senior apprentice brother Lu, didn't expect that you're actually this kind of person who acts in bad faith. Consider it that I, Yang Xuezhen, misjudged you. Lu Yuanjie gave a cold snort when he heard that, suddenly turning hostile as he said, Yang Xuezhen, don't pretend to be pure in front of this young master. Don't think that this young master doesn't know, aren't you just making use of this young master to deal with Li Xianxia? Yang Xuezhen's complexion turned deathly pale, and she said stiffly, you. Actually, it was not Yang Xuezhen who begged them to come at all, but that these 2 people pestered incessantly to follow. Yang Xuezhen refused at first, but at her time of despair, she could only borrow these 2 people's power. She did not expect that now Lu Yuanjie was actually playing the blame game. Normally, Lu Yuanjie ingratiated himself with her in all manners. But his face changed like flipping a book. All right, young sister Xuezhen, your mother and Madame Xiao have both already agreed to this marriage. Furthermore, this young master feels like Xianxia is pretty good. His background also matches yours. You won't suffer from injustice either. If enmity isn't settled amicably, there is no end to it. Why not give me face and agree to this marriage? How about it? Tang Yu looked at Yang Xuezhen and said gently. She gritted her teeth and said, young master Yu, even if I, Yang Xuezhen, were to die, I also won't marry the son of the enemy who killed my father. Tang Yu did not seem to care, saying with a smile, is that so? If that's the case, this young master can't guarantee the safety of your mother's life anymore. Yang Xuezhen's expression changed, her beautiful body trembling, almost falling to the ground. Despair. The current Yang Xuezhen was only left with this kind of emotion. Wanted to die, but she could not die. Even had to be coerced into marrying the enemy who killed her father. This kind of despair, who could understand it? Tang Yu covered the sky with one hand. A woman like her did not have any leeway to resist at all. Junior apprentice sister, what's wrong with being the Li family's daughter-in-law? Why go so far? Could it be that you can't bear to part with this boy who ascended from the lower realms? Gue Tianyu suddenly said. The moment he spoke, everyone turned their eyes to Yi Yuan. The ascender aura on his body was too distinct. Previously, everyone's focus was all on Yang Xuezhen. and none of them noticed this ascender. But now, after Gue Tianyu's reminder, Yi Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention all at once. Furthermore, Gue Tianyu had an implied meaning in his words. He was clearly dooming Yi Yuan. Yang Xuezhen's beautiful body trembled and she hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, "Why you quickly leave? Young Master Yu, I don't know him. I just brought him out of Inklight Forest. That's all." "But young Master Yu," said coolly, "since that's the case, an ant who just ascended, kill him and be done with it. It's no big deal, right? Xianxia, Xuezhen is your woman. You take care of this matter yourself." Sure enough, Li Zhengxiu's gaze turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "A toad also wants to lust after swan meat? An ant-like thing actually dares to compete with this young master for a woman." Yang Xuezhen did not have much feelings for Yi Yuan, but she did not expect that she actually dragged Yi Yuan in. Her heart was burning with anxiety, but she also felt powerless. In the Imperial City, people that young Master Yu wanted to kill, there were really none who could escape before. "She isn't my woman," the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly said. The moment these words came out, everyone laughed. This kid was scared. "Ha ha, you coward. Weren't you very arrogant? Now scared? Can't wait to draw the line anymore," Gue Tianyu said with a loud laugh. A kind of ridicule came over from Lu Yuanjie and the group of family guards. Young Master Yu just smiled slightly, clearly feeling that Yi Yuan was very laughable too. Yang Xuezhen bit her lips gently. She understood Yi Yuan, but in this kind of situation, how she wished that someone could stand by her side. She was Yi Yuan's life savior after all. But Yi Yuan actually turned his back on her at this time. Sad. Despair. Amidst everyone's loud laugh, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "But she won't be your woman either. Now all get lost for me." The moment these words came out, everyone's laughter did not stop, but became even louder instead. "Hoo-hoo? You're making me get lost? Did your brain get squeezed by the plain passageway when you were ascending until it's spoiled? Brat, kneel down now and apologize. Maybe if this young master is in a good mood, I can still spare your life," Li Zhengxiu said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at Li Zhengxiu quietly and said lightly, "Oh, is that so?" Swoosh. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved. Only to see an afterimage flashed past. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme. Bang! Bang! It was only to hear two crisp sounds. Li Zhengxiu knelt down. His kneecaps were already kicked to pieces by Yi Yuan. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan, eyes filled with shock. This ant-like ascender crippled the middle lesser sublime heaven Li Zhengxiu in one move. How is this possible? He's clearly an ant who just ascended, Gue Tianyu said in shock. Spatial rule. Just now, that was spatial rule. Lu Yuanjie's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. In Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, spatial rule was similarly an extremely hard to comprehend power of rule. Arriving here, Yi Yuan's spatial rule was greatly suppressed. It was just that, it was enough to deal with Li Zhengxiu. Yi Yuan was still expressionless and said indifferently, "Since you knelt down, I'll spare your life then. Now, everyone, get lost for me." In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was just a little lamb who could be kneaded at will. But who could have thought that he was actually a fierce tiger that broke the gates? An ascender actually crippled a middle lesser sublime heaven in one move. How could this not shock people? Tang Yu's two eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across in his eyes. Of course, it was also merely just a surprise, that was all. That move earlier relied mostly on a movement technique to sneak attack. Furthermore, Tang Yu was not Li Zhengxiu. Similarly, middle lesser sublime heaven. His strength was much stronger than Li Zhengxiu. When you said get lost, does it include this young master? Tang Yu's gaze turned cold as he said. Yi Yuan looked him in the eye and said coolly, "Doesn't include you." The corners of Tang Yu's mouth curled slightly and he said with a smile, "At least you know what's good for you." Everyone nodded slightly, thinking to themselves that this brat at least had some self-awareness, knowing that young master Yu was not to be pushed around. But Yi Yuan continued, "You stay behind. I want to reason things out with you." The moment these words came out, everyone burst into laughter. Reason things out? Ha ha ha! This ascender is so funny, he actually wants to reason things out. TSK. This method is good. Still don't need to take anything, just directly reason things out. Keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament. Want to posture, but also don't want to offend young master you. How can there be such a good thing? Everyone ridiculed for a while, greatly despising Yi Yuan's behavior of bullying the weak but fearing the wicked. Tang Yu also laughed in spite of himself and said, reason things out? Hoo-hoo, this method is very fresh. Tell me, how do you want to reason things out with this young master? A hint of a faint smile hung at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, You're sure that you want me to speak in front of so many people? Tang Yu also smiled and said, To reason things out, one naturally has to speak in front of everyone. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Since you demand it strongly, okay. At the next moment, Yi Yuan moved. Yi Yuan's movement technique was erratic, rushing in front of Tang Yu. Tang Yu seemed to have been long prepared, saying with a cold smile, Reckless and blind thing, bright moon emperor hand. The moment Tang Yu made his move, it was akin to a luminous moon high above, illuminating the earth, the commotion incomparably shocking. At this moment, no matter which angle Yi Yuan came from, he would be completely locked down by Tang Yu. A hint of a mocking smile appeared on everyone's faces. Overestimating one's own ability was talking about this, right? Fast movement technique had advantages, but what was more important was strength. Heh, this fool is really ignorant. He probably doesn't know that young Master Yu has already obtained the qualification for Jade True Heavenly Sex Trial. Very soon, he'll become Jade True Heavenly Sex Outer Sect Disciple. This guy is simply using an egg to hit a rock, Gue Tianyu said with a sneer. Dual polarity? Yi Yuan's dual polarity sword art suddenly erupted. The swift and fierce sword energy forced everyone to glance sideways. Boom! A clash without the least bit of flashiness. Only to see Tang Yu's body smash into the hall like a cannonball. Everyone was transfixed like wooden chickens. How could he be so strong? This ascender was clearly just lower lesser sublime heaven. He actually clashed head-on with young Master Yu and even had a complete victory? Brat, you're dead for sure. Today, even immortals can't save you too. When Gue Tianyu saw the scene, he was overjoyed in his heart. Boom! Amidst the rubble, Tang Yu suddenly stood up. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with balefulness. Brat, you're very good. You're still the first one who dared to attack this young master in this imperial city. If I don't grind your bones to dust today, this young master will write my Tang word upside down. Attack together for me, Tang Yu said with an angry roar. The few subordinates that Tang Yu brought were not weak. They were all middle lesser sublime heaven. Gue Tianyu and Lu Yuanjia knew that this was a chance to curry favor with Tang Yu and also ordered their subordinates to join the battlefield together. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh, universe sword formation suddenly blooming. In grand bright jade complete heaven, Yi Yuan's sword formation was extremely suppressed. It could only open up to a radius of 100 plus feet. But it was enough. The moment the sword formation opened, no matter how many people they sent, Yi Yuan would make none of them return. Inside the sword energy, the streaks of sword energies were incomparably sharp, wailing sounds echoing out. Especially Gue Tianyu and Lu Yuanjia, two people, they received Yi Yuan's care. Tang Yu was not in the sword formation, his eyes becoming wide saucers. He never dreamed that this unassuming ant by Yang Shuezhen's side was actually so strong, sweeping away middle lesser sublime heavens with the cultivation realm of lower lesser sublime heaven. After several dozen breaths, those family guards fell to the ground, wailing bitterly. Yi Yuan's gaze turned to Tang Yu. The latter trembled all over, his eyes revealing a look of fear. The demeanor of a young master previously was long gone already. What do you want to do? To this young master warns you. I'm a member of the Tang family. If you dare touch me, you'll die very horrible. Tang Yu brought out the Tang family and was immediately much pluckier. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I don't want to do anything. I just want to reason things out with you. Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this guy was still apprehensive of the Tang family in the end. Okay. What's there to reason with, you say? Tang Yu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan grinned, his figure erupted once more. Dual polarity sword formation. A streak of cold light flashed and Tang Yu's right arm flew up high. He actually had an arm severed. Arg! Tang Yu screamed miserably, soybean-sized sweat beads seeping out on his forehead. Why you dare? Tang Yu cried out painfully. Yi Yuan came before him, patted his shoulder, and said smilingly, if enmity isn't settled amicably, there is no end to it. Just an arm only. So let's let this matter slide. Young Master Yu, look, how about we become brothers? A guileless smile was hanging on Yi Yuan's face. Tang Yu was taken aback. Only then, knowing what things Yi Yuan wanted to reason it out with him with. Yang Xuezhen's father was killed by the Li family, but he was being the mediator, saying what if enmity was not settled amicably, there was no end to it, and even wanted Yang Xuezhen to marry over. This kind of shameless action made Yi Yuan very upset. Hence, he severed one of Tang Yu's arms. But then he wanted to be brothers with him. Yang Xuezhen, who was by the side, was long already struck silly with amazement. She had always thought that she saved Yi Yuan's life by bringing him out of Inflate forest. With Yi Yuan's strength, he would have long been killed by those true spirits in Inflate forest. How could she have known that he did not need her to save at all? Just based on Yi Yuan's strength. How could Inflate forest's ordinary true spirits hurt him? Yi Yuan could originally not have gotten involved in this messy situation, but he followed her to Eastward Imperial City for all sorts of reasons. The goal was too obvious. He came to help her. Yang Xuezhen was very smart. How could she still not know what Yi Yuan had in mind? At this moment, she felt extremely touched. When she was in a state of despair, this man gave her reliance. Of course, this was actually her misunderstanding. Even without her, Yi Yuan would also come to Eastward Country. Eastward Country was the closest to Inflate Forest. If Jade True Heavenly Sect sent people, they might very likely come to Eastward Country. Yi Yuan was too far away from Inflate Forest currently. He did not feel at ease. If Jade True Heavenly Sect discovered the Heavenspan world, it would all be over. Eh? Looking at your appearance, it seems like you don't want to be brothers with me? Fine, not a brother, it's enemies then. I'll send you on your way then. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yu's hateful gaze and said with a slight smile. Don't. I'll be brothers with you. I'll be brothers with you. How could Tang Yu care about the pain? He hurriedly agreed to it. If enmity was not settled amicably, there was no end to it. How big a deal was having an arm severed? It was still his little life that was important. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, being brothers, that has to see fate. You can't be brothers just because you want to. Tang Yu had a myriad of profanities running across in his head. Just now, wasn't it you who wanted to be brothers? How come it was up to fate in a blink of an eye? Don't look at how these silk pants were normally aloof from the masses, an appearance of being far removed from the masses in reality. Actually, they had not experienced much bloodiness at all and feared to risk their necks the most. Lower realms ascenders, which one did not kill their way over from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In terms of brutality, 10,000 Tang Yu could not be compared to Yi Yuan. At this time, he was long already frightened by Yi Yuan until he pissed his pants. Fate? Big brother, we're the most fated. From now on, you're my Tang Yu's big brother. Tang Yu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said smilingly, did your Tang family take part in killing Yang Xuezhen's father or not? Tang Yu's pupils constricted, his head shaking like a rattled drum as he said, no, absolutely not. This matter was single-handedly planned by Li Batian, setting Yang Yu up and killing him. Later, he found this younger brother and presented exorbitant gifts. That's why this young brother reluctantly agreed to it. Be big brother, it really has nothing to do with this younger brother. How could the current Tang Yu care about the face of a young master? He directly addressed himself as a younger brother. Yi Yuan observed his countenance and words, and he discerned that Tang Yu did not seem to be lying. Of course, even if he lied, Yi Yuan did not care either. Li Xianxia was greatly shocked and hurriedly said, young Master Yu, how can you say that? This matter was clearly my Li family receiving the Tang family's instructions. Otherwise, how could my father dare to take action? There were wise people among the powerhouses present who could not help secretly shaking their heads when they heard this. Li Xianxia's words seemed to be intelligent in small ways, but in reality it was unbelievably stupid. Even if he can survive today's hurdle, the wrath of the Tang family was more terrifying. Li Xianxia was dragging the entire Li family down the water. Sure enough, the moment Tang Yu heard, he immediately bristled in anger. He did not care about the injuries on his body too, getting to his feet with a grunt and kicking a foot on Li Xianxia's chest. You lackey! To actually dare frame a charge and put blame on me. Today, this young master will definitely exterminate you. No, not just you. Your Li family will have its name removed in the imperial city in the future. Tang Yu roared. Under Tang Yu's sullen anger, this foot was not light at all. He practically used his full strength. Li Xianxia taking a solid hit. His two eyes immediately rolled backward, breathing in without breathing out anymore. Yi Yuan did not stop this scene. When doing a favor, go all the way. Li Xianxia and the Li family must die. Finish dealing with this matter. Yi Yuan would be considered to have repaid Yang Xuezhen's favor. Be big brother. You don't listen to him make slanderous charges. This matter really has nothing to do with me at all. Tang Yu was practically complaining through tears. Yi Yuan switched to a smiley face and said, We're brothers? I believe you. But my friend got a fright this time. You know what to do, right? The friend that Yi Yuan was talking about was naturally Yang Xuezhen. Tang Yu's head nodded like a chicken pecking for rice, hurriedly saying, Big brother. Rest assured. This younger brother understands. Younger brother understands. From tomorrow, no, after today, Eastward Country will no longer have the Li family. Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word. Tang Yu's heart quivered. His gaze landed on Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu. Big brother, rest assured. The Lu family and Gue family will also disappear, Tang Yu said with a fierce look. Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu's entire bodies trembled, greatly shocked in their hearts. This matter was serious. Their momentary impulse actually brought about the demise of their family clans. This price was too heavy. Lord Yi. This little brother had eyes but couldn't see, and offended your excellency. I beg your excellency to let me off. Lu Yuanjie regretted it. He did not expect that his family clan would actually directly disappear because of an ascender. Lord Yi, I'm sorry. Please spare me, Gue Tianyu said in fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Heh? Your backgrounds are pretty good. Posturing a little is excusable. But Gue Tianyu has already had killing intent aroused toward me, and he wanted to kill me several times. Just now, he even wanted to borrow Tang Yu's hand to kill me? Hoo-hoo? Do you think that I'd be so magnanimous? Swoosh. A figure flashed past. Tang Yu's foot was extremely vicious. Gue Tianyu looked like he was a goner. Following that, his gaze landed on Lu Yuanjie, scaring the piss out of him. Tang Yu moved, about to act, but then he heard Yi Yuan say coolly, Enough. Before tomorrow, the two of your great families disappear from the imperial city, and this matter will be left at this. If at this time tomorrow you all still haven't left, then I'll pay a visit in person. When Lu Yuanjie heard this, it was akin to hearing a heavenly melody, hurriedly nodding his head like a chicken pecking for rice as he said, Your Excellency, rest assured. This lowly one will immediately pull out of the capital. Finished talking, he fled in helter-skelter. When the dust all settled, Tang Yu said cautiously, Is Big Brother still satisfied? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not bad. Since that's the case, you go back first then. Of course, you can also bring the Tang family's people to come and take revenge on me. However, I won't show mercy the next time. Go. Tang Yu was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly bringing his family guards and scrambling away. Very soon, the noisy Yang family was already empty. In the meeting hall, there was only Yang Xuezhen, Yang Jin, as well as the attractive mature lady. They were left dumbstruck with amazement. No one could have thought that something that was originally a sure bet was actually completely overturned at the last moment. Yang Xuezhen, this isolated orphan, actually relied on an ascender and completed an astonishing counterattack. This change was seriously too fast. Fast until it was already over before they reacted to it. The attractive mature woman knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and wept, Why, Your Excellency, spare my life. All of this was compelled against this lowly one's will. But Yi Yuan did not answer and said smilingly, This is your family affair. I won't intervene. But I think that with Yang Xuezhen succeeding the position of the family head now, There shouldn't be anyone who has objections, right? Only a fool would object. No one in the Yang family dared to speak. It was equivalent to acquiescing to Yang Shuezhen's identity. Yang Shuezhen was still in a daze until now. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually strong to such an extent. But this scene at present, she was caught off guard. The mature woman instinctively wanted to object, but Yi Yuan gave her a look and she immediately followed up at the behest of supernatural powers, saying, "Yes. Whoever has objections can very well come up and challenge me." No one dared to speak. It was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging it. But Yang Shuezhen immediately said, "Yi Yuan, you should haven't let Tang Yu leave. You don't know the Tang family's power and influence. Once he leaves, the Yang family will probably suffer a catastrophic calamity." But Yi Yuan was indifferent, saying with a smile, "Relax. Tang Yu is much smarter than those two fools. Of course, if he insists on seeking death, then I don't mind sending him off too. You who hurt you until like this? Father will tear his body to shreds." When Tang Yu returned to the Tang family and Tang Jinhua saw that his son actually had an arm severed, he could not help flying into a great rage. He valued the son very highly. Disregarding his high cultivation talent, his wisdom was also very outstanding. Many of the Tang family's major things were all plotted by Tang Yu behind the scenes. The Tang family prospering with each passing day these few years had Tang Yu's contributions in it. Tang Yu's complexion appeared rather pale because of excessive blood loss. Seeing Tang Jinhua get angry, he shook his head and said, "Father, don't. I can't fathom this person. We'd best not provoke him. At least, before tomorrow. We can't make a move without careful consideration." Tang Yu's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing Tang Jinhua from head to toe. These few years, how fired up with boundless enthusiasm was Tang Yu. Apart from the royal family, no one could enter his sights anymore. Whoever provoked him, it was virtually equivalent to being sentenced to death. But now, he actually did not dare to go and retaliate against the other party. How could this not shock him? What on earth is going on? Didn't you go to help the Li family annex the Yang family? How did it end up like this?" Tang Jinhua curbed his anger and said in surprise. Tang Yu shook his head and said, "This matter can't be explained in a few words. Allow me to slowly explain to father later. Your urgent matter on hand right now is to bring people to go and exterminate the Li family and capture Li Badian. The faster the better. I keep having a feeling that something is going to happen." The astonishment in Tang Jinhua's eyes grew even thicker. Didn't his son go to help the Li family? How come after he came back, putting aside that he had an arm severed, he even wanted to exterminate the Li family? What the hell was this? But Tang Jinhua understood the son. He absolutely would not do things at random. He definitely had his reasons for making him go and exterminate the Li family. He nodded his head and said, "Okay, you recuperate your wounds at home. Father will bring people to go and exterminate the Li family right now." Tang Yu nodded his head with weak breathing and said, "Father, remember to leave Li Badian with his life. I have use for it." Tang Jinhua's pupils constricted slightly, nodded his head, and turned around and left. Looking at Tang Jinhua's departing back view, Tang Yu's gaze flickered slightly and he said, "His eyes were too sharp. It's like I'm a transparent person in front of him. All wits lie bare naked. He dared to offend so many Imperial City major clans at the same time. He must have reliance." The next day, news flew over like snowflakes. The various major families of the Imperial City were incredibly shocked. The Gue family's family head, Gue Haisheng, brought more than a dozen Middle Lesser Sublime Heaven powerhouses of the Gue family, and sneak attacked Yi Yuan in Purple Cloud Alley, and was completely eradicated. Gue family's family head, Gue Haisheng, died. For some time, the various major families in the city were extremely terrified. Yi Yuan, a mere lower lesser sublime heaven, actually slaughtered more than 10 people by himself. Among them, there was even a powerful upper lesser sublime heaven. Someone witnessed Yi Yuan enter Purple Cloud Alley alone. There was absolutely no second person. Purple Cloud Alley was located in a remote area where few people tread. Thinking about it now, he was simply using himself as a lure to bait the Gue family out. When the Lu family got this news, they were extremely terrified and moved out of the imperial city overnight. Actually, the Lu family planned on ambushing Yi Yuan too. It was just that they did not have time to do it yet. On that night, they also received news that the Li family was pulled up by the roots, and Li Badian was directly captured away by Tang Jinhua. The Lu family thought that with Yi Yuan severely wounding Tang Yu, the Tang family would definitely destroy the Yang family with ruthless means. But who knew that the Yang family was not destroyed, but their rival Li family was completely destroyed? What did this show? This showed that the Tang family lowered their head to Yi Yuan. A Leviathan like the Tang family actually lowered their head to an Ascender. How could the Lu family not be surprised? They knew that this imperial city no longer had a foothold for him. But, compared to the Gui family and Li family, they were far too lucky. This time was destined to be a fretful night. Yang Xuezhen looked at this slightly thin man in front of her, a strange feeling rising in her heart. She also never dreamed that the guy she casually picked up actually became her savior. When she was in despair, Yi Yuan swept across the imperial city with wrathful means, reshuffling the imperial city's family clans overnight. Yang Xuezhen felt that this man before her eyes was a little unreal. He was clearly just an ascender who just entered lower lesser sublime heaven, a rookie to the max rookie. Yet, he had the strength that shocked the entire imperial city. When Yi Yuan wanted to use himself as bait to go out and bait the Gui family, she had a million disagreements. She thought that Yi Yuan would not be able to come back anymore. But the news that came back shocked her until she could not close her mouth. She did not know how Yi Yuan did it, but it was sufficiently shocking. The Thousand Crane sect had many young and outstanding talents. Those who pursued Yang Xuezhen were not in the minority. But these young heroes completely paled in comparison when placed in front of Yi Yuan. Under Yi Yuan's dominance, Yang Xuezhen already completely controlled the Yang family and imprisoned Yang Jin and his mother. Those clan elders who tried to betray the Yang family were all expelled from the family by her. Yang Xuezhen had already become the Yang family's family head in reality as well as in name. Yi Yuan, I'm sorry, Yang Xuezhen said rather embarrassedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why apologize?" Yang Xuezhen said with lowered brows, "I always thought that you were a useless good-for-nothing and even felt that I was bestowing kindness onto you. Thinking about it, it feels ridiculous." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "For everything that has a cause, there must be an effect. You were in a difficult situation and still wanted to save someone. This kindness, this Yi naturally remembers firmly in my heart. Otherwise, I also wouldn't have intervened in this matter." Yang Xuezhen was stunned when she heard that and could not help feeling a sense of loss in her heart. Turned out that Yi Yuan was just doing it for this little favor? But this did not count as a favor at all. Just as Yang Xuezhen's mind was running wild, Tang Yu arrived. He personally detained Li Batian and came to apologize. After a night of medical treatment, Tang Yu's injuries were already well. It was just that severed arm appeared very off. The physiques of heavenly stratum powerhouses were special. They were the products of the power of rules to begin with. It could not be regrown by expending some divine essence. "Big brother, I've already detained the person here on your behalf. Want to kill or dismember is up to you." Tang Yu arrived before Yi Yuan and said respectfully. Getting the news of the Gui family being completely wiped out, Tang Yu was also shocked until he could not close his mouth for a long time. He knew that something would happen, but he did not think that the news would be so shocking. He knew that Middle Lesser Sublime Heavens were not Yi Yuan's match. But he did not expect that even Gui Haixing died too. One had to know his father, Tang Jinhua, was also merely Upper Lesser Sublime Heaven. If they really provoked Yi Yuan, would the Tang family have also been? Thinking until here, Tang Yu's back was already drenched. Not just Tang Yu, Tang Jinhua also broke out in cold sweat after learning of the ins and outs of the matter. This ascender was too bizarre. He could not help admiring his son's wit. If they clashed with Yi Yuan, the Tang family might have already been destroyed now. It was true that the royal family was behind the Tang family, but it was also merely just behind. They were merely the royal family's tool, that was all. They would not care about the Tang family's life and death. If the Tang family collapsed, there would naturally be the Li family and Zhang family that would rise up. "Miss Xuezhen, I'll hand him over to you." Yi Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly, gesturing for him to be taken away. Yang Shuezhen bit her lips lightly, looking at Li Batian full of hatred. At the same time, she was also endlessly grateful to Yi Yuan. If not for Yi Yuan, forget about taking revenge. She would probably still have to be coerced and marry into the Li family and suffer humiliation. This sort of daze, she shuddered just thinking about it. Thank you, Yi Yuan, Yang Shuezhen said emotionally. Yi Yuan looked at her and smiled as he said, You should thank yourself. Kindness begets kindness, evil has its just desserts, perhaps it's talking about this. Tang Yu gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, Big brother, yesterday's matter was all younger brother who didn't know how to act. I hope that big brother doesn't take it to heart. From now on, younger brother will definitely turn over a new leaf. The current Yang family naturally attracted attention from all parties. Outside the Yang Manor's gates, when everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. That's young Master Yu. He had an arm chopped off by someone and actually still had to apologize. This ascender is really mind-boggling. Just what is his background? I heard that he slaughtered the Gue family by himself. Really too terrifying. Heh? You believe this? Just a lower, lesser sublime heaven. How can he possibly kill Gue Haixing? Tang Yu apologizing in front of so many people, it could almost be described as making an apology and asking for punishment. This sincerity was very sufficient. However, Yi Yuan did not answer, a faint smile hanging on his face, making Tang Yu feel flustered. His forehead seeped cold sweat, feeling like he was almost going to suffocate. Tang Yu also did not know why he would have such tremendous pressure facing Yi Yuan. If big brother feels like what younger brother has done can't be forgiven, please punish younger brother heavily. Tang Yu seriously could not bear it anymore and said with gritted teeth. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, I cut off an arm of yours. Don't you hate me? Tang Yu shook his head like a rattled drum, hurriedly saying. This younger brother was momentarily muddled. This was just desserts. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Tang Yu, you're a clever man. Some things don't need me to say, you understand too, right? Tang Yu nodded his head again like a chicken pecking for rice and said, Big brother, rest assured. In the future, the Yang family and the Tang family are of the same breath and branch, bound together for good or ill. Sister-in-law's matter is my Tang Yu's matter. Even if it's climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, Tang Yu will complete it too. The moment the words sister-in-law came out, Yang Shuezhen's pretty face blushed red, but in her heart, there was actually a tiny hint of sweetness. Yi Yuan knew that Tang Yu misunderstood, but he did not explain anything either. Yang Shuezhen was a woman. It was still very difficult to support the Yang family in an imperial city surrounded by wolves. But with the Tang family, this ally, it would be different. There was the shadow of the royal family behind the Tang family. If other families wanted to touch the Yang family, they would have to reconsider it. Yi Yuan said coolly, forget about what happened in the past. I hope that you remember what you said just now. Otherwise, you know what the consequences are. Tang Yu used one arm to slap his chest fiercely and pledged in all solemnity. Big brother, rest assured. Tang Yu will keep his words. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Tang Yu's severed arm and said coolly, Does your Tang family have alchemists? Tang Yu was taken aback and said, Alchemist? Big brother is talking about heavenly alchemists, right? Of course there are. My Tang family's main business is the management of heavenly medicine and heavenly pills. So there are naturally heavenly alchemists. Why big brother? Are you actually also a heavenly alchemist? Heavenly stratum and mortal stratum powerhouses were essentially two different orders of life. In the 33 heavens, alchemists were called heavenly alchemists. Their status is revered. Yi Yuan had just arrived. It was still his first time hearing of heavenly alchemists. He naturally found it novel too. He was very curious just what kind of strength this grand bright jade complete heaven's heavenly alchemists had. Him suddenly asking about this was actually planning on letting Tang Yu regrow his severed arm. However, since the Tang family had heavenly alchemists but Tang Yu did not recover, it was likely that it was not so easy for heavenly stratum powerhouses to regrow a severed arm. After Yi Yuan broke through to heavenly stratum, he was also deeply seized with a sudden feeling. He could feel the leap in his being. The current him, even if it was just using the power of the fleshy body, he could crush Tao ancestors to death with just one hand. Even if it was the Heavenspan World's Tao pill, it would not have any effect on heavenly stratum powerhouses too. Because the Heavenspan World's spirit medicines were too weak, when alchemy Tao reached the level of rule, it actually already exceeded the limits of the Heavenspan World. Therefore, when Tao pill powerhouses refined ordinary medicinal pills, it was simply effortless. And the spirit medicines that Tao pill powerhouses should actually refine were heavenly medicines. Facing a foreign world, with Yi Yuan's personality, he naturally would not be self-conceited and make promises lightly. Since Tang Yu was sensible, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to not express anything at all. The arm was chopped off by him. Then he would help Tang Yu grow it back. It was just that, before understanding heavenly alchemists, he would not say anything, nor would he make promises too. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not some heavenly alchemist, but I've dabbled a little in alchemy Tao. Since your Tang family has heavenly alchemists, can you bring me to widen my knowledge?" Tang Yu hurriedly said, "Of course. Big Brother is modest." "What do you mean by dabbled?" "Before Big Brother ascended, you must have been that world's alchemy path sovereign. It's just that the refinement of heavenly pills is totally different from the lower realm's medicinal pills. The difficulty is on completely different levels. Big Brother will likely have to take some time to dabble in heavenly pills." Tang Yu started flattering away with the same line of bullshit. However, he already put it very tactfully. The complexity of heavenly pills was completely not what lower realm spirit medicines could compare to. Heavenly pills were naturally also not what ordinary divine pills could compare to. The complexity was absolutely 1,000 times, 10,000 times of divine pills. Ascenders belonged to the foreigners of Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven. Their affinity with heavenly medicines was very poor. Therefore, if Ascenders wanted to become heavenly alchemists, the difficulty was 100 times, 1,000 times of native heavenly stratum powerhouses. It was also because of this reason that there were extremely few heavenly alchemists among Ascenders. Among 1,000 Ascender alchemy path powerhouses, there might not be one capable of becoming a heavenly alchemist. This was still just alchemy path powerhouses. If placed among all of the Ascenders, this ratio would be negligibly small. Even if one was once a top alchemy path powerhouse in the lower realms, they would also fade into the crowd after entering Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven. The vast majority of the people gave up on the alchemy path. It was not that they wanted to, but it was just that it was far too hard. And this was also one of the reasons why native powerhouses looked down on Ascenders. Five Light Heavenly Region was the site where Ascenders gathered. But even the supreme powerhouses there also had to be cordial and respectful when they saw heavenly alchemists. In fact, they even needed to curry favor with heavenly alchemists. If one used 100 years to refine a heavenly pill that others used 1 year to refine, how to still live if like this? When Yi Yuan saw Tang Yu's expression, how could he not know that he already put it very tactfully? But it was also precisely so that Yi Yuan was even more interested in heavenly alchemists. He said coolly, "When talking to me in the future, don't give me that line of bullshit. Speak the bold truth." Tang Yu's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Yes, Big Brother." Tang Yu immediately talked about the difficulty of heavenly alchemists, making Yi Yuan's brows furrow slightly too. He did not expect that it would actually be so difficult. Whitehart Hall. This was the residence that the Tang family specially opened up for the retainership of one heavenly alchemist, Gu Mao. Gu Mao was a grade 1 heavenly alchemist who could be ranked even in the entire eastward country, his status being aloof. Even if he was a retainer, but actually Gu Mao and the Tang family were equals. Even Tang Jinhua also did not dare to order Gu Mao around. Since Yi Yuan wanted to widen his knowledge about heavenly alchemists, Tang Yu naturally brought him to find Gu Mao. In the Great Hall, Gu Mao was currently preaching Tao to a group of apprentices. A cluster of pale blue flames was leaping about in his palm. A stalk of heavenly medicine was being tempered in the flames. Refining the dragonbone grass, the Tao fire needs to be well distributed and you have to use your affinity to retain a portion of the power of rule and get rid of the waste material. Gu Mao taught the apprentices as he tempered it, looking very relaxed, while those apprentices had looks of admiration. To be able to temper heavenly medicines with such apparent ease, Master Gu Mao was well deserving of being Master Gu Mao. Suddenly, Gu Mao's palm shook and the Dao fire extinguished. That dragonbone grass was already refined into a paste form. His gaze looked toward Tang Yu and he said coolly, "Why did young Master Tang come here?" Tang Yu gave Gu Mao a bow and said respectfully, "Master Gu, this friend of mine is very interested in heavenly pills and Jie wanted to come here and learn from you. I wonder if Master Gu can accommodate a little." An ascender? Gu Mao's brows furrowed, appearing somewhat unhappy. "Brother Tang, you brought an ascender to come and learn alchemy? Is this Smashing Master's signboard?" "Ho-hoo? Brother Tang, are you here to make a joke? An ascender also wants to refine pills. One look and it's clear that this brat just ascended. Is he here to refine pills or to tend to the fire?" The moment Tang Yu opened his mouth, it immediately drew mockery from the group. Ascenders refining pills was like a sow climbing up a tree, being absolutely a novelty. Many ascenders did not believe in heresy and wanted to become heavenly alchemists, but they eventually became laughingstocks. Clearly, they ran into another one who did not believe in heresy. Seeing Gu Mao's expression, Tang Yu secretly thought to himself that things were not good, and hurriedly said, "Master Gu, this friend of mine just wants to broaden his knowledge. He'll just sit in and listen to you." Gu Mao snorted coldly and said, "What's a good-for-nothing sitting in here to listen for? Even if he listens until seas wither and rocks decay, he can't perceive the reason why too. Young Master Tang, you're also from a learned family. Don't you even understand this bit?" Tang Yu had an awkward look. He knew that it would be this result long ago. But how could he dare refuse Yi Yuan's request? He could not resist sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan did not get angry. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. But Gu Mao did not care about Tang Yu's awkwardness and said directly to Yi Yuan, "Brat, if you have this bit of time, why not put more of it into cultivation? This grand bright jade complete heaven isn't when you were in the lower realms anymore. Even if your alchemy path strength is exceedingly formidable in the lower realms, you're also a bug in this place. Furthermore, just a bug that can never roll over." Gu Mao was already very courteous on the account of Tang Yu's face. After all, the Tang family had supported him a lot over the years. One had to act out of consideration for others. He could not very well flare up too much. If somebody else came, he would have long sent them out with a slap. "You're crazy." Facing everyone's taunting, Yi Yuan had kept silent the entire time. But at this time, he suddenly said those words. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Tang Yu had his soul frightened out of his body by this sentence. He cried bitterness without ceasing in his heart, but it was already too late. Damn it! Knew that it was nothing good. "My good big brother, aren't you killing me here?" Tang Yu said in despair in his heart. "What did you say?" Gu Mao's face turned dark as he said in a solemn voice. "I said, you're crazy." Yi Yuan continued. "It was over. Completely over. With this, it was going to offend Master Gu Mao badly. Be big brother. Jay, just kill me. If you were to anger Master Gu Mao away, my Tang family will be ruined too." Tang Yu directly knelt down for Yi Yuan with a thud. Gu Mao held great significance to the Tang family. Once he left, it would be tantamount to the Tang family being half-ruined. Like this, might as well kill him. Both sides were heavyweights. Neither one could be offended. Tang Yu was like an aggrieved little wifey who was about to break down. Insolence. An ant-like ascender actually dares to make impertinent remarks to master. "Looks like you're tired of living. Hurry up and apologize. Maybe we can still spare your lowly life." Gu Mao's disciples were all filled with righteous indignation, wishing to skin Yi Yuan alive and swallow him whole. Who was Master Gu? The Tang family's family head, Gu Jinhua, did not dare to show any disrespect to him too. This ascender who came from God knows where actually dared to call him crazy. When Gu Mao heard that, he said in great fury, "Insolent thing. You're the crazy one. Tang Yu, if you don't give this old man an explanation today, my cooperation with the Tang family will end here." Tang Yu's 2 eyes went dark when he heard it, almost fainting. He clung onto Yi Yuan's thighs and complained tearfully, "Big brother, If your anger hasn't been appeased yet, just kill me. As long as you let the Tang family off. How could he still not understand now that Yi Yuan was simply here to harm him? How was he interested in whatever heavenly alchemist? Yi Yuan ran over and directly attacked Master Gu without another word. Was the meaning not obvious yet? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Tang Yu and said coolly, "Your fire control seemed like lifting something heavy as if it were light just now, but actually it palpitated many times in the process. This kind of situation should be caused by fire poison making mischief. If I didn't guess wrongly, the fire poison within your body is likely almost overwhelming you already, right?" Those apprentices could not see the reason why. Hence, earlier each and every one of them was amazed greatly. But what kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? He could tell at a glance that during the process of Gu Mao's fire control there were many indicators of instability. Of course, it was also merely just a little bit, it had not reached the point of losing control yet. Furthermore, he could feel that although Gu Mao controlled the Dao fire very fiercely, it was extremely turbid. If one did not handle it properly when controlling fire, it was very easy to accumulate fire poison within the body. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan said that he was crazy. He was not attacking Gu Mao, but that Gu Mao was really ill. "Brat, you're really tired of living. Don't think how impressive you are in the lower realms, reaching grand bright jade complete heaven, you're not even a fart. Displaying your slight skill in front of Master Gu? Heh? He's one of Eastward Country's few grade 1 heavenly alchemists. What problem he has? Wouldn't he know himself? Looks like you're courting death yourself. Brothers, exterminate him." The group of disciples was eager for a fight, already planning on finishing Yi Yuan off. They were Gu Mao's disciples and did not need to give Tang Yu too much face. Yi Yuan was so overboard they naturally had to give it to him. "Stop!" Suddenly, Gu Mao gave a cold cry. The group of disciples were stunned for a bit, turned back to look at Gu Mao, but they discovered that Gu Mao's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. "And Master, I'll get lost for Master. Also, today's matter, whoever dares to leak half a word, Master will clean up my household." Talking up to here, Gu Mao seethed with killing intent. Everyone had astounded expressions. The group of disciples exchanged glances, each and every one of them was shocked until they were staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Nobody was a fool. Gu Mao's attitude already explained everything. Could it be that this ascender saw through their master with one glance? How was this possible? This was to say that the current Gu Mao was already plagued with fire poison, with the ailment being deeply rooted in his vital organs. Actually, fire poison was not sufficient to cause death. The life of heavenly stratum powerhouses was not so easy to take. But, when fire poison was accumulated to a certain degree, it would greatly diminish Gu Mao's control of fire. A heavenly alchemist being unable to control fire, that would really be a joke. Gu Mao's illustrious name, would be ruined overnight. Who could care about a heavenly alchemist who could not refine pills? Gu Mao's face fell and he said with a cold cry, "Still not leaving?" The group of disciples were helpless and could only leave. Tang Yu already stopped crying, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. Gu Mao was really sick. Yi Yuan saw through it with one glance. Something that the entire Tang family, even the entire Eastward Country, did not notice. Yi Yuan saw through it with one glance. This was too terrifying. No one knew that Gu Mao's ailment had already attacked his vitals, and he could not refine pills anymore. He hid it extremely well. Gu Mao had a gloomy look as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Kid, help me purge the fire poison in my body. This old man can take you in as a disciple." Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, "You're ill." Gu Mao could not help choking when he heard that. Could this boy be a fool, only knowing how to say this one sentence back and forth? Freaking hell, I was fooled? Gu Mao thought. Gu Mao said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you're messing with me?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "This time, it's your head that's ill. Just your bit of paltry skills. Taking me in as a disciple? Also, why should I help you get rid of the fire poison? Who the hell do you think you are?" Gu Mao was accustomed to being praised by others and had always been in a prominent position. Therefore, he had a condescending attitude when he spoke to Yi Yuan. Moreover, Yi Yuan's identity as an ascender made Gu Mao look down on him greatly. But Yi Yuan's pride was even greater than his. If Gu Mao's alchemy standard was really transcendent, then forget it. But that move of his previously might have been very impressive in front of the group of disciples. But in front of Yi Yuan, it was not worth mentioning at all. Yi Yuan did not understand heavenly pills, but it did not mean that he did not understand alchemy. His basic skills were extremely solid. Apart from his lack of understanding of the heavenly pill system, his other aspects of alchemy standard already far surpassed the standard of the lower realms long ago. Heavenly alchemists were also merely thus in Yi Yuan's eyes. At least, Gu Mao was not worthy of Yi Yuan's admiration. To have arrogance, one needed the capital to be arrogant. Tang Yu just saw signs of mitigation. He did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly utter such a sentence. Right now, he even had the heart to die. Sure enough, Gu Mao flew into a great rage the moment he heard it and said, insolent thing. Tang Yu, don't blame me for not giving your Tang family face today. This brat is too impudent. Tang Yu was immediately scared out of his wits and used his lone arm to hurriedly block Gu Mao and said, Master, you mustn't make a move. You aren't his match. What? You're saying that this old man isn't this ascender's match? The moment Gu Mao heard, he was even more enraged. Tang Yu said, Yes. My big brother annihilated the Gue family by himself yesterday. Gue Haixing died too. These words were like a basin of cold water splashing down, directly drenching Gu Mao awake. He looked at Yi Yuan with a horrified look and said, How is that possible? This old man doesn't believe it. Tang Yu said, It's true. Master Gu, would little nephews still lie to you? Gu Mao still had a look of disbelief written all over his face. But he knew that Tang Yu absolutely did not dare to lie to him about this sort of thing. After all, such a big matter, he would know as long as he went out and inquired about it. But could this guy in front of him, who was merely low or lesser sublime heaven, really kill Gue Haixing? How was this possible? Gu Mao suddenly felt that Yi Yuan was very difficult to deal with, unable to beat him nor win him in posturing. More importantly, this guy might have the ability to purge his fire poison. Humph! You impudent boy, saying that this old man has middling skills. If you have the capability, extract the dragonbone grass in front of this old man. Gu Mao was still not convinced as he said with a sneer. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, You want to test my strength to see whether I can help you get rid of the fire poison or not? Gu Mao's old face turned red, not expecting to be directly exposed by Yi Yuan. However, unexpectedly, Yi Yuan picked up another stalk of dragabone grass and reached his hand out and beckoned. The Dao fire in the furnace fire flew over very obediently. It was only to see the pale blue flame come to Yi Yuan's hand, dexterous to the extreme like a bouncing elf. Instantly, it gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing the eye. Gu Mao and Tang Yu's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's move was truly unbelievably amazing. Gu Mao's face actually betrayed the expression of feeling ashamed of his unworthiness. He finally understood why Yi Yuan said paltry skills. Fire controlling technique, he was far too lacking when compared to Yi Yuan. What a powerful fire controlling technique. No, this isn't a fire controlling technique. This is simply an art. A grand level art. Tang Yu said sincerely. Refining heavenly pills, the requirements of fire controlling technique were harsh to a hair-raising level. Therefore, the fire controlling techniques of heavenly alchemists were all very strong. At least, it was completely not what ascenders could compare to. However, Yi Yuan's fire controlling technique subverted his understanding of ascenders. Gu Mao's fire controlling technique was weak to the max in front of Yi Yuan. Gu Mao's expression was very ugly and he said in a solemn voice, Humph. No matter how good the fire controlling technique is, what's the use? The affinity of ascenders is too weak. In less than 100 breaths, the dragabone grass will definitely be burned into charcoal. In reality, he had long already seen through it. The moment Yi Yuan got started, he felt very strained. Although his fire controlling technique was strong, he was helpless about having no affinity and was unable to perceive the complex structure contained in the heavenly medicine. Extraction required one to perceive through the Dao fire. Therefore, affinity was extremely important. Without affinity, heavenly alchemists were simply unable to differentiate what were impurities, what was the essence, and also which were the things that had minimal content, but were indispensable in the heavenly medicine. One could say that affinity was eyes, allowing you to see everything in the heavenly medicine clearly. Without affinity, heavenly alchemists were like blind men. Therefore, among ascenders, the vast majority of the people were unable to become heavenly alchemists. The moment Yi Yuan started, he felt it. The power and complexity of heavenly medicines far exceeded his cognition. This was the most ordinary dragonbone grass, but it was 10,000 times more complicated than the top spirit medicine that Yi Yuan had ever seen before too. But, when he attempted to differentiate the elements contained in the dragonbone grass, he perceived a cloud of chaos. He did not know where. He finally understood why Tang Yu said that ascenders could not become heavenly alchemists. Unable to even differentiate the composition of heavenly medicines, how to become a heavenly alchemist. Extracting heavenly medicines was 10,000 times more complicated than even refining a single Dao pill. A slight slip-up and the Dao fire would burn the heavenly medicine into black charcoal. 10 breaths, 50 breaths, 100 breaths. Yi Yuan did not give up. He relied on his almost freakish instinct and extracted the dragabone grass bit by bit. Around 15 minutes later, a paste was refined by Yi Yuan. Gu Mao's eyes went wide. How is this possible? His perception probably doesn't even reach 3 points. So how can he possibly refine the dragonbone grass? As Gu Mao was talking, he nearly bit his tongue off. That paste was black and obviously contained many impurities. Compared to the dragonbone grass which Gu Mao refined, one look and the quality was far worse. But it was still refined in the end. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and muttered to himself with a frown. This is affinity? Indeed really difficult. During the process of refining, he felt like he was in a different world from the dragabone grass. This kind of refinement, it was still his first time encountering in his life. The products in the rule world were indeed extraordinary. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was a pure world, a world on a completely different level from a small kiliacosm. A clear distinction from each other. When refining the dragabone grass, he clearly felt a repulsive force. Yi Yuan was thinking deeply about this repulsive force the whole time and completely did not notice the other two people's expressions. The expressions on Gu Mao and Tang Yu's faces were exactly the same. Both eyes becoming round circles. Their mouths opening wide, practically able to stuff a fist in. Could be seen how shocked the two people were. Amen? Using this expression to look at me for what? I already said his piddling fire controlling technique is simply paltry skills. Yi Yuan finally came back to his senses and said coolly as he looked at the two people's expressions. You refined the dragonbone grass in the past before? Gu Mao said in amazement. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, No. This is my first time refining a heavenly medicine. Impossible. As an ascender, you succeeded the first time you refined a heavenly medicine? You're taking me to be a fucking moron. Gu Mao jumped straight up and burst out with foul language. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot and said, This is also called succeeding? Do you heavenly alchemists all have such low requirements? Makes sense. Your standards are also just like that. I reckon that the quality of your pill refinement isn't much either. Gu Mao nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This comment was invincible. Being despised by an ascender who refined the dragonbone grass into a black paste. Gu Mao's broke down inwardly. But he was actually unable to refute. Under the state where his affinity did not reach 3 points, Yi Yuan could actually refine the dragonbone grass successfully. This showed how solid his foundation was. It could be said that apart from affinity, Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength surpassed him all round. Gu Mao billowed his beard and said with a cold snort, Brat, don't you get cocky. Without affinity, even if you have heaven-defying talent, it's impossible to refine a true heavenly pill too. Affinity is a heavenly chasm that you'll never be able to cross. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and asked Tang Yu, what on earth is affinity? Tang Yu shook his head hard and woke himself up from shock and said, Heavenly medicines are born from heaven and earth, and they are prenatal items. Humans are the smartest of all life forms but are postnatal creatures. Native heavenly stratum powerhouses are heavenly stratum when born. Although they belong to postnatal too, they are closer to prenatal than ascenders. Therefore, heavenly medicines have a stronger affinity to us. But ascenders ascend from the lower realms and cultivate step by step, attaining Tao belong to the postnatal of postnatal. Furthermore, the lower the starting point, it shows the lesser the spirit of prenatal that one is stained with when born, and the weaker the affinity too. Looking at Big Brother's undulation just now, I'm afraid your affinity for heavenly medicines is less than 3 points. Talking until the back, Tang Yu felt that it was a shame too. With a heaven-defying talent like Yi Yuan, if his affinity was sufficient, he would absolutely be an incomparably powerful heavenly alchemist. But it was a pity, just as Gu Mao said, affinity was a heavenly chasm, blocking all heavenly alchemists outside the door. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was especially so. Yi Yuan was not too dejected, but asked curiously, "How much is 3 points?" Gu Mao sneered and said, "Affinity has 100 points, the closer to 100 points, the stronger one's affinity. Of course, apart from the legendary prenatal physique, it's simply impossible to reach 100 points. Want to become a heavenly alchemist, the worst affinity has to reach 30 points too. This old man's affinity reached 39 points. Ordinary ascenders, the worst affinity is also more than 8 points. The high ones can even reach the threshold of 30 points, becoming heavenly alchemists. As for you, hoo-hoo." In the last 2 words, Gu Mao's mocking intent was very thick. Tang Yu smiled bitterly and followed up, "Judging from Big Brother's fluctuations just now, it shouldn't surpass 3 points. Of course, as for the specifics of how much, it needs to be tested by the prenatal cloudstone. Perhaps there's hope of surpassing 3 points." Talking until the back, even Tang Yu himself did not believe it. This comforting act was so fake. He changed the topic and said, "However, Big Brother, it's also precisely because so that you're really hair-raisingly awesome to actually be able to refine a paste of dragonbone grass just now. I really can't imagine what level your strength will reach if your affinity can reach 30. No, even if it's 10. Just now he was really shocked. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan's paltry affinity, forget about 100 breaths. Even if it was half a breath, he would not be able to hold on either. But he forcibly refined a paste of dragabone grass. How much strength was needed to make up for this? Unimaginable. Of course, it was also precisely because of this that Tang Yu felt even more pity. Affinity was innate. It was unable to be compensated for postnatal. Yi Yuan's bit of affinity, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. One had to know, refining the dragonbone grass was just the basic skill of heavenly alchemists. The process of refining heavenly pills was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more complicated than this. Without the support of affinity, it was simply impossible to refine. Heh, this old man has a prenatal cloudstone here, measure it and we'll know. If this brat's affinity can exceed 3 points, this old man will remove my head and let him kick as a ball, Gu Mao said with a sneer. Without affinity, Yi Yuan was a piece of trash. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to save him, so there was no need to have any misgivings anymore. Before long, Gu Mao fetched a prenatal cloudstone. Yi Yuan did not refuse it either. He was also curious about his own affinity. The prenatal cloudstone was a cloud-shaped stone. Densely packed scale markings were on it. It was clearly used to test affinity. He placed his right palm on the prenatal cloudstone. In the next second, Gu Mao and Tang Yu stared dumbfoundedly in amazement. Amen? Why isn't there any reaction at all? Could it be that there's something wrong with this prenatal cloudstone? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. He placed his hand on it for a long time, but the prenatal cloudstone did not have any activities, which unwittingly made him doubt this thing. Huu, problem? Brat, looks like I overestimated you too much. Not that the prenatal cloudstone has a problem, but that you have the problem. Your affinity doesn't even reach 1 point. Can say that you're a complete and utter trash on the path of heavenly pills. No matter how transcendent your fire-controlling technique is, it's also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. Therefore, stop posturing in front of this old man in the future. Gu Mao's expression was peculiar to the extreme. His words were half sarcasm and half surprise. Yi Yuan was the first whose affinity did not even reach 1 point among the people that he had met. How could this not surprise him? Tang Yu was also transfixed and said with a bitter smile, "Big brother, where on earth did you ascend from? Among 10 million ascenders, there also wouldn't be someone like you who doesn't even reach 1 point. Yi Yuan stroked his chin, looking innocent. He was not very dejected. He was just feeling a little helpless. Yi Yuan's starting point was seriously too low. Who could have thought that a little silk pants who was once from the state of Qin could actually break through to heavenly stratum and reach his cultivation realm presently? However, people could not choose their background but could choose to face it calmly. The difficulties that Yi Yuan had experienced walking all the way were beyond counting. He had never feared difficulties before and would not give up on the alchemy path because his affinity was only 1 point. In reality, the scene of refining the dragabone grass earlier already indicated a lot. At least, his instinct could support him to refine the dragabone grass. Not being able to refine well was just because his instinct was not strong enough, that was all. Not that you could not do it, it was just that you did not work hard enough yet. Looks like I have to expend some effort to become a heavenly alchemist, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Become a heavenly alchemist? Hoo-hoo? Boy, did you not understand what this old man meant? Even if you cultivate until heaven and earth turn old, it's also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. With your talent, if your affinity could reach 30 points, you can absolutely become an extremely strong heavenly alchemist. But this old man has never heard before of a guy that even the prenatal cloudstone doesn't react to can become a heavenly alchemist. This is absolutely impossible, Gumao said with decisiveness that could chop iron. Even Tang Yu also smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, don't waste your effort anymore. Your affinity doesn't even reach 1 point. It's absolutely impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. You've tried it yourself too. You can't even extract the dragonbone grass, let alone talk about heavenly pills." It was not that he did not believe Yi Yuan, but it was just that Yi Yuan was too trash. Yi Yuan did not even reach 1 point affinity and he actually wanted to become a heavenly alchemist. If this matter spreads, it could probably make people laugh their heads off. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "This dragabone grass shouldn't be very expensive, right? Prepare a closed seclusion venue for me. Then deliver to me 1,000 stalks of dragonbone grass." There were quite a number of dragonbone grass casually placed on the tables here. Clearly, it was used for the disciples' cultivation and naturally would not be too expensive. Yi Yuan would not be courteous with Tang Yu either, directly ordering. When Gumao saw that Yi Yuan did not give up, he snickered and said, "Brat, you really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. If even 1 point affinity can become a heavenly alchemist, then even a sow can climb a tree. Disregarding other things, this dragonbone grass, if you can refine it to this old man's quality, this old man will acknowledge you as my master in front of the entire city." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Forget it. Your talent is too poor. I won't take you in. If really want to bet, just teach me the things you know and that will do. If I lose, I'll help you get rid of the fire poison. As for acknowledging as your master, let's dispense with it." Tang Yu was rendered speechless and Gumao was furious. Some guy whose affinity was 1 point actually looked down on him. Fine. This old man will bet with you. If even with 1 point affinity you can become a heavenly alchemist, then wouldn't this entire city's heavenly alchemists become a joke? Gumao said in a great rage. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, turning right around and leaving. Tang Yu followed after subserviently and said with a bitter smile, "Big brother, why did you need to wager out of spite?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not say anything. Out of spite? Yi Yuan would feel wronged and act rashly, but he would not behave out of spite with Gumao. He looked down on Gumao's bit of ability. The reason why he wanted to learn was just in order to learn the rudiments. Yi Yuan would not walk other people's paths, but he also would not look at others through colored spectacles. For Gumao to be able to be supported avidly by the Tang family, he must have aspects that surpassed others. Starting from him here was clearly the most convenient. Hence, he started a drawn-out retreat. What Tang Yu prepared for Yi Yuan was naturally the best close seclusion venue. Although the Dao fire was not as good as Gumao's, the quality was very good too. These Dao fires were just the lowest grade wildfires, The quality was not high and had a lot of impurities. Therefore, some fire poison would more or less accumulate within the bodies of heavenly alchemists. It was just that some Dao fires had many impurities, some Dao fires had less impurities. Gu Mao's Dao fire was very powerful but very mixed and very difficult to control. The fire poison was also harder to purge. Heavenly alchemists were doctors to begin with. They naturally had the means to get rid of fire poison. It was just that when fire poison accumulated to a certain degree and became deeply entrenched within the body, wanting to purge it would be hard. Gu Mao was currently plagued with fire poison for the sake of pursuing the power of Dao fire in immense agony. But Yi Yuan's fire-controlling method was much more brilliant than Gu Mao's. This Dao fire was incomparably docile in front of him. How could fire poison possibly hurt him? It was just that the extraction was not smooth. 1 stalk, 2 stalks. Yi Yuan spent a month's time and completely refined all 1,000 stalks of dragon bone grass. But the effect was not obvious. Yi Yuan also finally knew that affinity could not be improved at all. No matter how hard he worked, it was a region of chaos in front of him from beginning to end. He was like a blind man, unable to see anything. Even if his fire-controlling technique was superb, it would not work too. A month later, Yi Yuan called Tang Yu over and had him prepare another 1,000 dragobone grass. Tang Yu swept a glance around the closed seclusion venue. It was all that kind of dark, paste form of dragonbone grass. He knew that Yi Yuan had not improved at all in this 1 month's time. In reality, he did not harbor much hope either. Being able to extract the dragonbone grass into paste form, this in itself was already a miracle. Wanting to reach Gu Mao's standard, this miracle in itself was 10,000 times, even 100,000 times harder than the previous miracle. This was simply something impossible. Big brother, your martial path talent is also extremely strong. Why waste time on something impossible? In Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, forget about not reaching 1 point. Even if your affinity reached 29 points, it's impossible to become a heavenly alchemist too. 30 affinity points, this is a watershed. Moreover, you don't even reach 1 point. Tang Yu urged bitterly. However, Yi Yuan was not moved at all. He just said indifferently, in the future, have someone deliver me 1,000 stalks of dragonbone grass every month. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly and left. He discovered that Yi Yuan was a stubborn donkey, one was unable to drag at all. In the closed seclusion venue, Yi Yuan refined the dragonbone grass stalk after stalk, as if he would never tire. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have returned to his previous life. In order to experience the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, he had once spent 100 years indulging in Tier 3 and below spirit medicines. At that time, he extracted over and over again, refining. Now he returned to the past again. It was just that this time, it was 1,000 times harder than it was then. One had to know at that time his perception could distinctly feel the medicinal properties. But now he could not feel it at all. That sort of natural rejection made him unable to get close at all. It was just that he did not care. This kind of dreary to the extreme refinement, when laid on any heavenly alchemist, they would not be able to bear it. But Yi Yuan gladly endured the hardship. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, it cycled endlessly. Year after year. In a blink, it was already 18 springs and autumns. Around Yi Yuan was filled with pastes of dragonbone grass. It was just that these pastes of dragonbone grass were crystal clear, seemingly almost transparent. These few years, His Majesty instructed to thoroughly investigate the matter of Jade True Heavenly Sect's Outer Sect Deacon, Jun Tian's death. Now, there's finally some leads. Someone saw that the place Deacon Jun last went seemed to be Inklight Forest. Calling you all here is to have you all cast the net out. Whoever can find Deacon Jun or find his cause of death first, this prince will naturally reward heavily. In the Tang family's council hall, a young man with a handsome face like carved jade sat on the seat of honor, radiating awe without being angry. This young man was precisely Eastward Country's second prince, His Highness. He came to the Tang family in secret this time, secretly meeting with the affiliated factions headed by the Tang family, in order to borrow their strength and find news of Jun Tian. This matter had a great bearing on his struggle with the crown prince. Hence, second prince was naturally extremely cautious. Tang Jinhua hurriedly got up and gave a bow and said, "Second prince's matter is the Tang family's matter. Later I'll cast the net out. Even if we dig 3 feet under Inklight Forest, we'll also find Deacon June." Second prince nodded and said, "Emin, my mind is naturally set at ease when Mr. Tang does things. This matter is very important, you all mustn't take it lightly. Also, for Master Gu, you have a wide circle of acquaintances. If you hear some news, you can exchange with the Tang family to make up for what each other is lacking." Gu Mao nodded and said, "Second prince, rest assured, Gu Mao understands. But speaking of which, Tang Yu, that big brother of yours, the time he ascended seems to just nicely match the time when Deacon June went missing, right?" "What a coincidence." Tang Yu's expression changed, not expecting that Gu Mao actually turned the heat on him at this time. Ever since that incident that time, Gu Mao and the Tang family had passed their honeymoon period, appearing united outwardly, but divided at heart. It was just that the entanglement between both parties' interests was too deep, so there had been no eruption all along. But this time, Gu Mao suddenly erupted. Tang Yu's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Master Gu Yu." But Second Prince's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, "Tang Yu's big brother?" Gu Mao smiled and said, "Second Prince, Your Highness, speaking of this person, he's really a mysterious figure. Clearly only has lower, lesser sublime heaven strength, but he pulled the Gue family up by the roots. Even Gue Haixing died at his hands too. But what's even more impressive is that, his heavenly medicine affinity doesn't even reach 1 point, and he actually dreams of becoming a heavenly alchemist. Then he made a bet with this old man and went into closed seclusion for 18 years. I'm afraid that he doesn't have the face to meet people anymore, right?" After the matter, Gu Mao naturally investigated Yi Yuan. Some things were not very secretive. With Gu Mao's status in the imperial city, it was naturally very easy to find out. There were several renowned heavenly alchemists present who guffawed loudly when they heard that. Heavenly medicine affinity doesn't even reach 1 point? Is this someone abandoned by heaven? The scariest isn't the lack of talent, but the lack of self-awareness. His affinity doesn't reach 1 point, and he also wants to become a heavenly alchemist? What a joke. What on earth has he been doing these 18 years? 1 point affinity was simply a joke. Wanting to become a heavenly alchemist with 1 point affinity was naturally a joke among jokes. These people present could not resist mocking even if they did not want to. Second Prince also smiled and said, "Oh, rather interesting. Tang Yu, this prince wants to meet this big brother of yours. Can I? This? All right." Tang Yu toughened his scalp and said, now that it came to this, he had no choice either. He glared at Gu Mao, but the latter had a calm smile and did not care. "Shao Qi, is Big Brother still in closed seclusion?" When Tang Yu arrived at Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue, he asked the servant serving Yi Yuan. Shao Qi nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Yesterday I just delivered 1,000 stalks of purple compact incense to His Excellency." Tang Yu nodded his head and said, "Oh Isn't it dragonbone grass? Why did it change to purple compact incense?" Shao Qi shook her head and said, "Don't know. His Excellency ordered Shao Qi, so Shao Qi complied." Tang Yu's eyes flashed and he said, "Could it be that Big Brother succeeded?" But very soon, he shook his head again and said with a bitter smile, "How is that possible? Most likely, Big Brother feels that extracting the dragonbone grass is hopeless, so he switched heavenly medicines to practice. May as well, after he knows that this is impossible, he should give up." Shao Qi's gaze flickered and she said, "Young master, although dragonbone grass is the most ordinary spirit medicine accumulating over so many years, it's almost comparable to a shop already. If there's any effect, that's fine. But giving someone whose affinity doesn't even reach 1 point, it's purely a waste." When Tang Yu heard that, his gaze suddenly became fierce and he said, "Shut up. This kind of thing isn't what you should butt into. If there's a next time, end your own life." Scram. Shao Qi was frightened by Tang Yu until she shuddered and scampered away. How could she know that Tang Yu was afraid of Yi Yuan to the extreme? If these words were heard by Yi Yuan, the Tang family might suffer a catastrophic calamity. Tang Yu arrived outside the door and said respectfully, "Big Brother, I'm Tang Yu. What is it? After a moment of silence, a voice came from inside. Tang Yu did not dare to hide it, recounting the matter of second prince wanting to meet Yi Yuan. Before long, the door opened. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yu and said coolly, "Let's go." When Tang Yu saw that Yi Yuan did not get angry and was still willing to go and see second prince, only then did he let out a long sigh in relief. Otherwise, he would not know what he should do. How could he know that Yi Yuan was also feeling emotional in his heart? What was coming would ultimately come. Around 18 years had passed. Jadru Heavenly Sect still found Inklight Forest in the end. It was just that he also had no clue how to resolve this matter. He could only take it one step at a time. His current strength was too weak. After the two left, Xiaoqi came to the closed seclusion area to clean up. Someone who doesn't know his limits? Humph? In 18 years, how many dragonbone grass has been wasted? Clearly only has 1 point affinity, still want to become a heavenly alchemist. She had a stomach full of resentment, entering the closed seclusion area while cursing away. What entered her eyes were one dish after another of dragabone grass that had been extracted and placed extremely neatly. Casually picking up a dish, she said disdainfully, "Just this black thing is also called refinement? Even if I, Xiaoqi, take action, it's also 100 times stronger than this." The Tang family operated the heavenly medicine business. Everyone from top to bottom knew a little. Although Xiaoqi was a servant, refining dragabone grass, the sort of thing could not stump her. After all, this was just an entry-level heavenly medicine. Continuing to enter the room, the disdain on Xiaoqi's face gradually became solemn and finally turned into shock. These are all dragonbone grass? How is this possible? Seeing Tang Yu bring Yi Yuan in, Gu Mao's face could not help revealing a smile. "You? Our 1 point heavenly alchemist came? How's the refinement of dragonbone grass? This old man has been waiting many years for you to slap my face. Why don't you slap this old man's face today in front of second prince? His Highness," Gu Mao said with a smile. These words naturally attracted a series of guffaws. "You're that brat who doesn't even reach 1 point affinity? TSK, a 1 point heavenly alchemist? This is going to startle the 33 heavens. Ha ha, the history of these 33 heavens is likely going to be rewritten today. Kid, quickly demonstrate your skill. I can't wait anymore." Walking into the meeting hall, ridiculing voices flooded into Yi Yuan's ears like tidewater. Compared to Jun Tian's matter, everyone is clearly more interested in this 1 point affinity heavenly alchemist. Everyone knew that Gu Mao's conjecture was merely a theoretical possibility. For a lower realms ant who just ascended to want to kill Jun Tian, this grand completion lesser sublime heaven, the likelihood was negligible. Moreover, Yi Yuan this ascender completely had no connections with Jun Tian. The Inklight Forest was so big. Even if they were ran into each other, it would also be Yi Yuan who dies and not Jun Tian. Be big brother. This is second prince, his highness. Tang Yu diverted the topic carefully. He did not feel that Yi Yuan could really extract the dragabone grass. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to pay attention either and said to second prince neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "I pay respects to second prince, your highness." Second prince nodded his head slightly and said, "You're Yi Yuan? I heard that there's a wager between you and Master Gu." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Precisely so." Second prince smiled and said, "It's already been 18 years. I wonder how Brother Ye's refinement technique has been trained until." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Just so." The moment these words came out, it attracted another wave of loud laughter. A 1 point so. Wonder what it's like? Can't do it means can't do it, still puffing his face up at his own cost. Brother Gu, you got to be more careful. When a 1-pointer becomes fierce, you might not be a match. Second prince also could not help but smile when he heard that. This ascender was rather interesting. Yi Yuan was like a clown in his heart. Clearly did not have strength but wanted to pretend to be capable here. The world was laughing at him, but he found joy in it and was indifferent. This kind of person was really funny. Hoo. Since you've already trained until SOSO, this wager has already dragged on for 18 years. Why not this prince bear witness for you guys and complete this wager? How about it? Second prince said with a laugh. Yi Yuan valued each word like gold, saying indifferently, "Can." Everyone roared with laughter again. Gu Mao smiled and said, "Brat, this old man has waited 18 years for you. Each time I came to find you, they always say that you were in closed seclusion? Hoo-hoo. This old man wants to see today just how formidable a one-point heavenly alchemist is." Yi Yuan sized him up with a glance and said, "No wonder you're so high-spirited. Looks like you should have obtained a treasure that can suppress the fire poison in your body." Gu Mao was still roaring with laughter a moment ago, but now his expression changed. He was seen through again. A few years ago, he obtained a treasure called Iceheart Jade. Although it could not purge the fire poison thoroughly, it could suppress it temporarily. Therefore, these few years, his courage bolstered again. Seeing Gu Mao's laughter abruptly cease, how could everyone present not know that Yi Yuan hit the mark? Only then did they know that turns out Gu Mao was actually already plagued by fire poison. This surprised them greatly. It seemed like this boy was also not utterly useless. Tang Yu was secretly shocked. No wonder Gu Mao was so enthusiastic today. Turns out that he had a reliance. Originally, the Tang family's greatest card was this. But Gu Mao, having who obtained the treasure, was no longer afraid of the Tang family. Gu Mao's expression turned cold, and he said, "Humph. So what if yes? Right now, this old man already doesn't fear the fire poison. You still want to use this to threaten me?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It's useless. Your treasure can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The more you suppress, the greater the power of the eruption in the future. Unless you don't touch Dao fires in the future." Gu Mao snorted coldly and said, "Stop exaggerating things to raise an alarm. You'd best think about how to clear this hurdle today." Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "Do it now then." Gu Mao was taken aback, not expecting Yi Yuan to be so straightforward. He said with a cold snort, "Putting on an appearance. Since that's the case, you watch carefully." The dragabone grass was long already prepared. Gu Mao rolled his sleeves. The Dao fire in his palm directly ignited. After a bout of garish tempering, the crystal-clear paste of dragonbone grass appeared before everyone. This act naturally attracted a series of shouts filled with amazement. Even Second Prince also nodded his head slightly and said, "Master Gu's skill is becoming more and more refined. I'm afraid that apart from Master Lin, there are few in this eastward country whose Master Gu's match anymore." Master Lin that Second Prince spoke of was the royal family's retainer, Eastward Country's one and only grade 2 heavenly alchemist. These words were flattering. Gu Mao was naturally beside himself with joy and said respectfully, "Your Highness is too kind. My trivial technique I dare not show off. However, apart from Master Lin, there's someone that this Gu also doesn't dare to say that I can win for sure. After all, 1 point is too scary." "Ha ha." Another burst of laughter. Second Prince smiled at Yi Yuan and said, "Brother Yi, Master Gu already did one refinement. The rest is up to you. Why don't you let us take a look at the fruits of your 18 years of hard work?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and similarly rolled his sleeves up, the dragonbone grass coming directly into his palm. He slowly closed his eyes, carefully feeling the undulations coming from the dragonbone grass. A cluster of Dao fire bloomed faintly. When Gu Mao saw the situation, his pupils could not help shrinking. This boy's fire-controlling technique improved significantly again, Gu Mao said in shock. Originally, Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique already reached the acme of perfection akin to performing an art. But today, 18 years later, Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique actually reached a new level again. If it reached the acme of perfection 18 years ago, then now it was returning to one's original simplicity. No dazzling flaunting of skill, only a simple and unadorned return. When the rest saw this scene, they were similarly incomparably shocked. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually a practitioner. However, the affinity fluctuation emanating from Yi Yuan's body made them come to their senses very quickly. Heh? No matter how good the fire-controlling technique is, it's useless too. Without affinity, the door to become a heavenly alchemist will forever be closed. Indeed, a really weak affinity. I completely can't feel the undulations. Hoo-hoo, he's clearly refining the dragabone grass, but why do I feel like it's in two different worlds? Same as 18 years ago, Yi Yuan still did not have any undulation of affinity. Second Prince's gaze revealed a trace of fascination. Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique had amazed him. But very soon he shook his head secretly, clearly feeling quite regretful. Such a good fire-controlling technique was wasted. Yi Yuan naturally did not care about these people's mocking. He was already completely immersed in his own world. There was a good saying, if heaven closed a door for you, it would definitely open a window for you. In these 18 years, Yi Yuan only did one thing, which was opening this window. During these 18 years, refining day and night, day in and day out of repetitions, fumbling year after year, he trained his instinct to the limit. It was still a region of chaos in front of him. But he had the keenest instinct toward alchemy Tao. The dragonbone grass in front of him melted little by little, turning into a paste. The paste of dragonbone grass became more and more crystal clear. The entire hall gradually fell into a dead silence. The original ridiculing voices had long already disappeared. What replaced it was shocked expressions. The Tao fire gradually ceased. There was dead silence in the hall. In Yi Yuan's palm, a ball of almost transparent paste of dragobone grass stunned everyone. The more it was crystal clear, the less impurities there were. When these two balls of dragobone grass were put together, there already did not need anyone to judge them. It was also precisely because of this that these people were deeply shocked. Are my eyes failing me? Is he really 1 point affinity? Yeah. With 1 point affinity, how did he do it? Did he break the barrier of heavenly alchemist? This ball of dragonbone grass is pure to the extreme. I'm afraid that even if Master Lin takes action, he might not be able to win too. Tang Yu was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. This move was seriously too stunning. 1 point was a kind of humiliation among heavenly alchemists. But Yi Yuan let it shine with dazzling light. Yi Yuan really did it. He rewrote history. What on earth had he done in the past 18 years? Second Prince originally came to witness this wager with a playful mentality. But now he was shocked by Yi Yuan until he could not speak. His perception would not be wrong. Yi Yuan's affinity absolutely did not exceed 3 points. But he really did it. Only now did he understand that Yi Yuan did not live in his world at all. He could really ignore Gu Mao's provocation. A person with 1 point affinity just refined the dragobone grass. This was a miracle. Huhu? Master Ye's means really broadened this prince's horizons. I didn't expect that Master Yi could actually extract the dragobone grass with 1 point affinity. This is truly unprecedented and unrepeatable. Second Prince laughed dryly, resolving the awkwardness from before. Yi Yuan said coolly, like this, there's no need to judge anymore? Second Prince waved his hand repeatedly and said, no need to judge. No need to judge. This wager, it's naturally Master Yi who won. It's just that this prince is very curious. Master Yi's affinity is clearly extremely poor. So how can you extract this dragobone grass? Could it be that Master Yi has some secret method? The moment he said this, the bystanders immediately perked their ears up. This secret method was definitely an earth-shaking secret method. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, no secret method. Reading a book 100 times, the meaning naturally becomes clear. In these 18 years, I extracted hundreds of thousands of dragobone grass and just trained it into instinct, that's it. Hundreds of thousands of dragonbone grass. My God. Is he crazy? In 18 years, he only did this one thing? This amount, could it be that he never rested? Lunatic. Really a madman. However, even if he extracted the dragobone grass, it's also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. The dragonbone grass is just the most basic homework. This guy is a monomaniac. In order to win the bet, he pushed himself into a lunatic. But it's useless. Some heavenly medicines are 1,000 times, 10,000 times more complicated than the dragobone grass. He can't possibly practice each type like this. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help drawing a cold breath. The dragobone grass that Yi Yuan extracted in these 18 years was probably comparable to the sum of the dragobone grass that they refined in 1,800 years. This kind of crazed and dreariness, they felt despair just thinking about it. Alchemy was a very interesting cultivation, but also a kind of very boring cultivation. Life needed regulating, people who refined pills needed it even more. But Yi Yuan was completely a lunatic. When Gu Mao heard Yi Yuan's words, he also sneered and said, "So what if you won this match?" Heh. Other heavenly medicines are much more complicated than the dragonbone grass, and refining a heavenly pill is countless times more complicated. You'll need to spend several thousand, even several tens of thousands of years to learn one type of heavenly pill. This is still the simplest heavenly pill. Heh, trash will always be trash. Yi Yuan looked at Gu Mao and said coolly, "I think that you are thinking too much. Some things, as long as you find the trick, you can naturally draw parallels from inference." That's right. My affinity is indeed very poor, but I've already learned the trick now. Just like a mortal blind person, one's sense of hearing tends to be very keen. As long as they keep on training, they will be able to master the ability to determine positions by listening to the wind. Extracting other heavenly medicines, I'm indeed much worse than you all innately. But it doesn't mean that I can't become a heavenly alchemist. Finished talking, he held his palm out, and there was a stalk of purple compact incense in his hand. It was only to see flame dance in his hand again. The purple compact incense gradually melted, finally similarly turning into a paste. The paste of purple compact incense showed a purple-blackish color. It was clearly not too pure. But compared to when Yi Yuan first refined the dragabone grass, it was God knows how many times better. Seeing this scene, Gu Mao's eyes went wide. The purple compact incense's extraction was much harder compared to the dragonbone grass. Logically speaking, if Yi Yuan wanted to extract it, he would need to spend another 20 years or even 30 years at least. But this purple compact incense that Yi Yuan extracted now could already compare to the average apprentice. At most 3 years, he would be able to reach the level of the dragonbone grass. Calculating this way, wouldn't Yi Yuan really have hopes of becoming a heavenly alchemist? It was a little slow, but so what? As long as one could refine a heavenly pill, that would do. 1-point affinity heavenly alchemist? Everyone exchanged glances, instantly falling into deep shock. If this incident were to spread, it would absolutely be a major event that would cause a great sensation in the entire alchemy world. Heavenly alchemist, even 29 points affinity would not cut it. This was an iron law. No one had ever been able to break it. But now a 1-point heavenly alchemist actually appeared. How could this not be shocking? Second Prince also said in shock, What kind of path can let a 1-point affinity become a heavenly alchemist? Yi Yuan said coolly, instinct. When pill refinement becomes your instinct, even amidst chaos, you can still discern the direction. These 18 years I was training this instinct. Actually, I could already reach Gu Mao's standard a few years ago. But my instinct wasn't strong enough yet. Even now, I'm still not very satisfied. Maybe one day in the future, I'll be able to rely on instinct to differentiate heavenly medicines very easily. Everyone opened their mouths wide with shock on their faces. When pill refinement becomes an instinct, what was instinct? That was people's natural ability. Such as when you saw something sharp, you would instinctively avoid it. Such as when you saw beautiful things, you would instinctively want to possess them. Such as when you lose friends and relatives, you would instinctively be overwhelmed to the extent that you wished you were dead. But they had never heard of someone who could treat pill refinement as an instinct. This was using instinct to go and sense the impurities and essence in a heavenly medicine. Each one must be differentiated clearly. How terrifying an instinct did this require? Just thinking about it was scary. Yi Yuan did not have affinity, so he used instinct to be his eyes to see the chaos in the heavenly medicine. He did it. The dragonbone grass already explained everything. Suddenly, the heavenly alchemists present all felt ashamed of their unworthiness. In the face of Yi Yuan's persistence, they were not fit to be called heavenly alchemists at all, because they could not do it instinctively. "Why, you're really a freak," Gu Mao said with a black face. What else could he say to a guy like Yi Yuan who shattered understanding? Instinct, this word, was simple to say, but doing it was harder than ascending to heaven. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had so many ascenders every day, but they had never heard of anyone who could cultivate pill refinement into instinct. But Yi Yuan broke the curse of affinity. Yi Yuan did not have much self-awareness. This was just a matter-of-course thing to him. His persistence toward alchemy Dao only he himself knew. He had created too many miracles on the path of alchemy. No affinity, so what? As long as he was still alive, no one could stop him from refining pills. Heaven could not too. Since second prince has borne witness, one must be willing to lose if they bet. Yi Yuan said coolly. The corners of Gu Mao's mouth twitched, very reluctant. Each alchemist had their own knack in certain areas. He was naturally unwilling to share it with others. But at this time, second prince suddenly said, Alchemy Dao legacies aren't short work. Master Yi, this prince still has something to ask you. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a cold smile, You ask and I have to answer? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed suddenly. Too arrogant. Who he was facing was second prince, His Highness. Actually, not that Yi Yuan was arrogant, but that he discerned that this clearly had the intention of speaking in support. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew what second prince was going to ask, so he could not be bothered to elaborate even more. Yi Yuan, what have I, Tang Yu, done wrong for you to harm my Tang family like this? Tang Yu's expression changed abruptly as he said, while the others revealed gloating smiles after being shocked. Especially Gu Mao. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so rash to actually refute second prince, His Highness, to his face. Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu a glance, and he said with a nonchalant smile, In that case, your Tang family is going to help Gu Mao? Tang Yu's entire body trembled, his face revealing a look of struggle. He was a clever man. How could he not discern the current situation? Just now, with second prince opening his mouth, it was clearly showing partiality for Gu Mao. Although the talent that Yi Yuan exhibited was amazing, wanting to truly become a heavenly alchemist, no idea how long it would still have to take. Furthermore, becoming a heavenly alchemist was one thing. Reaching Gu Mao's realm was another. A ready-made master and a guy with an unknown background. Furthermore, second prince was currently still relying on Gu Mao a lot. Weighing which was more important, second prince was naturally clear in his heart. At this time, second prince's gaze also turned cold and he said with a cold smile, Hoo, in this eastward country, it's still the first time that someone dares to contradict this prince defiantly. Very good. Tang Jinhua, is your Tang family choosing this prince, or are you breaking away from this prince? Tang Jinhua's expression was ugly to the extreme. He realized that the moment to decide the Tang family's fate had arrived. Logically speaking, he should stand on the second prince's side without the slightest hesitation at this time. After all, behind the second prince was the royal family. For the Tang family to be able to have today, it was also because they served the second prince. But Tang Jinhua saw Tang Yu hesitate. When second prince saw that this father and son pair actually remained silent, he sneered and said, Looks like in your Tang family's eyes, this prince isn't even as good as this ascender. Forget it. Tang Jinhua's expression changed wildly, and he could not care about Tang Yu's attitude and was about to make known his position. He hurriedly said, Second prince, your highness, our Tang family. Gu Mao. One must be willing to lose if they bet. Are you going to go back on your word? Suddenly, Tang Yu opened his mouth and forcibly interrupted Tang Jinhua, who was clarifying where he stood. When the words came out, everyone was shocked. Each and every one of the family heads and heavenly alchemists present was all dumbfounded. This was a choice that completely did not require brain power, but Tang Yu made the opposite decision. Was Tang Yu's brain broken? Even second prince was also dumbfounded. Earlier, Tang Jinhua had clearly already made up his mind to stand on his side. But in a blink, it was actually changed by Tang Yu, while Yi Yuan smiled, thinking to himself that this Tang Yu was indeed a clever man. Second prince had the ability to destroy the Tang family. Yi Yuan also had it. Tang Yu's gaze gradually became cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Gu Mao, this young master is talking to you. Didn't you hear it? Either concede defeat, or you're going out lying down today. Second prince shot to his feet, gaze fixed on Tang Yu, and he said with a cold smile, Good. Very good. Tang Yu. Looks like this prince underestimated you. The Tang family, this dog, is actually going to bite its master today. But don't you forget, this prince can support you all. But this prince can also destroy you all. The corners of Tang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but he still said boldly, "Second Prince, you also know that our Tang family is a dog. How much have we done for you in secret over the years? To really talk about it, what we paid was far more than what we obtained." These words were said by Tang Yu from the bottom of his heart. In Second Prince's eyes, the Tang family was merely a dog at his beck and call. If the dog was hungry, he would reward a bone to eat. But the things that the Tang family had done for Second Prince had indeed been countless. Moreover, the heavenly crystals that the Tang family's business earned, more than half of it was paid to Second Prince in tribute. Second Prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, very good. Master Gu will be protected by this prince today. This prince wants to see what right your Tang family has to have him concede defeat. Zhao Yu, Jiangzhu, you guys go and give it a try. Whether this big brother is really as powerful as in the legends or not." Behind Second Prince, two guards with powerful auras immediately stepped forward. Tang Jinhua's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Second Prince, Your Highness, my young son, he doesn't know any better. Your Highness, please pardon his offense." Second Prince sneered and said, "Too late. Is this prince's place where you can come and go as you please? Your Tang family shall completely disappear from the imperial city after tonight." Tang Jinhua had a look of despair and glared at Tang Yu. He did not know why his son wanted to make such a decision. Zhao Yu, two people arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This big brother, don't disappoint us too much." Jiangzhu smiled and said, "In this imperial city, when is it lower lesser sublime heaven's turn to be arrogant? Brat, to dare rebut Second Prince, His Highness, you're really tired of living." Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised slightly and he said coolly, "The two of you really have a lot of crap." His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's aura suddenly erupted. The pupils of the people present suddenly shrunk. Yi Yuan's aura actually surpassed lower lesser sublime heaven in one fell swoop and reached middle lesser sublime heaven. This guy actually concealed his strength. Dual polarity sword formation. In an instant, the sword formation burst out, flying straight for Zhao Yu and Jiangzhu, two people. Zhao Yu and Jiangzhu were both royal guards and had experienced many battles. Let alone that they were both upper lesser sublime heaven powerhouses. Facing the strike, they naturally did not panic in the face of danger. Although Yi Yuan concealed his strength, they did not take him seriously. The two people's auras erupted, instantly suppressing Yi Yuan. Iron Bone Astral Fist. Tyrant Heart Slaughter Palm. The two people executed a move each, carrying an astonishing, imposing momentum and pouncing towards Yi Yuan. Boom! A fierce confrontation smashed the meeting hall into pieces. Zhao Yu and Jiangzhu, two people's figures, flew out backward involuntarily, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. Yi Yuan looked at the two people coldly and said coolly, This big brother, didn't let you guys down, right?" Zhao Yu, two people had horrified looks on their faces. How could they still dare to talk back? Second Prince's complexion even turned pale. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually so strong. Zhao Yu and Jiangzhu, two people, were both elites in the royal family. Their strength, even ordinary upper lesser sublime heavens, were not a match either. But Yi Yuan actually put them down with one move. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about Second Prince, but he looked toward Gu Mao and said coolly, "Are you going to make me mutilate you and take it myself? Or are you offering it up on your own?" The corners of Gu Mao's mouth twitched slightly, his face revealing a look of fear. He was an upper lesser sublime heaven too. His combat strength could not even compare to Zhao Yu, two people. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan's match? I'll hand it over." Gu Mao fished out several jade slips unwillingly. Those were all the essences of his alchemy Dao. Hanging it over to Yi Yuan, he felt his flesh ache. Yi Yuan inspected the jade slips and said with a cold smile, "Just these? If I didn't guess wrongly, these are all very ordinary pill formulas, right? As a heavenly alchemist who is renowned in the imperial city, you only have this bit of secret stash? Looks like you're not very honest." Who is Yi Yuan? The heaven-span world's alchemy path was single-handedly created by him. Although he did not know much about heavenly pills, he still had good judgment. Gu Mao was very clever, taking out some obscure pill formulas. But these pill formulas were all some inconsequential pill formulas. Wanting to use these to smoke his way through in front of Yi Yuan was easier said than done. The corners of Gu Mao's mouth twitched slightly. Only then did he take out a few more pieces of jade slips extremely unwillingly. Only after Yi Yuan inspected it did he nod his head slightly. These few pill formulas, you can't refine them either. So what's the use of cherishing your own belonging that's of little value? Yi Yuan swept a glance at Gu Mao and said coolly. Gu Mao's face turned black and he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. One of the pill formulas was called Jasper Regeneration Pill. It was precisely the heavenly pill to regrow severed limbs. If Gu Mao could refine it, Tang Yu would have long begged him for it. Clearly, this guy could not refine it at all. I can't refine. Could it be that you can refine it? These few pill formulas' refining difficulty is extremely high. Master Lin might not be able to refine them too. So just the likes of you can do it, Gu Mao said with a sneer. Yi Yuan ignored him. He turned to Second Prince and said smilingly, Second Prince, Your Highness, I know that you won't be willing to drop the matter, but I advise you, better drop this idea. Second Prince's face revealed a fearful look, but he smiled coldly and said, You're threatening this prince? If you have the capability, kill this prince. As long as you don't dare to kill this prince, after returning to the palace, it will be the end of you and the Tang family. When Tang Jihua father and son heard that, their expressions changed. But Yi Yuan was not concerned and said with a smile, Second Prince, Your Highness, why don't we make a bet too? Second Prince had a look of disdain and he said with a cold smile, On what basis should this prince bet with you? Yi Yuan said coolly, Not betting is fine too, then you'll die right now. Second Prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha ha. Bring it on. Come and kill me. Boom. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's terrifying aura bloomed again. Dual polarity turned into a light wheel, cleaving straight for Second Prince. At first, Second Prince still did not believe that Yi Yuan dared to kill him. But that light wheel did not slow down in the least bit, heading straight for his face. An aura of death hit him head-on. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking. I'll bet. Second Prince practically yelled these two words out. The light wheel dissipated with a loud bang as if nothing had happened. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, The Tang family is your dog. But isn't your royal family a dog of jade true heavenly sect too? Therefore, don't think that you're very noble. In this world, there are always some people who can think nothing of you. Second Prince's back was already drenched in sweat. Having made a trip to the gates of hell and back, he had long already lost his previous composure. What do you want to bet on? Second Prince asked. Yi Yuan said, I'll let you return. You don't be in a hurry to deal with the Tang family first. Tonight, I'll make a trip to the royal palace and meet with you. You can use all sorts of methods to stop me from meeting you. If I can't meet you, the Tang family will be at your disposal. But if I meet you, you don't need you to do anything either. Just deliver the heavenly medicine for the Jasper Regeneration Pill tomorrow. It's that simple. Second Prince's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, You're trying to tell me that as long as you want to kill this prince, it wouldn't work even if this prince hides in the palace? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Smart. That's what it means. Everyone exchanged glances, shocked expressions on their faces. This Yi Yuan was a little too arrogant, right? He actually did not put the royal family in his eyes at all. What kind of place was the palace? That was the most heavily guarded place in the entire eastward country, and it was also the place with the most experts. Disregarding that the likes of Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu were everywhere in the palace, there were also a whole bunch of them. As for grand completion lesser sublime heaven powerhouses, there were naturally quite a few too. And in the palace, there were even greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses. Yi Yuan dared to provoke the royal family. This was simply a joke. Especially Gu Mao, he was gloating over others' misfortune. This brat was courting death himself, could not blame others. That night at Second Prince's palace, an old man with white hair and beard sat in front of Second Prince. Second Prince gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Master Yun, you must help me this time. That boy doesn't place this prince in his eyes at all and even thinks nothing of the royal family. He actually said that he can come and go as he pleases in the royal palace. This Master Yun was a retainer of the royal family called Lu Yun, a lower greater sublime heaven superpowerhouse. He was the initiation teacher of Second Prince, his strength being extremely powerful. After returning to the palace, Second Prince immediately went to find Lu Yun without saying anything. He had also once thought of directly finding Lu Yun to go kill Yi Yuan. But he did not dare. The feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was too strange. He did not dare to wager with his life. If Yi Yuan really had the ability to enter and leave the palace at will, then wouldn't he be in danger all the time in the future? He was very certain that Yi Yuan really dared to kill him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan really dared to release him. After much thought, Second Prince still decided to give it a try. As long as he discovered Yi Yuan, Second Prince reckoned that he could not escape Master Yun's palm either. Lu Yun smiled and said, "Yu Tang, you're becoming more and more overcautious and indecisive. Being so timid, how can you beat that big brother of yours?" Second Prince did not dare to talk back and said, "Master Yun, this boy is indeed a little strange. I suspect that he might have something to do with that Jun Tian's death too." Lu Yun chuckled and said, "All right, don't give this old man that. No matter how weak that Jun Tian was, he's also Jade Ru Heavenly Sect's outer sect deacon. Although this old man is a cultivation realm higher than him, I really don't have the confidence to dare say that I can definitely beat him. How can he die at the hands of an ascender? Tonight, I'll be in the side room next door. If he dares to come, I'll naturally make sure he doesn't return." The moment Second Prince heard this, he could not help being overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Yun. It's still Master Yun who dotes on Yu Tang," Second Prince said agitatedly. Late at night, it was silent in the palace. There were only the sounds of some patrolling footsteps and the chirping of insects and birds. But in reality, tonight's Eternal Longevity Palace was loosely guarded outside, but heavily guarded inside. Outside Second Prince's bedroom palace, there were several upper lesser sublime heaven powerhouses patrolling back and forth. As for middle lesser sublime heaven powerhouses, that went even more without saying. The entire Eternal Longevity Palace was virtually in a state of heightened nervousness. In the four corners of the bedroom palace, for grand completion lesser sublime heaven powerhouses were standing with sabers. Once there was any rustling of leaves in the wind, they would definitely rush forth and kill people right away. Of course, these were all not the important thing. Lu Yun, who was in the side room, was Second Prince's greatest reliance. He did not believe that someone could appear under Master Yun's eyelids. Tonight's Second Prince was naturally sleepless the entire night. He sat on his bed just like that, gaze flickered indeterminately, also no idea what he was thinking about. "Why don't your Highness rest earlier? Even Master Yun has taken action. That scoundrel definitely won't dare to come." Second Prince's personal eunuch could not refrain from persuading when he saw his extremely worried countenance. Second Prince was a little annoyed and waved his hand and said, "You withdraw. Let me have some silence." The eunuch was helpless and could only shake his head and leave. Second Prince looked outside the house, with a constant feeling of uneasiness. "Damn it! Master Yun is clearly next door. What the hell am I scared of? Could it be that that brat can really access heaven and penetrate the earth?" Second Prince gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Not to the extent of accessing heaven and penetrating the earth, but entering the royal palace isn't a difficult thing for me. Of course, killing you is even easier. Don't move. Otherwise, you're dead." Right at this time, a voice seemed to come out of the deepest area, burrowing into his ears. Second Prince's expression changed wildly and he was just about to get up but immediately turned stiff there. All the hair on his body stood up. Who could this voice be if not Yi Yuan's? A figure appeared, currently looking at him, smiling meaningfully. Who could this person be if not Yi Yuan? Second Prince's heart shook wildly. He suddenly looked towards the four grand completion lesser sublime heaven guards in the house and discovered that they were actually completely oblivious. How was this possible? It was not just these four people. Even Master Yun, who was next door, did not have any reaction either. There were already no words that could describe the shock in his heart at this time. Yi Yuan was clearly standing in front of them. Could it be that they were all blind? "How did you come in?" Second Prince said in horror. He wanted to speak up to attract the attention of others. However, there was still no reaction. How was this possible? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Of course I swaggered in just like that. Don't count on them. They can't see me, and they also can't see you right now. Also, that old man next door, I've met him too. But it seems like he didn't notice me at all." Shock, fear, disbelief. Second Prince also did not know what was his frame of mind now. All in all, his entire person was in a mess. This person was clearly standing in front of him, but the others treated him like he was air. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "A spatial rule." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right. Spatial rule. This move is called void concealment. As long as I don't actively release my aura, they won't discover me. Also, you're currently in the void concealment too, so they can't hear our conversation. I advise that you don't release your aura. Otherwise, you'll be dead." Second Prince was just thinking of taking the initiative to release his aura when he was throttled by Yi Yuan's one sentence. He did not dare to move. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came just to tell you how strong my spatial rule is. You can go and deal with the Tang family and can also send someone to kill me, but you have to be prepared to die in the palace at any time." Second Prince's expression flickered indeterminately. Yi Yuan's threat was like a blade pressed against his neck. This person was too dangerous. "This matter, I hope that you don't make it public too. Otherwise, I may very well do something." "Oh? Right, our bet should be that I won. Remember to send someone to deliver the heavenly medicines to the Tang family tomorrow. Alright, I'm leaving. You can call someone now." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure gradually disappeared. The moment Yi Yuan left, Second Prince suddenly gasped heavily for air. Only then, discovering that his back was already drenched. Just this short few breaths of time, the pressure that Yi Yuan put on him was too great. Only at this time did the 4 guards notice his peculiarity. They hurriedly ran over. "What's wrong with you, Second Prince?" A guard supported him and asked. And at this moment, the door of the side room was quickly pushed open and Lu Yun swept over like a gust of wind. He looked at Second Prince and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Second Prince gave Lu Yun a glance and said with a bitter smile, "He already came by." The expressions of Lu Yun and the 4 guards changed wildly, virtually saying in unison, "Impossible!" A guard said, "Nobody appeared within the bedroom palace at all. How can he possibly come in?" Lu Yun also said, "Even if that brat can hide from everyone's eyes and ears, it's also impossible to hide from this old man." Second Prince smiled bitterly and said, "It's spatial rule. He was standing here talking to me just now. When I spoke, you all couldn't hear me at all, and you also couldn't see him. Master Yun, he even said that he already strolled around in the side room." Lu Yun's expression changed wildly, monstrous waves setting off in his heart. A middle lesser sublime heaven sauntered about in front of him, and he actually did not have any reaction? How is this possible? But it was impossible for Second Prince's expression to hide from him. Furthermore, he also did not have the need to do this kind of lame thing. Could it be that that brat really came in before? Spatial rule. What kind of spatial rule can actually hide from this old man's eyes and ears? Lu Yun's heart burned with wrath. He had a feeling of being toyed by someone. There was actually someone who dared to make fun of him in this eastward country. Master Yun. This prince seems to have provoked an incredible fellow. Forget it, I concede. Tomorrow, I'll bring the heavenly medicines and pay a visit in person to apologize for my offense. Second Prince said helplessly. Just now, he really felt that he had made a trip to the gates of hell and back. He could be said to have laid down an all-encompassing net in this eternal longevity palace. Inside 3 layers and outside 3 layers were all guards. But Yi Yuan actually sneaked in front of him without a sound. This kind of thing was really too terrifying. Lu Yun's gaze flickered indeterminately, and he said, "Okay, I'll accompany you tomorrow. This old man wants to see what kind of brat can actually be so unbridled in front of this old man." Tang family, the lights were bright. Tonight concerned the life and death of everyone in the Tang family. In the study came Tang Jinhua's low and cold shouting. "Tang Yu, you wicked son. Look what you've done." Tell me, why did you sink the Tang family into fire and water? Tang Jinhua said in anger. He did not understand. His son was normally extremely clever. But why did he actually make such a big mistake in this matter? Tang Yu seemed very calm and said, Father, I don't have assurance either, but I can only gamble. You're betting with the lives of everyone in the Tang family. Furthermore, it's a sure lose situation. As an ascender, what capital does he have to dare fight with the entire royal family? Heh? Maybe he already slipped away for good now. Tang Jinhua shouted angrily. This was a gamble without any chance of winning. He knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but Yi Yuan was too weak in front of the royal family. One had to know just the royal family's greater sublime heaven powerhouses were plenty. A middle lesser sublime heaven entering the palace at night and even wanted to meet second prince. Wasn't this a joke? This was probably just Yi Yuan's excuse. Tang Yu shook his head and said, No, Yi Yuan isn't this kind of person. When he came out of Inklight Forest, Yang Shuezhen just took him for a ride, and he helped Yang Shuezhen clear all obstacles. Tang Jinhua said with a cold smile, that's because his strength was sufficient. But, you tell me, what does he have to contend with the royal family? Tang Yu fell silent. This father and son, two people argued endlessly, neither able to convince the other. Who is it? Suddenly, Tang Yu shuddered and shot to his feet. Only at this time did he suddenly realize that there was an extra person in the room. Focusing his eyes and looking, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Big brother? When did you come? Tang Yu said in surprise. Came for some time already? Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the shadows and said lightly, while Tang Jinhua's entire body trembled, thinking to himself if his words earlier were all heard by Yi Yuan. How did this guy enter the room without a sound? If not for Yi Yuan taking the initiative to reveal his figure, the two of them would not have been able to discover him at all. Tang Yu's expression was very ugly and he said, Big brother, father is concerned about the safety of the Tang family and was a little harsh with his words. I apologize on his behalf. Actually, Tang Yu did not understand Yi Yuan. He only knew that Yi Yuan acted mercilessly. After all, the lesson learned from the Gui family was right there. Therefore, he had more fear toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, No need to apologize. I won't do anything to the Tang family. All right, it's getting late. Rest early. Finished speaking, Yi Yuan's figure directly disappeared into the night. The father and son, two people, exchanged glances with horror on their faces. Has he left? Tang Jinhua said with ragged breathing. Tang Yu smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, Should have left. Tang Jinhua's expression was ugly as he said, Then, has he succeeded or not? Tang Yu smiled bitterly again and said, I reckon that he came to find us to talk about this matter. But hearing the words earlier, he couldn't be bothered to say any more. It's considered a warning to us. How on earth did he come in just now? I actually didn't detect it at all. If even you can detect it, how can he have the courage to barge into the royal palace alone? You also know that second prince's master is that person. Hence, I feel that he definitely failed. He can hide from us, but can he also hide from greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses? Let alone that there are also so many experts in the palace. Tang Yu's expression flickered slightly. To be honest, he did not have any confidence himself. In the end, he could only let out a sigh and said, Forget it, it's also useless to think so much. Wait for tomorrow. The next day, before the morning sun rose, a sedan chair already stopped at the entrance of the Tang Manor. After receiving the report, Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu both got a big shock and hurriedly went out to welcome. Tang Jinhua, Tang Yu. Pays respect to Second Prince, Your Highness and Master Yun. The two directly gave a big bow as they said. Second Prince's expression was rather tired. Clearly, his frame of mind was not very good. But seeing the two people bow, he had a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to vent and could only say, Get up, go in and talk. Master Yun wants to meet you, Yuan. Tang Yu hurriedly said, Yes, I'll go and invite Big Brother right away. Finished saying, Tang Jinhua led the two into the study, while Tang Yu went straight to Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue. The moment Second Prince took his seat, he directly opened his mouth and said, Last night, Yi Yuan and I have met. Although he already guessed in his heart, when Tang Jinhua heard this sentence, He was still shocked, speechless for a long while. How is this possible? Could it be that Master Yun wasn't in the palace last night? Tang Jinhua said in shock. Second Prince sneered and said, "Are you playing the fool here despite understanding? Heh? Your Tang family really found a huge backer." Tang Jinhua was frightened until he directly knelt down and said, "Second Prince, please explain. This lowly one really doesn't know." Second Prince could not help feeling a little surprised when he saw Tang Jinhua's appearance. It seemed like he really did not know. Forget it. Forget it. Get up. Jasper Regeneration Pills Heavenly Medicines. I've already ordered people to deliver them. Coming today is primarily because Master Yun wants to meet this Yi Yuan. Second Prince said. Just as he was talking, Tang Yu entered, his expression not too good. Honestly speaking, he really did not want to offend Second Prince too badly. But now it was not up to him anymore. Your Highness, Big Brother said have Master Yun go see him himself. Tang Yu said awkwardly. Making a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse go and see a lesser sublime heavenly stratum, what haughty airs. But he had no choice. Yi Yuan's words, he did not dare to not listen. But he knew in his heart that since Second Prince came, it showed that Yi Yuan really succeeded yesterday. It was just that he still felt that it was too incredulous thinking about it. The moment Second Prince heard, he almost stomped his foot. Rather, it was Lu Yun who was very calm. Holding Second Prince down, he said coolly, "Lead the way." Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief and led Lu Yun to Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue. "Big Brother, come in." Tang Yu pushed the door and entered. Lu Yun followed inside. There was dim lighting in the house, it was not bright. "Big Brother." After Tang Yu entered, he discovered that Yi Yuan was not there at all. Lu Yun's brows furrowed slightly. Going one round around the room, he did not discover Yi Yuan's traces. But the voice just now clearly came from inside the house. "What a fine concealing art, looks like you Tang really didn't lie. You wandered around in front of this old man and this old man actually didn't even know," Lu Yun said to the air. But at this moment, on the seat not far away from Lu Yun, Yi Yuan's figure appeared. When Tang Yu saw this scene, his eyes went wide. Only then was he absolutely sure that Lu Yun was really present at the place. But even he did not discover Yi Yuan. Furthermore, hearing Lu Yun's words just now, Yi Yuan actually strolled around in front of him. But Lu Yun still did not react at all. This level of concealment technique was absolutely incredible. If Yi Yuan really wanted to kill Second Prince, no matter how many experts he had protecting him, it was in vain too. Seeing Yi Yuan reveal his figure, Lu Yun's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "Excellent spatial rule. Boy, your application of spatial rule is already transcendent. No wonder you have such haughty airs." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "It's not that I have haughty airs. I just want to tell you, I'm shielding the Tang family. If Second Prince has any devious thoughts, he might be gone someday. Of course, if you're not sensible, maybe one day, you'll be gone too." When Tang Yu heard this, his hair stood on end. He was really afraid that Lu Yun would smack the two of them to death in his rage. However, Lu Yun did not. He was not as angry as Tang Yu imagined, but very calm instead. "Don't you worry. With this old man around, no one can touch the Tang family." Suddenly, Lu Yun said such a thing. Tang Yu opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. This was Master Yun. Even His Majesty also had to show him some respect when he saw him. In this eastward country, if he stomped his foot, the entire country would have to tremble. Now he actually compromised toward Yi Yuan. Furthermore, the meaning in these words was that he was actually even going to shield the Tang family. Tang Yu somewhat doubted whether his own ears heard wrongly or not. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "What do you want to obtain?" Lu Yun shook his head and said, "I don't need anything. Just one thing. Second Prince will maintain a cooperative relationship with the Tang family in the future." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Can?" Hearing Yi Yuan agree, Lu Yun's expression eased up slightly and he said with a faint smile, "Young friendy, if you're free in the future, you can go to the royal family to find this old man. This old man has once traveled around various countries and still know quite a bit about Truyong Heavenly Domain's local customs and practices." Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, and he said with a smile, "Elder Lu, rest assured. This Yi will go when I have time." Lu Yun nodded slightly and left with a faint smile. Tang Yu's mouth had never closed until now. He was dumbstruck with amazement by the contents of these two people's conversation. The three people present were all extremely clever people. Lu Yun and Yi Yuan seemed to have only exchanged a few words, but had already crossed swords back and forth several times. Firstly, Lu Yun made known his position that no one could touch the Tang family. The meaning of these words was that he, Lu Yun, would be the Tang family's protective cover in the future. Not Second Prince, it was Lu Yun. This concept was totally different. Second Prince's status was high, but in front of the greater sublime heavenly stratum Lu Yun it was nothing. With him as a guarantor, even if His Majesty wanted to touch the Tang family, he would also have to think thrice before acting. This was a huge bargaining chip. However, Yi Yuan asked Lu Yun what he wanted. Lu Yun did not want anything, just for the Tang family to cooperate with Second Prince. It was cooperate, not a vassal, let alone a lackey. This sentence was equivalent to raising the Tang family's status to a position equal to that of Second Prince. Tang Yu was not stupid. He naturally understood that the Tang family did not have this qualification. Then who? Yi Yuan. Actually, Lu Yun wanted to kidnap Yi Yuan onto Second Prince's chariot to help Second Prince seize the throne. But Lu Yun understood that with Yi Yuan's pride, it was absolutely impossible to agree. However, it did not matter if he did not agree. As long as the Tang family was tied onto this chariot, would he still be afraid Yi Yuan would not take action at the critical moment? Of course, Yi Yuan was not a fool either. It was impossible to not be able to tell Lu Yun's intentions. However, Yi Yuan still agreed. Only like this did Lu Yun set his mind at ease. In the end, he even invited Yi Yuan to the royal palace, which was tantamount to a discussion among peers. From start to end, Lu Yun was clinging on to Yi Yuan. Or should he say, he lowered his social status, wanting to find a good helper for Second Prince. Be big brother. Tang Yu already did not know what he should say. He only knew that he made the right bet. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I make clear distinctions between grievances and gratitude. This is what your Tang family deserves. Tang Yu knelt onto the ground with a thud and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, Big brother, you'll always be my, Tang Yu's, big brother in the future. Calling out big brother in the past was being forced by Yi Yuan. Later, it was in order to curry favor with Yi Yuan. But now, this big brother came from the bottom of his heart. From now on, not only did the Tang family not decline, it was very likely to become one of the top major clans of the imperial city instead. Master Yun, why? On the way back, Second Prince could not resist asking. Lu Yun said coolly, Do you know why Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's native powerhouses reject Ascenders? Second Prince was taken aback and said with disdain, Why else? Lower realms ants also dare to contend for glory with the bright moon. They don't even have affinity, indicating that they are people who are abandoned by heaven. Couldn't we despise them? But Lu Yun smiled slightly and shook his head and said, What you said is the perception of most people. But I don't think so. This old man feels that native powerhouses are jealous of Ascenders. That's all. Second Prince was stunned again and could not help laughing as he said, Master Yun, you couldn't have made a mistake, right? Jealous of them? Just like that Yi Yuan. He cultivated bitterly for 18 years and only learned the extraction of one type of heavenly medicine with his intelligence. What's there for us to be jealous of? Lu Yu nodded and said, You're right. They indeed don't have our nature-endowed advantage. But it's also precisely because of so that this is their greatest advantage. You only know that 5-light heavenly region survives between the crevices of the other heavenly regions. Then, have you thought before on what basis can a measly little 5-light heavenly region survive among the many native heavenly regions? Second Prince was stunned again and again. He had really never thought about this problem from this angle before. Lu Yun gave him a glance and said, Because they are very strong. Second Prince could not help laughing as he said, Strong? Master Yun, I admit that Yi Yuan is an exception. But the other Ascenders are simply akin to ants. Lower Realms shook his head and said, You're wrong. The Ascenders in your impression of being weak are just because they just ascended and haven't adapted to a supreme world like Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. And this period is also the most vulnerable period for Ascenders. However, once they pass this most difficult period, their strength will become very terrifying. Being able to reach heavenly stratum in the lower realms planes, which of these people don't have countless bones and corpses under their feet? Their temperament, talent, they are all 1 in a million. As long as give them a chance, they will be able to soar to the sky with one leap. Back then, when this old man traveled all over the various states and nations, I saw an itinerant cultivator ascender challenge 5 same-rank powerhouses with the realm of Middle Lesser Sublime Heaven, and killed 3 of the other party, and injured 2 in the end. This old even had seen before an Upper Lesser Sublime Heaven ascender went head-on against a Grand Completion Lesser Sublime Heaven native powerhouse, and he defeated him. This is just one of those that I've seen. The examples that I've heard are even more. Therefore, you should understand how terrifying the strength of ascenders who are able to reach 5 light heavenly region alive are, right? The corners of Second Prince's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes revealing shock. Clearly, these were things that he had never heard of before. Eastward country was just content to exercise sovereignty over a part of the region. That was all. The things that he was able to come into contact with were too few. Master Yun's meaning is that Yi Yuan has already tided over the most difficult period? That's right. His strength is indeed very strong. He can even defeat upper lesser sublime heavens. Second Prince recalled the scene of Yi Yuan defeating Zhao Yu 2 people and said with a solemn expression. However, Lu Yun shook his head and said, "You're wrong again. It's not that Yi Yuan has tided over the most difficult period, but that he's an extremely strong existence among ascenders too. Comprehending spatial rule isn't scary. What's scary is that he applied spatial rule to the transcendent realm. He's a dragon among men. A tiny little eastward country can't trap him. With his help, your chances of defeating that elder brother of yours will greatly increase." Second Prince's entire body trembled. Only then did he know of Lu Yun's painstaking care and thought, Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How did things develop until like this? In a courtyard in the imperial city, Gu Mao flew into a thunderous rage. The development of things completely exceeded his expectations. Originally, he was harboring the idea of watching a show, wanting to see how Yi Yuan and the Tang family were destroyed. The next day, he went to the Tang family to watch a good show. He discovered that not only was the Tang family completely intact, but Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu were also in a never-before-seen state of being fired up with boundless enthusiasm, giving him a good scolding. In the end, they even chased him out of White Hart Hall. Gu Mao was dumbfounded at that time. Without him, the Tang family would be equivalent to losing half the country. Back then, he let out a whole bunch of tough words, making it so that the Tang family would not be able to survive in the imperial city. But who would have expected that on the same day another famous alchemy path star of the imperial city, Zhang Yu, sat garrison in the Tang family? Zhang Yu was only stronger and not weaker than him, Gu Mao, in the imperial city's alchemy world. Furthermore, Zhang Yu also had a special identity. He was Second Prince's personal heavenly alchemist. This weight was completely different. This action was also another signal that Second Prince released to the outside world. The Tang family was his, Second Prince's, ally. No one was allowed to touch them. The Tang family's prestige had no equal for some time. And Zhang Yu holding down the fort also let the Tang family shake off Gu Mao's influence thoroughly. Whether he left or stayed had no impact on the Tang family at all. After a period of time, not only did the Tang family not decline, it faintly showed signs of surpassing the other families instead. Gu Mao was depressed. A partner of Gu Mao's completely abandoned him today, and he defected to the Tang family's arms. Only then did Gu Mao fly into a thunderous rage. Suddenly, his expression changed. His face flushed bright red. Gu Mao's body started trembling violently. The fire poison erupted. He hurriedly mustered up the ice heart jade, attempting to suppress the fire poison. But this time, the fire poison's eruption was extremely fierce, akin to a fierce beast that broke out of the cage. He was actually unable to suppress it anymore. Suddenly, he remembered Yi Yuan's words. The harder you suppress, the fiercer the eruption in the future. The meridians within his body were suffering the ravaging of the fire poison, overwhelming to the extent where he wished that he was dead. Quickly help me to the Tang family. Go to the Tang family, Gu Mao shouted. His men carried him to the Tang family, but Yi Yuan avoided seeing him. He just passed a sentence to him. People can be proud, but can't be arrogant, especially incompetent arrogance. Some opportunity once missed, they are gone. There won't be a next time. In the midst of despair, Gu Mao's fire poison erupted. Not only was he no longer able to continue being a heavenly alchemist, but also his cultivation realm even fell greatly. The fire poison was much fiercer than he even anticipated. A heavenly alchemist of his generation fell here. In reality, Yi Yuan did not need to become a heavenly alchemist to save him at all. With Yi Yuan's divine essence that was delicate until it made people's hair stand on end, combing his meridians once and it would be able to completely get rid of the fire poison. It was just a pity that Gu Mao put on haughty airs time and again and finally suffered the consequences. As for Yi Yuan, he went into close seclusion again after the storm. He had too much to do but too little time. He was desperately honing his instinct. He wanted to let his instinct replace affinity. But now, with Jiang Yu's help, Yi Yuan had a direct understanding of the medicinal properties of all kinds of basic heavenly medicines. Training with a purpose, his improvement speed became even faster. Speaking of which, after Jiang Yu came to the Tang family, he could not bear to leave anymore. He and Yi Yuan quickly became friends who talked about everything. Yi Yuan was thirsty for knowledge and had an immense desire to understand the medicinal properties of heavenly medicines. Therefore, he frequently asked Jiang Yu for advice. Before coming, Lu Yun instructed him to definitely build good relations with Yi Yuan. Whatever questions Yi Yuan had, he naturally said all that he knew. However, along with the passing of time, Jiang Yu went from having the initial dealing with him attitude to having admiration for Yi Yuan. From the initial most unilateral asking for advice from Yi Yuan, it turned into intense discussions. Jiang Yu discovered that Yi Yuan had a penetrating view and an almost freakish instinct for alchemy. Although he did not know much about heavenly medicines, by relying on his alchemy ability that was engraved in his bones, he could often dispel Jiang Yu's clouds and let him suddenly see the light with a few words. This way, Jiang Yu naturally behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure. As long as Yi Yuan was free, he immediately dragged Yi Yuan to discuss alchemy. Yi Yuan still did not know much about the refining system of heavenly pills and naturally would not refuse either. Back and forth like this, although Yi Yuan had not started refining heavenly pills yet, he already had confidence in his heart with regards to the refinement of heavenly pills. Both parties took what they needed. While on the other side, Jade Drew heavenly sect's disciples led by Cheng Chongshan exerted great pressure on the royal family. Emperor Eastward was also utterly exhausted from overwork because of this matter. Inglite Forest was too big, there was no way to investigate this matter at all. He already employed all of the royal family's power. But in a blink, 3 years passed and there were still no leads. Helpless, Emperor Eastward even gave their princess to Cheng Chongshan to be a concubine and also gave many precious treasures to the other two. Only then did it settle the 3 people down. Actually, how could Cheng Chongshan not tell that Jun Tian's death probably had nothing to do with the royal family? But they finally managed to come out. So they were not willing to return just like that too. The death of an outer sect deacon was not considered a big deal to the Jade Drew Heavenly Sect. The Jade Drew Heavenly Sect persisting in finding the murderer was more for the sake of face. But this matter was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, not easy to investigate. Therefore, the 3 of them simply stayed in Eastward country and tyrannically abused power, becoming overlords. Rather, it was the eldest prince who saw through the 3 people's intentions and constantly tried his best to curry favor with them. This idea of sending the princess to be a concubine had been come up by him, because he knew that these 3 people's words would have a decisive effect on father's influence. Another 5 years passed in a blink. And right at this moment, an event that caused a great sensation in the entire Eastward country happened. A 1-point heavenly alchemist was really born. After 26 years, Yi Yuan finally refined his first heavenly pill. The quality of this heavenly pill was extremely poor. Furthermore, it was the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill. Even so, this was indeed a heavenly pill. This matter immediately caused a great sensation in the entire Eastward country. The entire imperial city was discussing this matter. Have you guys heard? That a sender with only 1-point affinity from the Tang family really refined a heavenly pill. My God. This is an unprecedented major event. The 33 Heavens alchemy world might even change because of this incident. I can't figure it out. His affinity is only 1 point. How on earth did he refine a heavenly pill? 1 point affinity. This was completely an affinity that was cut off from being a heavenly alchemist. But Yi Yuan finally achieved it after 26 years of hard work. This matter could be rated as having caused a great sensation. When Jiang Yu witnessed his scene, his entire being was stunned for 15 minutes before recovering to his senses. It was not just him. After the entire Tang family heard about this matter, everyone's reaction was exactly the same. Having hope was one thing, but really refining it was another. One had to know refining a heavenly pill was 10,000 times harder than extracting the dragobone grass. In the Imperial Garden, an old man and a youth, 2 figures, were currently strolling. The young man in brocade said, "Master Lin, it's lively outside right now." An ascender, furthermore, it's an ascender whose affinity doesn't reach 1 point, actually refined a heavenly pill. The entire eastward country is boiling over with excitement. Heh! This ascender has overshadowed even your elderly self's prestige. The old man was indifferent and said with a smile, "That second child in your family has been making a big hoo-ha recently." Hoo-hoo, a 1 point affinity ascender, no matter how high his talent, it's also impossible to refine a heavenly pill. I'm afraid that this heavenly pill is refined by Jiang Yu, right? The youth in brocade smiled and said, "That second child of my family loves to make trouble the most. But this time it stirred up really big. Right now, rumors are spreading outside, saying that ascender's alchemy path talent is outstanding. His potential unlimited. They even say," the old man scolded with a smile, "You punk, still leaving this old man hanging?" The youth in brocade gave a difficult smile and said, "I'm afraid that if I say it out, Master Lin will be unhappy." The old man laughed in spite of himself and said, "This old man is already at this ripe old age, don't I have even this bit of magnanimity?" "Say," the youth in brocade said, "they said that ascender will definitely surpass Master Lin in the future, and become Eastward Country's #1. The old man's eyes flickered, his smile revealing some unnaturalness. However, this bit of fluctuation flashed across fleetingly and did not manifest. The old man said confidently, "Hoo-hoo. There are too many heavenly alchemists who surpass this old man in this world. What's strange about one more? But, an ascender, hoo-hoo. I'm afraid that it will be a little difficult." The youth in brocade said with a smile, "That's of course. These are all just rumors, nothing to believe. Looking across Eastward Country, who can compare with Master Lin's alchemy methods?" This youth in brocade was naturally the Eastward Country's eldest prince. And the old man was naturally Eastward Country's #1 alchemy path person, Lin Lan. Eldest prince stopped after broaching the topic and did not go deep either, changing the topic very soon. He was a clever man who knew the logic of going over the limit was as bad as falling short. Master Lin was not who he could influence. He just had to bury a seed in Master Lin's heart and it would do. Moreover, he was not fabricating wild tales. The outside world currently lauded Yi Yuan to the sky. Saying such a thing was not unusual. After all, an ascender with only 1 point affinity being able to refine a heavenly pill was already heaven-defying to the extreme. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that refining a heavenly pill would cause such a great sensation. The Tang family's door was almost trampled broken. He severely underestimated the influence of this incident. A 1 point affinity refining a complete product heavenly pill, this was absolutely an explosive to the extreme major incident. Even people who had nothing to do with heavenly pills also knew that this was something impossible. However, such a thing happened. It naturally aroused everyone's great curiosity. Therefore, the people who came to the Tang family to request an audience with Yi Yuan every day came and went in endless streams. The Tang family's popularity skyrocketed and even their business also boomed for some time. But very soon, everyone's attitude changed. No reason other than because Yi Yuan did not meet these people seeking novelty without exception. With regards to this first heavenly pill, Yi Yuan himself was extremely dissatisfied. Because the quality was too poor, unbearable to witness. To others, this might be something worth showing off. But to Yi Yuan, it was completely unnecessary. However, Yi Yuan had indeed also tasted the pain of not having affinity. although he already trained his instinct to an extremely terrifying realm. When it came to really refine the heavenly pill, he was still beaten black and blue by the complexity of heavenly pills. If it were others, they would have long broken down. Even the lowest level foundation establishment heavenly pill required a combination of more than 10 heavenly medicines too. Extracting a heavenly medicine was nothing to the current Yi Yuan, but combining them together was completely not like that at all. The complexity involved only people who really practiced alchemy knew. It was also precisely because that the status of heavenly alchemists would be so revered. It was also precisely because that it was simply impossible for ascenders to become heavenly alchemists under the circumstances where affinity was lacking. But Yi Yuan did not give up. Instinct was not enough. Then continue training. Finally, 8 years later, he refined a heavenly pill, although it was the lousiest heavenly pill. Of course, in these 8 years, Zhang Yu also helped him a lot. Big brother, just show face. Just once. All right? Tang Yu thickened his skin and begged. Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, "Not going. I can't afford to lose this face." Tang Yu said gloomily, "But outside there, this news is already spreading like crazy, all saying that you're a liar, saying that our Tang family are liars. In fact, someone already turned the spearhead towards Second Prince." Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "What does that have to do with me?" Tang Yu nearly stifled internal injuries out and he said gloomily, "Big brother, you really did an earth-shattering major thing. Even if the foundation establishment heavenly pill's quality isn't good, your affinity is put there. Being able to refine it is already a huge deal. But you actually don't show face." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Can that thing be called a heavenly pill too? The name is called Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, but if someone were to eat it, their foundation will likely be ruined immediately. Leave, leave, leave. Don't disturb my closed seclusion. After I really refine a heavenly pill, it won't be too late for you guys to show it off." Yi Yuan directly pushed Tang Yu out of the door and continued devoting himself to researching heavenly pills. Him going into a retreat and not coming out, coupled with observant and conscientious people adding fuel to the fire, the discussion turned into a one-sided situation very quickly. Originally, after this incident came out, it caused a stir in the entire city. The Tang family also rose along with it. But all of a sudden, the Tang family became a ray crossing the street, everyone shouting to hit it. Especially in the alchemy world, they even joined forces to boycott the Tang family. Very soon, Tang Yu realized that something was not right. After the incident fermented for a period of time, suddenly, disaster came from the sky. On this day, a middle-aged man brought a large number of guards and surrounded the Tang family tightly until water could not seep through. Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu got a fright and hurriedly came out to greet them. "Lord Xiahua, I wonder what has the Tang family done to have alarmed you?" Tang Jinhua gave a bow and said, "The status of this person in front of him was not ordinary. He was nation teacher Lin Lan's eldest disciple. The entire eastward country's alchemy world's affairs were almost all in charge by him. Dispatching a massive force today, the arrivals clearly came with unkind intentions." Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu's expressions were very ugly. They did not expect to actually alarm Master Lin. Xiahua gave a cold laugh and said, "Don't you all know what you've done? The Tang family spread rumors and plunged the entire eastward country's alchemy world into chaos. This Xia came here today to seal up the Tang family." Tang Yu's brows furrowed and he said, "Your Excellency, I wonder when my Tang family spread rumors and disrupted the alchemy world." "Patu, you guys didn't spread rumors? Didn't you all say that a one-point ascender refined a heavenly pill? Where's the heavenly pill?" "Yeah. How can a one-point ascender possibly refine a heavenly pill? Your Tang family is lying through your teeth. Right now, it raised a huge uproar in the entire city. Your Tang family is the main culprit." The moment Tang Yu opened his mouth, it immediately drew condemnation from a large group of people. The expressions of Tang Yu father and son changed drastically. They did not expect that things were already so serious. Someone clearly led the tempo. It was just that, at this time, they could not explain this even with 100 mouths. Xiahua gave a cold laugh and said, "In accord with the will of the people, could it be that this Xie can still frame you all?" If you want to slap my face, the Xia's face also can. Let that one-pointer ascender come out and refine a heavenly pill in public. This Xia will apologize to your Tang family. Tang Yu's expression was very ugly, because calling Yi Yuan out now was impossible. A month ago, Yi Yuan directly announced terminal seclusion. Disturbing Yi Yuan's closed seclusion at this time, if it ruined his important thing, Yi Yuan would really kill people. Seeing this father and son two people hesitate, Xiahua sneered even harder as he said, "Why? Can't call him out, or he can't refine pills at all. Your Excellency, Yi Yuan is currently in terminal seclusion. How about this? After he exits seclusion, I'll definitely give you an explanation." Tang Yu was helpless and could only say this. Heh, what a coincidence. The moment the Xia came, he entered terminal seclusion. Seems like after this news spread, he has been in closed seclusion all along, right? Xiahua said with a smile that was not a smile. Tang Yu had nothing to say in response. Yi Yuan had never been willing to show up. He was also very helpless. Everyone was also not to be blamed for misunderstanding. This sort of thing, no matter who, they would misunderstand too. Alright, enough crap. Since that ascender isn't willing to come out, search the house and confiscate property for me. Under Xiahua's word of command, each and every one of the guards was like wolves and tigers directly pouncing over. Tang Jihua's expression changed drastically and he said in alarm and anger, "Lord Xiahua, how can you do this? Our Tang family is..." Before he finished speaking, he was held back by Tang Yu. Tang Yu knew that father was going to bring up second prince in his moment of desperation. But who was behind Xiahua? That was nation teacher Lin Lan. How could a mere second prince be able to suppress Xiahua? It would be making a fool of himself. That's all. Xiahua looked at Tang Yu and said with a smile, "Tang Yu, although you're missing an arm, you're getting smarter and smarter. So, are you planning on surrendering without resistance?" Tang Yu had a grim expression as he said, "Xiahua, you'll regret it." Xiahua laughed loudly and said, "In this eastward country, apart from Master and His Majesty, someone who can make the Xia regret hasn't been born yet. Come, men. Tie him up for me." Besides Xiahua, two burly men dashed out, giving Tang Yu a kick the moment they came up, directly kicking him on his abdomen, dropping him to his knees. Tang Yu's face was almost contorted from pain, vomiting a mouthful of blood with a cough. But the burly men did not give him the chance to catch his breath at all, directly tying his hands behind his back. Tying the Tang family father and son up, Xiahua took big steps and barged right into the Tang family. Upon inquiring, Xiahua found Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue very quickly. Huhu knows how to choose places. It's just that, putting on an appearance and being in close seclusion here, can you refine heavenly pills? What a joke. Trash will always be trash. How can ascenders possibly refine heavenly pills? Come, men. Break the door for me. Xiahua looked at the closed door and said with disdain. Two upper lesser sublime heaven guards rushed up and were about to break the door and enter. But right at this time, the door erupted with rays of brilliant light. Rays of sword light turned into sword rain that filled the sky, rushing towards the two guards. Bang, bang, bang. The two guards were caught off guard and directly blasted flying out. Xiahua's expression changed, revealing a look of shock. He heard that this ascender was merely middle lesser sublime heaven. How could the grand array that he laid down be so strong? Xiahua suddenly turned his head and looked toward the Tang family father and son with their hands tied behind their backs and said angrily, "You guys know that there are restrictions here?" A hint of a sneer flashed across Tang Yu's face. Of course, he knew, but he did not say it. "Pa!" Xiahua dealt a backhanded slap, flinging it fiercely onto Tang Yu's face, directly slapping him flying out. This slap was extremely heavy. Half of Tang Yu's face swelled up. Xiahua gave a cold snort and said, "Looks like you father and son won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Come, men. Give them a good beating for me." Under his word of command, several guards rushed up and boxed and kicked. These guards were all not weak, each fist hitting the flesh. The Tang family father and son immediately had their skin flayed open and flesh torn. When Xiahua saw this scene, he felt a little better. He gave a cold snort and said, A mere restriction also wants to stop this Xia, also overestimating his own ability too much. He walked slowly towards the door, the imposing momentum on his body growing stronger and stronger. Xiahua was a grand completion lesser sublime heaven powerhouse. His strength was naturally not weak. He did not believe that this lousy restriction could still stop him. Stop! Just as he was prepared to make a move, a cold cry suddenly came over. Xiahua turned around to look and said with a smile, "So, it's Second Prince and Master Yun who arrived. This Xia pays respect." His attitude was neither obsequiously nor haughtily, not taking the two people too seriously. Second Prince went without saying, but even Lu Yun, he could overlook him. Although Lu Yun and Lin Lan were similarly greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses, their statuses were like heaven and earth. After all, Lin Lan was a heavenly alchemist, his status incomparably venerated, and he was even honored by the emperor as nation teacher. Second Prince glared at Xiahua and said, "Xiahua, what's the meaning of this? You brought people to search the property and even want to touch Yi Yuan. Are you slapping this prince's face?" Xiahua said with a fake smile, "Your Highness' words are not right. This Shui is in charge of Eastward Country's alchemy world affairs. Isn't the Tang family under jurisdiction? They spread rumors, throwing the imperial regime into chaos. Shouldn't their property be searched and confiscated?" Second Prince smiled coldly and said, "Xiahua, this prince has never offended you. There's likely the shadow of that big brother of mine behind this matter, right? Searching and confiscating the Tang family, hehe, this is setting an example for this prince to see." Xiahua said coolly, "Your Highness is thinking too much. Do you think that eldest prince can influence master's decision?" When Second Prince heard that, his expression could not help changing. Xiahua's words were tantamount to blocking off all of the retreat routes. There was only one person who could influence Lin Lan's decision in this eastward country. That was the emperor himself. At this time, Lu Yun, who was by the side, suddenly spoke up. He said, "Xiahua, give this old man face, how about it?" Xiahua's expression changed. He could choose not to give Second Prince face, but Lu Yun was a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse. His status was second only to master in eastward country. His face was huge. After a moment of silence, Xiahua said, "Master Yun has a lofty status and can originally stay out of this matter. Must you get involved in the battle for the throne?" Lu Yun smiled faintly and said, "Didn't Lin Lan get involved in it too?" Xiahua's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "This matter, this Xie is judging by facts and not the individual. Master Yun's words are rather biased." Lu Yun said coolly, "Since that's the case, Yi Yuan and the Tang family's matter, I, Lu, am intervening. What are you going to do about it?" Xiahua's expression changed immediately, feeling great pressure. Greater sublime heavenly stratum was an existence that suppressed a region in eastward country. Before coming, he also never thought that Lu Yun would actually intervene. Younger brother Lu's status is revered. Why is there a need to interfere in the matters of juniors? Why not give this old man face and withdraw? Just as Xiahua was in a dilemma, another voice sounded out. "Master." Seeing the arrival, Xiahua was overjoyed. At this time, there was only Lin Lan who could suppress Lu Yun. However, the expressions of Lu Yun and the rest changed wildly. Even Lu Yun also did not expect that with Lin Lan's identity, he would actually personally take action for a measly little Tang family. It seemed like his desire to destroy Yi Yuan was already as firm as iron. Lu Yun's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Nation teacher came forth in person for a measly little Tang family. It really caught this Lu by surprise." Lin Lan smiled and said, "Didn't younger brother Lu also move out in person for a measly little Tang family?" The Tang family brought chaos upon the alchemy world, causing the atmosphere of the entire imperial city to be foul everywhere. It isn't considered overboard for this nation teacher to want to take them down, right? Or is it that that 1-point affinity ascender can really refine heavenly pills? The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly because he had never seen Yi Yuan refine pills with his own eyes before. There was only Jiang Yu alone who had truly seen him before. Sometimes, public clamor could melt metals. When the entire world was denying a person, no matter how much you said, it was useless too. Lu Yun and Second Prince clearly did not have much confidence in Yi Yuan refining a heavenly pill too. After all, this was something impossible in the first place. This, whether can or not, we got to witness it before we'll know. Lu Yun argued. Lin Lan smiled and said, yeah, indeed need to witness it. It's just that this nation teacher feels that that brat has probably long already slipped away. Whether he's in here or not is already very hard to say. Otherwise, why did he suddenly go into terminal seclusion? Lu Yun's expression became rather ugly. Indeed, if Yi Yuan really could not refine a heavenly pill, he might very likely have already slipped away now. How could he be in closed seclusion here stupidly? Big brother, he's right inside. Tang Yu vomited blood from his mouth, using a hoarse voice to roar. After a bout of pummeling, Tang Yu currently had a bloodied nose and swollen face, fresh blood flowing across his body, his appearance incomparably miserable. When Lin Lan heard this, he still smiled and said, child, if he already left, can you discover it with the likes of you? Tang Yu choked when he heard that, but immediately said, big brother definitely won't run away. Lin Lan smiled slightly and said, whether he left or not, we'll naturally know after breaking this array formation. If he isn't here, your Tang family will have nothing to say anymore. Right? Tang Yu said stubbornly, if he isn't here, want to kill or dismember my Tang family is up to your disposal. In the past, he did not understand Yi Yuan. But along with the passing of time, his understanding of Yi Yuan gradually grew deeper, only then discovering that this was someone who valued relationships and loyalty immensely. Want him to believe that Yi Yuan fled? That was impossible. Lin Lan smiled and arrived before the door. The imposing aura of a greater sublime heavenly stratum suddenly erupted and Lin Lan smashed a fist towards the grand array. But right at this time, the door opened from inside with a creak. Yi Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. Eh? So many people? So lively. This brother. This he doesn't have grudges nor enmity with you. Why did you smash my door? Yi Yuan asked in puzzlement. Lin Lan was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Yuan to leave seclusion at this time. Let alone did he imagine that Yi Yuan actually really did not leave. In his view, Yi Yuan dragging it out and not daring to show face was absolutely due to a guilty conscience. How could this kind of person possibly refine a heavenly pill? But Lu Yun's expression changed and he said, Yi Yuan, you mustn't be rude. This is our Eastward country's nation teacher Lin Lan, Eastward Alchemy World's #1 person. Yi Yuan had just exited seclusion and had not figured out the situation yet. However, he already saw that the Tang family father and son were beaten until they were unrecognizable. How could he still not understand what had happened? Fury rose from the bottom of his heart. Eastward Alchemy World's #1 person, is it? Hoo-hoo? Then these people were all brought by you, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The tone was already rather unfriendly. Lin Lan nodded faintly and said, that's right. You can think of it as they were brought by this nation teacher. The Tang family brought chaos to the alchemy world and spread rumors. This nation teacher is searching and confiscating the Tang family's property. Why? What's wrong with it? Yi Yuan said, spread rumors? What rumors? That I know how to refine heavenly pills. This kind of thing use one's buttocks to think and one would also know. Lin Lan smiled and said, why? You aren't going to tell this nation teacher that you really know how to refine heavenly pills, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, why? Can't I? Haha. A 1-point affinity pitiful bug. Even if you're posturing, you also have to pick your target, all right? Posturing in front of master, aren't you asking for trouble? Xianxia laughed loudly when he heard that. When others heard it, mocking smiles also came over. Really ignorant. Already told him that nation teacher is the alchemy path's #1 person. He's still asking for trouble. He hid in this dilapidated house for so long and not dare to come out. To say that he knows how to refine heavenly pills, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. The Tang family was scolded for so long and this guy didn't even come out to clarify. He clearly has a guilty conscience. Refining heavenly pill? A hilarious joke. At this point, no one believed that Yi Yuan knew how to refine pills anymore. Something that was originally impossible. A 6-month-long closed seclusion was enough to deny everything. Therefore, Yi Yuan's tough attitude at this time was just looking for a rebuff in the eyes of others. The Tang family was destroyed for sure today. Yi Yuan was also dead for sure today. Lin Lan could not help laughing as he said, I heard before that your talent is pretty good, but it's impossible for 1-point affinity to refine heavenly pills. Yi Yuan sneered and said, If I refine it? Lin Lan still shook his head and said, Absolutely impossible. In the 33 heavens, no one with 1-point affinity has refined a heavenly pill. Yi Yuan chuckled and changed the topic. They said that you're Eastward Alchemy Path's #1 person? Lin Lan smiled and said, At least so far, no one in Eastward can surpass this nation teacher in Alchemy Dao. In Eastward, this border place, heavenly alchemists were very rare to begin with. Each heavenly alchemist had extremely venerated status. But Lin Lan was the most illustrious one, not one of. Therefore, his words were full of confidence. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just said coolly, Since that's the case, then this Yi will challenge you, this Eastward Alchemy Path's #1 person. Do you dare accept it or not? The moment these words came out, the whole place became deathly silent. And right away, there was a burst of roaring laughter. At one point, Heavenly Alchemist wants to challenge Nation Teacher. This is the most hilarious joke that I've heard in the past 100 years. I'm dying of laughter. It's really killing me. Did this ascender break his brain when he ascended? He had an appearance of seriously challenging Nation Teacher. It's really scary. Nation Teacher, you mustn't accept it. I'm scared. The ridiculing voices reached their peak. If a 1-point Heavenly Alchemist was a massive joke in itself, then Yi Yuan's challenge was really going to shatter the firmament with laughter. Even Tang Yu, Lu Yun, and the rest were also thunderstruck until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. This challenge was really an astonishing move. Even if Yi Yuan was really a 1-point Heavenly Alchemist, this was also the biggest joke since ancient times. Lin Lan maintained a proper demeanor and said with a slight smile, Young man, your courage is commendable. It's just that you heard it too. This joke is really very funny. A joke? This Yi doesn't have the time to tell you jokes. You just say, do you dare or not? Or, are you, this whatever Eastward Alchemy Path's #1 person actually a coward? Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan was considered to have publicly insulted Nation Teacher. How many years had it been since such a thing had happened? Lin Lan's expression also instantly turned sullen. He clearly knew that Yi Yuan was goading, but the fury in his heart still erupted uncontrollably. Even His Majesty would not dare to put him on the spot in front of so many people. An ascender with 1-point affinity actually dared to insult him so mercilessly. Furthermore, it was even humiliating him on the alchemy Dao that he was most proud of. If this could be endured, what else could not be? Hoo-hoo, very good. This Nation Teacher accepts your challenge. But, if this Nation Teacher finds out that you're playing with me and can't refine heavenly pills at all, if this Yi loses to you, I'll cripple my own cultivation and the Tang family will be at your disposal. Not waiting for Lin Lan to finish speaking, Yi Yuan directly interrupted his words, not leaving himself the slightest leeway. What Lin Lan said was that if he could not refine a heavenly pill, but when it reached Yi Yuan's mouth, it would not lose to Lin Lan, which was also to say that Yi Yuan had absolute confidence in this alchemy battle. And these words also directly forced himself to the edge of the cliff. Everyone was dumbfounded. Seen before ruthless people, but never seen before such a ruthless one. However, everyone discerned that Yi Yuan's words still had a continuation. Sure enough, Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said in a solemn voice, But if this Yi wins, what will Nation Teacher do? Lin Lan laughed in spite of himself and said, What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with this Nation Teacher? Yi Yuan grinned and said, You can't kill me, but I can kill you in the future. Even if you hide in the royal palace, it's useless too. So this match you have to bet. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool. They were all dumbstruck with amazement. A middle lesser sublime heaven said that he was going to kill Nation Teacher under the encirclement of so many powerhouses. They were already absolutely sure that this ascender was definitely out of his mind. Of course, his ability to be funny was also first-rate. Lin Lan laughed loudly and he said, "You're saying that this nation teacher is a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse but have to be coerced by you now? What a joke. Do you believe that this nation teacher will kill you right now?" At this time, Lu Yun suddenly said, "No, this isn't a joke. You really can't kill him." The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lin Lan frowned and said, "Lu Yun, don't you find it ridiculous to speak up for him at this time?" But Lu Yun shook his head indifferently and said, "This old man isn't speaking up for him, I'm just stating a fact. Why do you think this old man showed up here? Is a mere middle lesser sublime heaven worth making this old man come forward in person to protect him?" Lin Lan's expression changed, immediately feeling something amiss. Lu Yun did not rush and continued, "Yi Yuan had once sneaked into the royal palace before and strolled around in front of this old man. But this old man didn't notice it in the slightest. His spatial rule is long already transcendent. You can't kill him, but he can kill you in the future. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can attack right now." Lu Yun's words shocked everyone until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. A middle lesser sublime heaven strolled around under the eyelids of a greater sublime heaven powerhouse and he actually did not notice it? How could this kind of thing possibly happen? Too fake. Master Yun must be lying. In order to protect the Tang family, Master Yun has really gone all out. Telling bald-faced lies, this sort of thing. I didn't expect that Master Yun could do it too. No one believed Lu Yun at all because what he said was too fantastical. The degree was likely comparable to a one-point heavenly alchemist. One had to know what Lu Yun said was in front of him, not hiding from his eyes and ears. A middle lesser sublime heaven stood in front of a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse and he did not notice it at all. Was it possible? Lin Lan's pupils constricted slightly but fell silent. He understood Lu Yun. Telling a brazen lie, this sort of thing, he could not make up this kind of nonsense. Furthermore, Lu Yun said it too calmly, and it also seemed to have some fear mixed in it. This subtle emotion was what truly triggered Lin Lan's nerves. "Fine. This nation teacher accepts your challenge. Now, state your request," Lin Lan said. Everyone was shocked. Nation teacher actually compromised. Could it be that what Master Yun said was actually true? Everyone's hearts shook wildly. Yi Yuan pointed at the Tang family father and son, and said coolly, "Very simple. Those who attacked, leave an arm behind, and kneel down and apologize to the Tang family. Also, you Lord Nation teacher, bow and apologize to the Tang family father and son in front of everyone." Hiss. Another series of the sound of cold air being drawn came over. Today's matter blew up. Making Nation teacher bow and apologize, even His Majesty did not dare to propose this, right? This ascender really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall, to actually dare make such a request. This was offending Nation teacher to the core. Even Second Prince's expression changed too, and he said with a cold yell, "Yi Yuan, that's too much." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he gave Second Prince a deep glance. Second Prince's neck shrunk back, immediately feeling a strong pressure almost asphyxiating him. Lu Yun secretly thought to himself that things were not good and hurriedly said, "Young friendy, no matter what decision you make today, this Lu supports you." Only then did Yi Yuan's gaze ease up a little and he nodded his head slightly to signal it. Second Prince still wanted to say something but was shot down by Lu Yun with a fierce glare. Lu Yun naturally knew Second Prince's thoughts. Nation teacher was a major favorite in front of His Majesty. With regards to seizing the throne, a word from Nation teacher could match 10,000 words that he said. He held incredible weight. Offending Nation teacher was equivalent to severing his own prospects. When Second Prince saw Yi Yuan make such an overboard request, how could he not be agitated? However, Lu Yun saw it deeper than him. Offending Nation teacher was for sure. There was no meaning in standing up to say this sort of thing at this time. If he offended Yi Yuan again because of one sentence, then Second Prince was really finished. Because Lu Yun felt that the consequences of offending Yi Yuan were even more severe than offending Nation teacher. Pick the lesser of two evils. Therefore, at this time, they had to stand on Yi Yuan's side even more incomparably firmly. Make a complete break from Nation teacher. Stand side by side with Yi Yuan. Lu Yun was gambling. He was gambling that Yi Yuan could become a big shot who would cause a great sensation in Eastward. Perhaps Yi Yuan's weight in Eastward in the future would even surpass that of nation teachers. Sure enough, Lin Lan gave a cold laugh. His gaze when looking towards Second Prince became extremely indifferent. Clearly, he already made a decision in his heart. Hoo-hoo. So what if I promise you? Could it be that this nation teacher is even afraid of you, a 1-point affinity ascender? Since it's a life and death wager, this nation teacher will sign an origin divinity contract with you. The person who breaks the contract will be struck dead by heaven, Lin Lan said in a cold voice. Since he knew that Yi Yuan's spatial rule was incredible, Lin Lan was naturally afraid that Yi Yuan would break the contract and flee after his defeat. As for losing to Yi Yuan, he never thought about it at all. This was something impossible. Yi Yuan nodded his head faintly and said, "As it ought to be." Everything was ready. An alchemy battle without any suspense officially started. Actually, everyone including Lu Yun and Tang Yu did not have much confidence in Yi Yuan. This brag was too over the top. If it was just refining a heavenly pill to prove the Tang family's innocence, they still had some confidence. But the opponent was Nation Teacher, Eastward Alchemy Path's #1 person. This difficulty was too great. However, at that moment when the Origin Divinity contract was signed, Tang Yu father and son almost shed tears. They knew that Yi Yuan only did this in order to vent his frustration for him. He even wagered his own life. Yi Yuan could naturally escape, but he did not. He fought to the bitter end with Nation Teacher in order to help the Tang family seek justice. How could they not be moved? As distance tested a horse's strength, time revealed a person's heart. It was talking about this, right? Brat, you say that you're a heavenly alchemist. Then what heavenly pill do you want to compete in? Lin Lan said with a cold smile. I only know the Foundation Establishment heavenly pill, Yi Yuan said calmly. He said it so naturally and righteously. Everyone had stunned faces. Following that, they burst into another wave of roaring laughter. Lin Lan saw that Yi Yuan had always had a calm and collected appearance. He even thought that Yi Yuan really had some heaven-defying ability. After a farce, he actually only knew how to refine the Foundation Establishment heavenly pill. Foundation Establishment heavenly pill was the most basic heavenly pill. The refining difficulty was the lowest. To a grade 2 heavenly alchemist like Lin Lan, refining a Foundation Establishment heavenly pill was like playing around. Furthermore, his quality was several times stronger than grade 1 heavenly alchemists. Yi Yuan competing in the Foundation Establishment heavenly pill with him, wasn't this looking for abuse? It's over. This time, it's really over. A look of despair was revealed in Tang Yu's eyes. Second Prince gritted his teeth, and he said in a low voice, Master Yun, is this the person that you bet on? How will he win now? Even if he can really refine a heavenly pill, how can he possibly beat Nation Teacher? Lu Yun also had a stunned look and actually had nothing to say in reply. He also somewhat doubted whether he bet wrongly or not. As for the rest, they hugged their bellies and laughed loudly. Haha, it's really killing me. I really didn't come in vain today. This kid's ability to amuse is superb. He was so cocky just now, so I thought that he knew how to refine some heaven-defying heavenly pill. After a long time, he's going to compete in the Foundation Establishment heavenly pill with Nation Teacher. TSK? Really a gimmick. It's still my first time hearing that someone dares to compete in Foundation Establishment heavenly pill with Nation Teacher. Doesn't he know that Nation Teacher's Foundation Establishment heavenly pill is the strongest in Eastward country? Yi Yuan's composure previously became forced posturing in everyone's eyes. Now his true colors were revealed. Lin Lan could not help laughing as he said, Hoo-hoo? Foundation Establishment heavenly pill? Huh? You really scared this Nation Teacher. Alright, compete in the Foundation Establishment heavenly pill then. Master Yi, you have to show mercy in a while. Roaring laughter sounded out everywhere. Everyone was tickled by Nation Teacher's humor. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, then please start your performance, Nation Teacher. Lin Lan smiled and said, All right, after this Nation Teacher finishes refining, I want to see how you still continue posturing. Lin Lan arrived before the pill furnace. Everyone quietened down. Such a major incident happening to the Tang family. Many heavenly alchemists also rushed over when they heard the news. Seeing Lin Lan take action, each and everyone held their breaths. Lin Lan already had not displayed his strength in front of people for a long time. Observing nation teachers' pill refinement, even if it was the foundation establishment heavenly pill, it would be a good learning opportunity for them too. Arriving before the pill furnace, Lin Lan's aura changed. The disposition of a grandmaster rose leisurely. Feeling this aura, everyone registered profound respect. How could an ordinary person become the nation teacher? Lin Lan held his palm out. A dark red Dao fire emerged. Grade 2 Dao fire. Red Lotus Wood Heaven Dao fire. Compared to Grade 1 Dao fires, this Red Lotus Wood Heaven Dao fire was clearly much purer. The damage to heavenly alchemists was also significantly lesser. It was only to see Lin Lan beckon with his hand. A dragonbone grass arrived on his palm. Dragonbone grass was precisely one of the foundation establishment heavenly pills, heavenly medicine. The dragonbone grass gradually turned into paste form, being crystal clear without the slightest blemish. Cries of wonder rose and ebbed. TSK, TSK? The nation teacher is really the nation teacher. He is really too strong. This extraction technique has reached the acme of perfection. I heard that nation teacher's affinity reached a horrifying 48 points. Refining an entry-level heavenly medicine like dragonbone grass? Isn't it at his fingertips? Haha, I'm somewhat looking forward to it now. How 1-point heavenly alchemist refines these heavenly medicines. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. The moment Lin Lan got started, it was completely not what Gumao that level of heavenly alchemist could compare to. Regardless of whether it was heat or skill level, it was not on the same level at all. Tang Yu and the rest had also never seen a Grade 2 heavenly alchemist take action before. Seeing this scene, they despaired to the extreme. The nation teacher was still the nation teacher. Too strong. They already could not care about their injuries anymore. They only hoped that Lin Lan would make some mistakes when refining. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have a chance to win at all. However, time slowly trickled by. Lin Lan did not make any mistakes at all. Not only that, but Lin Lan also seemed to have gotten serious, and actually showed signs of gradually entering an ideal state. Lin Lan's performance was like bullets, shattering the hearts of the Tang family father and son to pieces. No idea how long had passed either. Lin Lan withdrew his Dao fire and urged with his palm. A medicinal pill fell onto the table. One look and the quality was extremely high. Hoo-hoo, I haven't practiced the foundation establishment heavenly pill for many years. I've become a little rusty. Fortunately, I gradually found some feeling back. Come, men, bring forth the Cloud Mount Mother Stone, Lin Lan said with a laugh. In reality, he was serious from the start. Yi Yuan's repeated provocation upset him greatly. He was naturally unwilling to be neglectful. Taking action this time, he went all out. As for being rusty, he had indeed not refined the foundation establishment heavenly pill for some years already, but it definitely would not affect his strength. Just like a mathematics professional, he had not done elementary school problems for many years already. If he went back to do the problems now, would he be rusty? Obviously not. Of course, he would not say that. Very soon, someone brought a white rock up. This rock was called Cloud Mount Mother Stone. It was specifically used to determine the quality of heavenly pills. The Cloud Mount Mother Stone was the most sensitive to the quality of medicinal pills. A heavenly stratum powerhouse carved restrictions on it. Once it reacted, it would give birth to a beam of light. The more sections the light beam had, the higher the quality. The quality of heavenly pills was divided into 9 grades. First grade was the weakest and 9th grade was the strongest. The foundation establishment heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined previously did not reach a grade at all. Lin Lan reached his hand out and beckoned. That foundation establishment heavenly pill suspended above the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Suddenly, light shone. A light beam lit up on the foundation establishment heavenly pill. Following that, the second beam of light, the third beam of light. Only all the way until the 5th beam of light was more than half completed did it stop. Nation Teacher's Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill is of the upper 5th grade. Lin Lan nodded his head slightly, expressing satisfaction. However, everyone was already boiling with excitement. Upper 5th grade. Just a bit more and it can reach 6th grade. Nation teacher is nation teacher. Far from what some random Tom, Dick, or Harry can compare to. Hey, nation teacher is simply demeaning his own status by competing in alchemy with that ascender. For ordinary grade 1 heavenly alchemists, no matter how skilled, they could only refine upper 3rd grade quality too. Those who could reach 4th grade were all heaven grade powerhouses. But the moment Lin Lan took action, it was upper 5th grade. It could be seen how profound his skill level was. It was not that 5th grade was 2 grades higher than 3rd grade. The quality would increase by less than twice. The higher the quality, the harder it was to achieve. 3rd grade to 4th grade was several times the gap. 4th grade to 5th grade was another gap of several times. This kind of disparity was magnified exponentially. 5th grade compared to ordinary 3rd grade, the medicinal effect was at least more than 10 times stronger. Further up, it was virtually impossible for a grade 2 heavenly alchemist to want to reach 6th grade. Of course, this was also the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill. If it were other heavenly pills, it would have been impossible for him to reach this level. Master Yi, can this foundation establishment heavenly pill still enter your arcane sights? Lin Lan joked. Upper 5th grade was an exceptional performance for him as well. He was already very sure in his heart that he would win. If upper 5th grade could not even beat a 1-point affinity fellow, he could find a piece of tofu to go and commit suicide. Therefore, he was very relaxed right now. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's just like that, barely passable. However, you're indeed much stronger than Gu Mao that fellow." Yi Yuan's visual prowess was not what these heavenly alchemists present could compare to. Lin Lan's pill refinement was like floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth, accomplished in one go. Just controlling the fire shook Gu Mao off by 10 streets behind. Therefore, the two were not on the same level at all. Of course, Yi Yuan's fire control shook Gu Mao off by more than 100 streets. Lin Lan was similarly not on the same level as Yi Yuan. But the crowd was extremely indignant. This guy is really cocky to the extreme. Still posturing until now. Nation teacher is good-tempered. Otherwise, he would have long wrecked him to death. Upper 5th grade is still passable? Hoo-hoo. He really is not afraid of spraining his tongue when talking. Lin Lan's face turned black and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This guy actually compared him to Gu Mao that trash. One was a grade 1 heavenly alchemist while the other was grade 2. There was no comparison, alright? Is that so? Then Master Yi, it's time for you to perform. Lin Lan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, alright, you learn by the side. It might help you to break through your current bottleneck. As for today's matter, just take it as you paid tuition fees. Just because you can't do some things, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. So what if 1-point affinity? To me, Yi Yuan, affinity is nothing at all. As Yi Yuan said, he slowly walked in front of the pill furnace. Everyone was dumbfounded. Posturing. Too capable at posturing. This guy was nuts to actually have nation teacher learn by the side. A rookie who could only refine foundation establishment heavenly pill actually made a grade 2 heavenly alchemist learn something. Even said that affinity was nothing. Where did your freaking courage come from? Lin Lan was shocked too. He had never seen before a junior who could posture so much. This was crazy. But just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan made his move. Swoosh! The dragonbone grass flew right into Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan controlled the Dao fire and started extracting. The pale blue Dao fire flickered and jumped. At times, it was like a dragon prancing the 9 heavens. At other times, it was like a fish swimming in shallow waters. All in all, that cluster of flames seemed to have life. The vast majority of the people present had never seen Yi Yuan refine the dragobone grass before. Upon seeing it this moment, it was immediately overwhelmingly shocking. This fire control was too amazing. Yi Yuan's current refinement was God knows how many times stronger than when he bet with Gu Mao back then. The faint smile of a victor had been hanging on Lin Lan's face all along. But at this time, this confidence had already disappeared completely. What replaced it was shock. A shock that was incapable of further increase. He had never thought that someone could control fire to such an extent. Furthermore, the dragonbone grass was currently becoming purer and purer under Yi Yuan's refinement. When the dragonbone grass was finished refining, Lin Lan already had a score in his heart. The dragonbone grass that Yi Yuan refined was significantly stronger than his. One stalk after another of heavenly medicine, Yi Yuan's extraction was mastered to perfection. It was simply the style of a master. In contrast, Lin Lan's air of a master was not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. In the path of alchemy, Yi Yuan was the eternal king. Even if he did not have much affinity, no one could overpower him in alchemy too. Not that he was invincible, but that it was his formidable strength and bearing that exudes from inside out. This kind of self-confidence based on powerful strength was something that no one could replace. Affinity was the greatest obstacle stopping Yi Yuan from refining heavenly pills. But in other aspects, Yi Yuan's strength was completely not what Lin Lan could compare to. That kind of might that had gone through endless tempering simply had no weakness to exploit. After finished refining the heavenly medicines, the most crucial moment came. Refining the heavenly pill. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to see the truth. All of the heavenly medicines gathered in the pill furnace, the pressure on Yi Yuan suddenly increased. Even now, affinity, this hurdle still added tremendous pressure on him when he was refining pills. That feeling was like Yi Yuan was rushing forward at full speed. But there were 8 horses pulling him in the opposite direction. The feeling of restraint was too obvious. The sweat on Yi Yuan's head grew more and more, and his expression became more and more serious. Clearly, he was very taxed. When Lin Lan saw this scene, he was immediately much more at ease. He could feel that Yi Yuan's affinity absolutely did not exceed 3 points. This showed that the 1-point affinity was not a groundless rumor. Yi Yuan really did not have affinity. Looking at Yi Yuan's expression again, one would know that it was enough to choke him. Hoo-hoo! I thought he could really defy the heavens. After a long time, it was a false alarm, Lin Lan said with a cold laugh. The others also let out long sighs of relief. Everyone was deceived by Yi Yuan's Grandmaster air previously. Freaking hell! Scared me to death. I even thought that he could really refine a heavenly pill. This guy really scares people to death without paying for it. But, apart from that, his affinity is only 1 point, his other areas are really strong. Sigh? What a pity. Now, everyone's attitude was a little better. After all, Yi Yuan indeed had the capital to posture. Just in terms of fire control and extraction, Yi Yuan had even surpassed nation teacher Lin Lan already. This was sufficient to be proud. However, without being able to refine a heavenly pill, everything was in vain. He would not be able to clear this hurdle today. Therefore, many people were also lamenting endlessly. Such a genius, it was indeed a pity. Along with the passing of time, Yi Yuan's performance became more and more strained, and his breathing also became more and more labored. However, the movements of his hands were not disorderly at all. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan flipped his palm over. The Tao fire extinguished with a loud bang. Pa! 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 Lin Lan's applause came from the side. Master Yi has worked hard. Have to admit, you really scared this nation teacher. However, forget about refining heavenly pills. With your pitiful bit of affinity, it's impossible to refine a complete heavenly pill, much less surpass this nation teacher. Lin Lan said with a snicker. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and flipped his palm over again, and the pill furnace opened. A thick medicinal scent struck the nose. A medicinal pill flew out of the pill furnace slowly and landed in the dish. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lan and said with a sneer, "Who said that you can't refine heavenly pills without affinity?" There was silence. The sound of a needle falling could be heard. Everyone present was collectively rendered speechless. A foundation establishment heavenly pill was really formed. After several breaths, the crowd suddenly exploded. Heavenly pill. He really refined a heavenly pill. A 1-point heavenly alchemist. He's really a 1-point heavenly alchemist. My goodness, I even thought that he was posturing. It turns out that he's really awesome. Something's not right. Why does the aura of this foundation establishment heavenly pill feel stronger than nation teachers? Previously, these people were still taunting and jeering, mocking Yi Yuan in various ways. It was as if Yi Yuan was a clown. But now, Yi Yuan used a single heavenly pill to make everyone shut up. Shocked everyone. Of course, what shocked them even more was the quality of this Foundation establishment heavenly pill. Judging from the aura, it was actually even stronger than Nation Teacher's. Of course, just how strong it was, it still needed to be tested before they would know. Second Prince was stunned and muttered, he really succeeded. But how is this possible? 1-point affinity. A 1-point affinity actually refined a heavenly pill. Clearly, he still could not quite believe the truth before his eyes. But he knew that Master Yun gambled correctly. Inconceivable. Under the circumstances where there was absolutely no hope, he turned the tables. Lu Yun was also unbelievably shocked. Until now, he still felt that he was dreaming. He thought before that Yi Yuan could refine heavenly pills. But he never thought that the quality of the heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined was actually so good. If not for that his affinity is only 1 point, how could he have refined this Foundation establishment heavenly pill so strenuously? Lu Yun smiled bitterly and said, from Yi Yuan's performance one could tell how much effort he put in for today. If not for the restriction of affinity, with Yi Yuan's terrifying talent, he would have long already made Eastward Country submit at his feet. What did a mere Lin Lan count for? Lin Lan looked at that Foundation establishment heavenly pill, a shocked expression on his face. When the impossible became possible, nothing was more impactful than this. How is this possible? With 1-point affinity, he actually really refined a heavenly pill. Lin Lan's eyes were full of astonishment and disbelief. Until now, he was also unwilling to believe that this was real. Yi Yuan said coolly, looks like you only cared about mocking just now and didn't study well. Just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, I wonder where your baffling self-confidence comes from. You must know there's a heaven beyond heaven. Lording over in this tiny little Eastward Country and posing as being number 1 in the world, you'll only have this bit of strength forever. Refining pills need to harbor a heart of awe and veneration. It's not that no one is stronger than you. It's just that you haven't encountered them. As he said, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned and sent the Foundation establishment heavenly pill that he refined to the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Light shone. 1 beam, 2 beams. Very soon, the light beams surpassed 5. At this time, everyone quietened down again, holding their breaths and staring fixedly at the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. The 5th beam of light was still rising. These people felt as though they were almost suffocating, as if even more nervous than them competing in alchemy themselves. Gradually, the 5th light beam rose to more than half. Same as Nation Teacher, upper 5th grade. The sound of hearts shattering seemed to be able to be heard all around. However, the light beam did not stop rising. The 5th beam of light was full very soon. However, it reached the 6th light beam without the least bit of suspense. 6th grade. My God, a 1-point heavenly alchemist refined a 6th grade Foundation establishment heavenly pill. Crazy. It's too crazy. It's still rising. The clamoring voices rose and ebbed, lingering on incessantly. That rising beam of light continuously refreshed their understanding. From being impossible to possible. From being possible to surpassing Nation Teacher. From surpassing Nation Teacher to crushing Nation Teacher. Progressing step by step, pressing harder with each step. A 1-point affinity ascender had created too many miracles within this short time. The light beam did not stop rising. From lower 6th grade to middle 6th grade and then to upper 6th grade. Very soon, it closed in on the great hurdle of 7th grade. Everyone was almost asphyxiating. Their eyes were glued on the light beam, wanting to know when it would stop. The rising speed of the light beam began to slow down. Finally, it arrived before the juncture of 7th grade. Then, the light beam was like a stream of water that spilled over, breaking through the great hurdle of 7th grade. 7th grade. 7th grade. A 7th grade Foundation establishment heavenly pill. My God. I've never seen before such a high-quality Foundation establishment heavenly pill in my lifetime. Really blinded my dog eyes? I actually thought that this ascender was a piece of trash. Forget about Eastward Country. Even in the entire Truyong heavenly domain, 7th grade Foundation establishment heavenly pills are also seldom seen, right? The light beam stopped at middle 7th grade in the end. Yi Yuan looked at the light beam and heaved a slight sigh, muttering under his breath. Just middle 7th grade? Indeed. There's still a very long way to go. Clearly, he felt quite regrettable. This was already his current limit. To him, not reaching peak 9th grade was not considered a success at all. The Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill was the most basic Heavenly Pill. If even the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill could not reach grand completion, how could the road in the future be smooth? High-rise buildings were raised from the ground up. Yi Yuan had never relaxed his pursuit in alchemy before. It was precisely this kind of stringent pursuit that was close to freakish that let him have today's accomplishments. Actually, the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill was really too simple for Yi Yuan. But because of the constraints of affinity, he had not been able to achieve grand completion for a long time. His instinct training still had not reached perfection. It was just that when his words fell into the ears of bystanders, the posturing value increased infinitely. Lin Lan's face turned black, wishing to swing a slap over. This posturing was too obvious, right? Many onlookers were also extremely unhappy inwardly. Middle 7th grade, this was already outrageously strong, all right? But no one jumped out anymore at this time. Fine, you're amazing. Posture however you like. Actually, it was just the difference in worldview that led to a difference in understanding. The things that you flaunted were merely other people's daily life. Although Yi Yuan was an ascender and was even still a newcomer in the cultivation of heavenly pills, his pursuit of alchemy Tao was not what these people could understand at all. He was just speaking his mind. Lord Nation Teacher, can the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill that this Yi refined still enter your arcane sights? Yi Yuan responded lightly. Lin Lan's expression changed. But without waiting for him to speak, Yi Yuan continued, the pill has been refined too. Isn't it time for Nation Teacher to fulfill the origin divinity contract? Lin Lan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that he really lost. Lost completely and utterly. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually lost to a 1-point affinity ascender. He had never even thought about such a thing before. But now, at this point, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He, the exalted Nation Teacher, Eastward Alchemy Paths, former number 1 person, actually had to apologize to the Tang family. He clenched his jaws tightly and said in a solemn voice, "Those who attacked just now, cut off and arm yourselves and kowtow and apologize to the Tang family father and son." Nation Teacher, W. Lin Lan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Want this Nation Teacher to do it personally." Those few guards who attacked were practically all upper lesser sublime heaven, their strength rather formidable. Making them cut off an arm, they were naturally unwilling. But at this time, it was not up to them anymore as well. "Be Brother Tang, we were wrong. Please forgive us." A bunch of people knelt down before Tang Jinhua father and son. These guards had already become one-armed men, but they still had to endure the severe pain to kowtow and admit their fault to the Tang family father and son. Looking at the group of guards in front of them who lowered their heads in admission of their crime, Tang Jinhua father and son felt very liberated. None of these people went easy when they attacked just now. If not for Second Prince and Master Yun arriving in time, they might have already been beaten to death. The anger was pretty much vented. Tang Jinhua was just about to open his mouth and speak, but heard Yi Yuan suddenly point at Xiehua and said quietly, "You? Did you attack just now?" Xiehua's entire body trembled, his expression changing wildly. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Looks like you attacked too. Why? Are you more special than them?" Xiehua immediately broke out in cold sweat and said fearfully, "I am Nation Teacher's disciple." "Master, I..." Lin Lan's gaze turned dark and he said, "Yi Yuan, give this Nation Teacher face and spare his arm. This Nation Teacher will make him kowtow and apologize for his crime to the Tang family, and I will show additional generous thanks." To a heavenly alchemist, severing an arm was equivalent to losing one's alchemy career, equivalent to losing all glory. These guards' strengths were still there, but it would be doubly difficult for Xiehua to want to refine pills again. Yi Yuan grinned and said coolly, "How much is your face worth?" Lin Lan's expression changed. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even Second Prince and Lu Yun also broke out in cold sweat. This was offending nation teacher to the core. Of course, this was because they did not understand Yi Yuan. He was actually a very amicable person. But don't touch his reverse scale. Once his bottom line was crossed, even if you were the Jade Emperor, he would not give face either. The Tang family father and son getting abused innocently, this was his bottom line. If he did it, he would have to pay the price. Pleading? It did not exist. Lin Lan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan, are you trying to fall out completely with this nation teacher? Yi Yuan said coolly. So what if yes? Lin Lan laughed from extreme fury and said, good. Very good. It's really been a long time since anyone has dared to treat this nation teacher like this in this eastward country. You're very good. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, all right, stop posturing. You haven't even passed your own hurdle yet. Lin Lan's face turned black, and he almost vomited blood. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, why? Are you going to tear up the Origin Divinity contract? Our contract includes that whoever took action will cut off an arm. If Yi Yuan was willing, he could naturally exempt Xiehua's punishment. But he was not willing. This would be Lin Lan violating the Origin Divinity contract. The consequences were extremely serious. Lin Lan's entire body shook, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Xiehua, cut off your arm. Master. Xiehua was almost crying. Master asked you to sever your arm, didn't you hear it? Lin Lan practically roared it out. Xiehua had a look of despair, but he still refused to sever his arm. Lin Lan frowned and immediately turned into an afterimage, arriving in front of Xiehua. Pucci. One of Xiehua's arms was actually forcibly torn off by Lin Lan. Lin Lan suddenly turned around, glared at Yi Yuan fiercely, and said, are you satisfied? Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, doesn't matter whether I'm satisfied or not. This is what he deserves. Lin Lan's eyes were full of killing intent, and he said in a cold voice, go, kneel down and apologize. Xiehua almost passed out from the pain, but he did not dare to defy Lin Lan's order and could only come before the Tang family father and son and kowtowed in apology. The Tang family father and son exchanged glances and actually felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. The delight from before already turned into alarm and horror. Yi Yuan was too ruthless. This was not leaving any leeway in the slightest. Relax. If you can't even withstand this bit of spectacle, don't follow me in the future. If you guys feel that your anger isn't vented, there's no harm in killing a few for fun, Yi Yuan said coolly. The Tang family father and son trembled all over and steeled their hearts, immediately feeling much tougher. Yi Yuan was really too domineering. They could not lose face either. The Tang family already had no path of retreat. There was only following Yi Yuan all the way. Furthermore, following someone who was loyal to friends like Yi Yuan seemed to be a pretty good choice too. It was just that, in the eyes of the onlookers, Yi Yuan was a complete and utter lunatic. If enmity was not settled amicably, there would be no end to it. Offending nation teacher to the core in eastward country, what benefit was there? Yi Yuan's gaze looked toward Lin Lan, and he said with a faint smile, Lord Nation Teacher, it's your turn. The killing intent in Lin Lan's chest currently billowed to the sky, and he was long already overwhelmed with rage. But he was restrained by the Origin Divinity contract and did not dare to make a move at all. His eyes were fixed on Yi Yuan, and he opened his mouth and said, this nation teacher asks you one last time, are you really going to offend this nation teacher to the core? Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you must think of it this way, then let me tell you yes. Lin Lan's two eyes almost narrowed into a slit. Suddenly, he turned around, arrived before the Tang family father and son, gave a deep bow and said, gentlemen, I'm sorry. Finished saying this, he did not wait for the Tang family father and son to agree, and he was going to turn around and leave. Let's go. Wait, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Boom. Lin Lan's aura instantly rose to the peak, and he glared at Yi Yuan and said, Brat, do you really think that this nation teacher doesn't dare to kill you? Yi Yuan laughed and said, nation teacher is advanced in age already. Your temper is still so bad. This Yi doesn't have other meaning. It's just that seeing so many people with severed arms, I can't help but want to solicit some business. Finished saying, he said smilingly to those guards with severed arms, Gentlemen, the Tang family will launch an exclusive Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years. If you all want to recover your severed arm, remember to come and patronize the Tang family's business. Those guards trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with hopeful faces. They were no strangers to the name Jasper regeneration pill. In reality, this pill formula was not Gu Mao's exclusive pill formula. At least, there was this pill formula in Lin Lan's hands. But no one could refine the Jasper regeneration pill in Eastward Country. Nation Teacher could not either. If that the refining difficulty of the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill was entry-level, then the refining difficulty of the Jasper regeneration pill was demon level. The complexity of this heavenly pill exceeded imaginations. It was hard for ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists to refine it too. Lin Lan sneered and said, What a joke. With just the likes of you, you can refine the Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lan with a smile that was not a smile and said, Lord Nation Teacher, I feel that your gambling integrity is pretty good. Why not? Let's make another bet. I'll give you another chance. If I can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years, I'll be at your disposal. How about it? Lin Lan's words reached his mouth and were forcibly swallowed back. This ascender in front of him was seriously too bizarre. Who knew whether he could really refine it within 5 years or not? Ha! If you don't dare to bet, don't talk nonsense here, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Lin Lan exploded. He said in a great rage, Brat, this Nation Teacher will make this bet with you. If you can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years, this Nation Teacher will definitely make you die very horribly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused and said, Okay, if I can refine it, why don't you give this position of Nation Teacher up to me? How about it? If you can really refine the Jasper regeneration pill, it will mean that your strength is above this Nation Teacher's. So what if I let you be the Nation Teacher? Lin Lan said with a cold smile. There was a gap of 108,000 miles between the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill and the Jasper regeneration pill. As a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, he was also unable to refine the Jasper regeneration pill to this day. This was sufficient to indicate a problem. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was strong, but what he displayed just now, he had clearly already reached his limit. This indicated that the shortcoming of affinity still had an impact on Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it was not small. Wanting to refine the Jasper regeneration pill within a short 5 years was simply a fool's talk. Being enraged, Lin Lan just wanted to doom Yi Yuan to death. Therefore, he bet with Yi Yuan again. The two made an origin divinity contract, stunning everyone present. This Yi Yuan really desired to see the world plunged into chaos. Hoo-hoo, Lord Nation Teacher, thank you very much for your generosity, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Lin Lan sneered and said, You just pray that you don't end up in this Nation Teacher's hands. Finished talking, Lin Lan left with the large group of troops. A ransacking operation on a grand and spectacular scale actually ended in such a manner, making people's jaws drop. Tang Yu father and son stumbled their way in front of Yi Yuan. Tang Yu said gratefully, Thank you very much, big brother. Yi Yuan said coolly, You already called me as you big brother, how can I ignore the Tang family's affairs? Alright, you were already injured until like this. Hurry up and go back and nurse your injuries. But Tang Yu did not leave, having an appearance of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back. Yi Yuan knew what he meant and said smilingly, You're worried that I can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill? Tang Yu was a little embarrassed and nodded slightly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax, a mere Jasper regeneration pill. How can it stump me? Yi Yuan? Lu Yun came up and said, Young friend Yi, you're also treating it too trivially. This Jasper regeneration pill, even grade 2 heavenly alchemists can't refine it. I'm afraid that it's unrealistic for you to want to refine it within 5 years. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Grade 2 heavenly alchemist? Wasn't that grade 2 heavenly alchemist just defeated at my hands too? Everyone exchanged glances and could not help being speechless. What did you say? Nation Teacher, lost? How is this possible? When eldest prince heard the news, he was shocked until he jumped up. This news was seriously too shocking. When his subordinate recounted the process, eldest prince was speechless for a long time. How much thought and effort had he expended before getting Nation Teacher to take action against the Tang family? In the end, Nation Teacher actually suffered a crushing defeat. Before this, eldest prince was extremely proud of himself with regards to this hand of cards. In this imperial city, who else could save someone from under Nation Teacher's hands? Yet, Nation Teacher was defeated. Defeated so thoroughly. The plan that he expended countless efforts to make was ruined just like that. Eldest prince waved his hand and chased everyone out. A gray-robed old man walked out from behind the curtain. Eldest prince let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. At any rate, Nation Teacher clashed with Old Second. It's simply impossible for the Yi Yuan to win this 5-year agreement. At that time, take care of Old Second again. Master Yu, wonder what's your opinion about it?" This gray-robed old man was called Huang Xiaoyu, eldest prince's master. Rather than saying this battle for the throne was the struggle between eldest prince and second prince, might as well say that it was the battle of magics between these two greater sublime heavenly stratums. Huang Xiaoyu said, 5-year agreement. It's naturally good if Nation Teacher that side can win. But you have to keep other cards in reserve too. Eldest prince said in surprise, Master Yu, this is impossible, right? A 1-point heavenly alchemist is indeed incredibly shocking. But there's no comparison between the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill and Jasper Regeneration Pill at all. The Jasper Regeneration Pill is something that even Nation Teacher can't refine. Huang Xiaoyu smiled and said, before this, wasn't there no one who thought that Yi Yuan could win too? But what about the final result? Eldest prince choked and actually had nothing to say in reply. Huang Xiaoyu said, if you want that position of emperor, you have to consider everything that you do. It isn't that you can sleep in peace after becoming emperor. Eastward country isn't an otherworldly paradise. There are powerful enemies casting covetous eyes all around. And there's also the Jade True Heavenly Sect, this Leviathan above it. A single misstep and it will be the outcome of the country being ruined and the home lost. Do you think that becoming the emperor is so easy? These few years, which day was His Majesty not wary with extreme caution, akin to treading on thin ice? Otherwise, how would the two of you have this chance to compete for this position of emperor? Eldest prince's eyes sank slightly, immediately feeling a strong pressure. Indeed, compared to royal father, they were still much more inexperienced. He gave a bow toward Huang Xiaoyu and said, Master Yu, please give guidance. Huang Xiaoyu nodded and said, I don't think that Yi Yuan can win either. But this Yi Yuan isn't simple. How cunning is old man Lu Yun? How could he make a losing proposition? Don't you forget what their bet is. If I say that Yi Yuan really wins, he might very likely become the Nation Teacher. A heavenly alchemist who can refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill. Even His Majesty isn't willing to offend either. Eldest prince's pupils constricted. He really had not thought about this possibility. If Master Yu's words came true, then he would be in danger. Master Yu, this? Eldest prince said nervously. Huang Xiaoyu said, so, the first thing that you have to do now is to investigate this Yi Yuan. The more detailed, the better. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger of defeat. Eldest prince deeply felt that way too, and nodded in response and said, then what about the second thing? Huang Xiaoyu said, those few from the Jade Ru Heavenly Sect have already become overlords. Even if you ascend to the throne in the future, you won't be able to bypass them too. If they don't nod their heads, you have no chance. Therefore, you must forge a good relationship with them. With their support, even His Majesty has to think thrice too. Only then will there be no danger of anything going wrong. Eldest prince's eyes became brighter and brighter, having a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. The news of Nation Teacher being defeated instantly swept across the entire city. Nation Teacher was defeated. Nation Teacher actually lost to an Ascender. Furthermore, it was even an Ascender who only had 1-point affinity. This incident was seriously too explosive. The entire Imperial City was discussing this matter. You guys don't know this, but everyone treated that Ascender as a clown. But in the end, When the Cloud Mount Motherstone determined his pill as 7th grade, everyone was stunned. Is it real or not? Is a 1-point affinity really so incredible? Absolutely true. So many people saw it, can it still be fake? Hey, middle 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. The Tang family is going to rise up. Just based on a foundation establishment heavenly pill, the Tang family can overwhelm all the families in the Imperial City. Now that you said this, I really have to go to the Tang family to take a look. In the main streets and alleyways, this scene could be seen everywhere. A 1-point heavenly alchemist was an extremely sensational thing in itself. Coupled with 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, plus nation teacher Lin Lan's crushing defeat, bowing in apology, it would cause a stir even if you did not want it to. The Tang family became the most popular family all at once. The foundation establishment heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined became the most popular heavenly pill in the entire city. Each one was sold at a sky-high price. A foundation establishment heavenly pill, as the name suggests, it was the heavenly pill that consolidated one's foundation and nurtured one's essence. It was the foundational medicinal pill among heavenly pills, but it was also one of the most important medicinal pills. At the beginning of cultivation, whether the foundation was good or bad, it had a direct relationship with one's future achievements. The higher the quality of the foundation establishment heavenly pill, the more solid the foundation of the martial artist would naturally be. On the markets, the price of an upper 3rd grade foundation establishment heavenly pill was already very considerable. It could be sold for 50 heavenly crystals. One had to know 1 heavenly crystal could let an ordinary person live for as long as a year in the Imperial City. A 4th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, the price was directly double. Even the price of the worst lower 4th grade heavenly pill had to reach 100 heavenly crystals too. As for a 5th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, it had to be sold for at least 500 heavenly crystals. Of course, this was just in theory. Lin Lan had not taken action to refine foundation establishment heavenly pills for many years already. It was naturally impossible to want to see 5th grade foundation establishment heavenly pills. Therefore, 5th grade foundation establishment heavenly pills were basically just a legend. Then, the scarcity of 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pills could be imagined. Furthermore, when the quality reached 7th grade, it would tend to go from a quantitative change to qualitative change. The heavenly pill would often have some inconceivable fringe effects to develop the human body's potential. Therefore, the foundation establishment heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined became a sought-after item in an instant. Each 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill that the Tang family put out was often hiked to a sky-high price of 10,000 heavenly crystals. Many martial artists simply shrank back at the sight of it. But there was no choice either. Cultivation was something that burnt money to begin with. Therefore, the strong grew stronger and the weak grew weaker. And the popularity of the foundation establishment heavenly pill also drove the various businesses of the Tang family. The Tang family made a lot of money. Even Second Prince could not sit still anymore. Lu Yun brought Second Prince and paid a visit to ask for pills. Younger brother Tang Yu, I say, this prince has treated you pretty well these few years, right? In a while, when Master Yi exits seclusion, you have to put in a good word for me, Second Prince said with earnest. Now, even Second Prince's term of address for Tang Yu changed. Calling younger brother, the tone carried currying favor. This kind of attitude was unimaginable in the past. What kind of status did Second Prince have and how proud was he? How could he address a measly little family's young master as a brother? But now everything changed. Tang Yu could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion, feeling that when he was forced to call Big Brother back then, it was really the wisest decision in his life. Hoo-hoo, Second Prince, Your Highness, don't need to worry. Actually, you don't need to beg me, Big Brother is most loyal to friends. Back then, Master Yun stood firmly on his side. Just based on this, you won't go without a foundation establishment heavenly pill. Furthermore, this time, Big Brother even made me invite younger sister Xianxia. There's likely to be a big play leaving seclusion this time. Tang Yu said with a smile. Yi Yuan's close seclusion this time had been a while again. Before going into a retreat, Yi Yuan specially instructed Tang Yu to invite Yang Xianxia over. Clearly, there were benefits to give her. Yi Yuan refined so many foundation establishment heavenly pills previously and did not even give it to his own people. Very clearly, this was saving the even better things for his own people. 8th grade? Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. So many years have passed, the present Yang family also could not compare with the past anymore. With the Tang family father and son's guidance and support, the Yang family was also one of the few large family clans of the imperial city now, enough to rank in the top 5. Hearing Tang Yu's words, second prince's body trembled all over, and he said with pleasant surprise, "Is this true?" Tang Yu nodded and said, "It's true." Right then, Shao Qi ran in, gave a bow to everyone and said, "Master Yi has exited seclusion. Everyone, please go over." Everyone's mind could not help trembling, sprinting over. Seeing Yi Yuan, Tang Yu said with a look of excitement, "Big brother, is there some good stuff this time?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, you guessed it again. That's right, there's indeed good stuff." The moment Tang Yu heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Big brother, could it be that you broke through to 8th grade?" Yi Yuan took out an exquisite wooden box, handed it to Tang Yu, and said smilingly, "This is yours." Then he passed Yang Xuezhen a wooden box and said, "Xuezhen, this is yours." Subsequently, Tang Jinhua, Lu Yun, Jiang Yu also each received a wooden box. Only second prince did not. Depressed. Seeing second prince being coy and shy there like a little wife, Tang Yu could not resist asking, "Big brother, second prince has helped the Tang family out considerably these few years. Can you also give him a foundation establishment heavenly pill?" With second prince's identity, he had naturally eaten foundation establishment heavenly pills before too. Furthermore, the grade was not low. Lower 5th grade. But what did lower 5th grade foundation establishment heavenly pills count for in front of 7th and 8th grade? As long as he could swallow a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, he might be able to break through to grand completion lesser sublime heaven very quickly. Yi Yuan gave second prince a glance, thought about it, and also took a wooden box and handed it over to him. Tang Yu could not quite hold back his excitement and said, "Big brother, can I open it to take a look?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Go on." Tang Yu chuckled and opened the box very carefully. The slit opened up in the box and a dazzling golden light seeped out of the crack. Apart from Yi Yuan, everyone present trembled all over, their eyes revealing extremely shocked expressions. Golden light. A 9th grade golden pill. See, could this be a 9th grade golden pill? Lu Yun cried out involuntarily. Hearing 9th grade golden pill, these 4 words, Tang Yu's hand almost trembled and threw away the box. These 4 words were too magical. Those were the 4 words that existed in legends. It was merely just legends. When heavenly pills entered 9th grade, they did not need to use the Cloudmount Motherstone to test it anymore. Because a golden-colored medicinal pill was the hallmark of 9th grade. However, everyone knew about 9th grade golden pills, but no one had ever seen one before. Because nobody could refine a 9th grade golden pill at all. Forget about a tiny little eastward country. Even in the entire True Yang heavenly domain, it was unheard of that anyone could refine a 9th grade golden pill too. Even the most simple foundation establishment heavenly pill. When heavenly pills reached 7th and 8th grade this level, sometimes it was not what effort this word could improve anymore. This level reached the point to compete in talent. Regardless of which profession, wanting to get started, you could do it as long as you put in enough effort. But if you wanted to reach the pinnacle in this line and promote to the ranks of masters, you needed sufficient talent. And wanting to refine a 9th grade golden pill, the requirement for talent was almost freakish. Tang Yu thought before that Yi Yuan could break through to 8th grade. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan could reach 9th grade. He never thought that he would actually have a chance to consume a 9th grade golden pill. Big brother, someone who was as eloquent as Tang Yu was actually somewhat tongue-tied and choking at this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is what you deserve. These few foundation establishment heavenly pills, yours and Xuezhen's, are upper 9th grade. Brother Lu and Jiang Yu's are middle 9th grade. Tang Jinhua's is lower 9th grade." Second prince was taken aback and said, "Master Yi, then, what about mine?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lower 7th grade." Second prince's face turned black, and he almost threw the wooden box on the ground. This treatment was also too far off, right? Originally obtaining a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, second prince was already satisfied. But now, with the others serving as a foil, 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill was useless. Unappetizing and yet not bad enough to be thrown away. Why? Don't want it? If you don't want it, you can return it to me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Second prince hurriedly took it back, thickened his skin and said, Want? Why won't I want it? Haha. Yi Yuan said, why I gave you 7th grade, you have a score in your heart. If not looking at the account of Brother Lu's face, forget about 7th grade, there won't even be 1st grade. Since you gambled on me, then you should have the most basic trust. I don't like people who only pursue interests. Finished saying, he turned to Lu Yun again and said, Brother Lu, this heavenly pill is for you. If you don't want it, you can destroy it. But I don't want it to be used on others. Lu Yun's expression changed, and he nodded slightly. Clearly, Yi Yuan had already seen through his intentions. He was currently planning in his heart to give his own 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill to second prince after returning. Second prince was depressed. At this time, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Why did he have to speak out of turn at that time? His mouth really owed a beating. 1 sentence and 2 grades were gone. Really expensive. But after sending everyone away, Yi Yuan took out a wooden box. A golden foundation establishment heavenly pill was placed inside. It was just that the aura of this heavenly pill was different from the rest. It was a golden pill but did not have a dazzling light. The 9th grade golden pills that Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu and the others were all dazzling to the eyes, their aura imposing. But this one was extremely restrained. Restrained like it was not a 9th grade golden pill. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and he muttered to himself, Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, I finally reached the realm of grand completion. Wonder what kind of effect this grand completion realm 9th grade golden pill will have. This Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill was not an ordinary 9th grade golden pill, but a 9th grade golden pill that returned to one's original simplicity after reaching the realm of grand completion. A year had already passed since the wager with Linlan. This 1 year, Yi Yuan did nothing and put all of his energy into the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. Finally, the close seclusion this time, he advanced the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill to grand completion. These few years, through the legacies that Gu Mao left behind as well as the exchanges with heavenly alchemists such as Jiangyu, Yi Yuan discovered the special aspects of the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. The most basic heavenly pill but also the most consolidated heavenly pill. Foundation was the root of heavenly stratum powerhouses. As the saying went, a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. This foundation was the step. Therefore, Yi Yuan spent decades of effort all on this one medicinal pill. The intention was self-explanatory. Cultivating the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill to the realm of grand completion. When Yi Yuan attempted to refine other medicinal pills, it would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. The most basic refining technique of heavenly pills, a very large part of it was in this Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. When the heavenly pill entered the abdomen, a warm current flowed in the meridians. Suddenly Yi Yuan's mind shook. He felt that there was something seeping out little by little. This grand completion Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill was like a high-pressure hydraulic pump, scouring his meridians continuously. And this force even penetrated into his bone marrow. Cleansing the marrow, advancing to heavenly stratum, the human body seemed to have reached the extreme. The difficulty of wanting to cleanse the marrow again was too high. But this grand completion Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill did it. No idea how long had passed either. There was an additional pile of black mud around Yi Yuan. A foul smell greeted the nose. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, shaking all the grime on his body away. Then he flicked his sleeves grandly and cleared this pile of black mud away. Yi Yuan felt wild ecstasy in his heart. He felt like he was completely reborn. This cleansing of the marrow did not have much improvement on his strength, but it seemed to make him a little closer to this heaven and earth. Although it was just that tiny bit. He immediately shouted, Xiaoqi, have Tang Yu fetch me the prenatal cloud stone. With Yi Yuan suddenly wanting the prenatal cloud stone, Tang Yu father and son and Jiang Yu were both alarmed. All of them arrived at the closed seclusion place, wondering what happened. One point this sort of thing, did it still need to be measured again? What happened, big brother? Why did you suddenly want to test affinity? Tang Yu asked curiously. Yi Yuan said rather agitated. It's nothing. I just want to test it. Tang Yu rolled his eyes and said, Big brother, affinity is innate. It can never be changed. Even if you try again, it's impossible for affinity to increase too. While talking, Yi Yuan already placed his palm on the prenatal cloudstone. The prenatal cloudstone emitted a faint light. That was right, it was a faint light. If not for being in this dark room, it would have been almost impossible to detect it. But it was precisely this bit of light that made Tang Yu's heart tremble fiercely. Back then, when Yi Yuan tested his affinity, he saw with his own eyes that there was no reaction at all. Outside all said that Yi Yuan was 1 point affinity, but actually Yi Yuan's affinity did not reach 1 point at all. It was virtually close to 0. But now, the prenatal cloudstone actually gave off light. Tang Yu's eyes nearly popped out and he said in shock, How is this possible? Affinity, big brother. You actually have affinity now. Zhang Yu also felt his breath. Staring fixedly at the prenatal cloudstone, he cried out in surprise. It moved. The scale moved. It surpassed 1 point. Yi Yuan's affinity was slowly rising. First was surpassing 1 point. Then it slowly passed 2 points. Finally, it stopped at 3 points. 3 points. Tang Yu cried out strangely and almost jumped up. He exclaimed in surprise, Big brother, why your affinity rose to 3 points? In his agitation, Tang Yu's tongue was knotted when he was talking. 3 points affinity was naturally nothing. In fact, it did not even cross the threshold. But Yi Yuan rose from close to 0. Yi Yuan had a bright smile. He was very satisfied with this number. 3 points, even to the most rubbish heavenly alchemist, they turned their noses up at it in disdain too. But Yi Yuan yearned for it. The handicap of affinity on his alchemy was seriously too great. Even if he cultivated the foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of grand completion, he still felt that the road ahead was vague. But 3 points was absolutely a qualitative change to Yi Yuan. Previously, Yi Yuan was a complete and utter blind man, unable to see anything. But now, there was finally a faint light that entered his eyes. This step was absolutely a vital step to his path of alchemy. More importantly, affinity could be improved. Didn't expect to actually have such a harvest. What an unexpected surprise. Yi Yuan had a look of excitement and immediately practiced alchemy. He was already too impatient to wait. Sure enough, the moment he started, it was immediately a lot easier, although it was still a mass of chaos in the heavenly medicines. By relying on his powerful alchemy instinct, it was more than 10 times easier for Yi Yuan to refine pills than before. A 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill was refined by him very quickly. Miracle. A true miracle. I didn't expect that affinity can actually be increased. 3 points are nothing to others, but to younger brother Yi, it's simply akin to adding wings to a tiger. Zhang Yu exclaimed. Shao Qi pays respect to His Highness Eldest Prince. In the private room of a wine shop, Shao Qi kowtowed respectfully to Eldest Prince. Eldest Prince smiled and said, Get up, you're my sister-in-law now. You don't need to be so formal. Shao Qi slowly got up and said respectfully, Shao Qi thanks Eldest Prince for taking care of Big Sister. Shao Qi's elder sister worked as a maid in the royal palace. But now she became Eldest Prince's concubine. This was equivalent to transforming from a swallow into a phoenix. This favor, Shao Qi had no choice but to accept it. Eldest Prince had always wanted to make his way into the Tang family and spy on the progress of Yi Yuan's cultivation. Who would have expected that the Tang family had long already become a monolithic block? Even if he made his way in, he could not come into contact with Yi Yuan too. Later, Eldest Prince found another path and actually discovered that Shao Qi's elder sister was a palace maid in the palace. Furthermore, her life was not easy. Hence, he simply married Shao Qi's elder sister. Eldest Prince knew that Shao Qi was in charge of serving Yi Yuan. Once this layer of relationship was established, would he still be scared of not knowing Yi Yuan's movements? Shao Qi, you're a clever person. You should know what this prince wants. This prince can let your sister live. Of course, I can also make your sister die. Her life and death, it lies with only a thought from you, eldest prince said with a faint smile. With regards to an ant like Xiaoqi, eldest prince could not be bothered to talk rubbish at all. Threatening was the best weapon. Xiaoqi's expression changed slightly, and she said respectfully, Xiaoqi understands. I wonder what eldest prince wants to know. Eldest prince smiled and said, 3 years have already passed since Yi Yuan and nation teacher's wager. I want to know which heavenly medicines has Yi Yuan formulated in these 3 years. Xiaoqi was responsible for allocating the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan needed. Therefore, whatever medicinal pills Yi Yuan was refining, one would naturally know through Xiaoqi directly. Xiaoqi's gaze flickered and she said, in the first year or so, Master Yi has basically been refining all Foundation establishment heavenly pills. As for the next 2 years, he asked for the Dragonscale flower, Heavenly Star Origin, Purple Cloud Drifting Incense. With regards to the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan requested for, Xiaoqi naturally enumerated it like her family's treasures, listing them one by one. However, the Xiahua beside eldest prince started frowning. After Xiaoqi finished speaking, Xiaoqi opened his mouth and said, Are you sure that he only wanted these heavenly medicines? Xiaoqi nodded and said, How can Xiaoqi dare deceive eldest prince and Lord Xiahua? Actually, not only your excellency has this doubt, but the Tang family is also currently in a state of panic from top to bottom. Xiahua frowned and said, What the hell is this Yi Yuan selling in his gourd? Eldest prince did not understand alchemy and asked, Why? Is there something wrong? Xiahua said, What these heavenly medicines refine are all some basic heavenly pills. In terms of difficulty, they are not much higher than the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. His Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill has clearly already reached the realm of 7th grade. Yet, he actually still wasted a year's time on it. At this rate of progress, forget about 5 years, even if it's 50 years, it's also impossible for him to refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill. When eldest prince heard that, he said in surprise, Is this guy courting death? There are still 2 years remaining. Can he refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill? Xiahua said, This is also the thing that I'm most perplexed about. What on earth does this boy want to do? Eldest prince smiled and said, This is great news to us. Refining a Jasper Regeneration Pill in 5 years is something impossible in the first place. He only knew how to refine the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill in the past. So he likely doesn't know how terrifying the Jasper Regeneration Pill is. Now, it's probably going to be a vicious cycle. Xiahua thought about it and thought in his heart that there was only this possibility. You go back then. This king doesn't need you to do anything either. You just have to report the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan uses in his cultivation to this prince at all time. Understand? Eldest prince said to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi replied respectfully and withdrew. For the next 2 years, Yi Yuan still did not touch the Jasper Regeneration Pill. It was as if he had completely forgotten about this. Initially, Yi Yuan refined another batch of Grand Completion 9th Grade Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill in an attempt to increase his affinity. But the effect was not good. The second Heavenly Pill, the effect was drastically reduced. After the 5th Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, there was almost no effect anymore. In the end, Yi Yuan's affinity did not reach 4 points either. Putting aside the regret, the improvement of these 4 points to Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was all round. When he practiced other basic heavenly pills, his speed was much faster. His remaining thought was practically all on studying the basic heavenly pills. Even if it was a slightly more advanced heavenly pill, he did not dabble in them in the slightest too. Looking as time drew closer little by little, the Tang family father and son were anxious like ants on a hot pan. But they also did not dare to go and disturb Yi Yuan's close seclusion. On this day, the 5-year agreement came to an end. Yi Yuan finally came out of closed seclusion. Big brother, nation teacher has already set up the venue at Sky Gathering Establishment and sent someone to invite you over, Tang Yu said anxiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Oh, let's go then. Tang Yu was speechless and said, I say, big brother, You've never touched the Jasper Regeneration Pill's heavenly medicines in these 5 years. Forget about the Jasper Regeneration Pill. Even some of the higher-level heavenly pills, you've never dabbled in them too. You're going over just like this now. Yi Yuan countered with a question. Otherwise. Tang Yu gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, I know that you did it for the Tang family back then. Why not let's run away together? Let's drop the Tang family's foundation. Ha ha ha. Isn't it too late to only think about running now? Don't forget, Yi Yuan and Nation Teacher even signed an Origin Divinity contract. Eldest Prince strolled over with a burst of roaring laughter. Eldest Prince arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said smilingly, Master Yi, this prince came to invite you personally. Today, Royal Father will be there in person to witness your bet. If you win, Royal Father will crown you the position of Nation Teacher in public. Of course, I don't think that you have this chance. When the Tang family father and son heard, their faces could not help changing drastically. This scale was too high. Once Yi Yuan failed, the Tang family would be completely finished. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, Oh? Why is that? Eldest Prince laughed and said, In these 5 years you spent a year to cultivate the foundation establishment heavenly pill bitterly, and then you spent another 4 years to study other basic heavenly pills. You've never even touched high-level heavenly pills. This prince wants to know, what basis do you have to refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill? When Tang Yu heard that, his expression could not help changing greatly and he cried out in surprise, How does your highness know so clearly? Suddenly, his entire body trembled and he looked towards Xiaoqi and said in a cold voice, Xiaoqi, my Tang family treated you well. Why did you betray the Tang family? Xiaoqi said indifferently, The Tang family is already finished. Do you want us, these servants, to all be buried in death? Tang Yu roared angrily, I'll kill you. However, his figure had just moved when a gust of wind came over, directly sending him flying. One move and Tang Yu was seriously injured. Huang Xiaoyu, who was behind Eldest Prince, made a move. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and killing intent immediately arose. Huang Xiaoyu smiled faintly and said, Young man, don't need to look at this old man with this sort of eyes. If you succeed today, this old man will naturally pay a visit and apologize. It's just that you don't have that chance anymore. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, Is that so? Then this Yi will wait for your apology. Finished speaking, Yi Yuan helped Tang Yu up and brought him along to Sky Gathering Establishment. In front of Sky Gathering Establishment, it was long already packed until not even water could seep through. 5 years ago, a 1-point heavenly alchemist defeated Nation Teacher and caused a great sensation in the entire city. Now, the 1-point heavenly alchemist was going to challenge the Jasper Regeneration Pill that no one could refine, which naturally attracted even more attention. Furthermore, this wager even concerned the title of Nation Teacher. 5 years have passed. I wonder what level of strength that 1-point heavenly alchemist has reached. Heh. No matter what level he reached, it's also impossible to refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill. A 1-point heavenly alchemist is indeed heaven-defying, but 5 years' time is too short. The vast majority of the people still felt pessimistic about Yi Yuan. It was not that they did not believe in Yi Yuan's talent, but that 5 years' time was too short. 5 years were not even enough to learn the rudiments of heavenly pills. Even if Yi Yuan could refine a 7th-grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, there were 100,000 foundation establishment heavenly pills between the foundation establishment heavenly pill and Jasper Regeneration Pill. This disparity was not what a short 5 years could make up for. He's here. The 1-point heavenly alchemist is here. Suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd. Yi Yuan led the Tang family's people and arrived in front of the Sky Gathering Establishment. Nation Teacher Lin Lan walked out slowly and said with a smile, Master Yi came? Looking at Master Ye's energetic appearance, victory should be in your grasp, right? I, this old Nation Teacher, am probably going to have to abdicate. The intel that Eldest Prince grasped, Lin Lan naturally grasped it too. Therefore, he already won this bet. Regarding the humiliation of the past 5 years, he was going to return it all to Yi Yuan today. Yeah, you're old. It's time to relinquish your position. Yi Yuan followed up. Lin Lan did not care either and said with a smile, hoo, flattery, like perfume, should be smelled not swallowed. Refined 5 years' worth of basic heavenly pills and never even once touched the Jasper regeneration pill. This nation teacher really wants to know what you'll use to win this nation teacher. What? Refined 5 years of basic heavenly pills? What a joke. What's the use of basic heavenly pills? Goodness gracious, it isn't true, right? Even if Yi Yuan refined the Foundation establishment heavenly pill until he shatters the sky, he can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill too. With Lin Lan's one sentence, the entire crowd directly exploded. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan should have been studying the Jasper regeneration pill frantically in the past 5 years. At least he should be working in this direction too. However, he did not. Yi Yuan spent 5 years' time on merely just basic heavenly pills. Basic heavenly pills were entry-level heavenly pills, the basic skill of heavenly alchemists. Studying this kind of heavenly pill did not help the Jasper regeneration pill at all, which was also to say that this wager was actually just a joke. On Sky Gathering Establishment's second floor, one could have a commanding view of the situation outside. A middle-aged man dressed in faint azure long robes was currently standing by the window and looking at everything below. This middle-aged man's gaze brimmed with radiating vigor, full of power and energy, radiating awe without being angry. He was precisely Eastward Country's emperor, Qiao Kaiyuan. The emperor said, "Old Second, this is the person that you chose? You disappoint us greatly." At this time, Second Prince was currently standing next to Qiao Kaiyuan. Hearing this, he could not help sweating profusely. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually spent these 5 years all on basic heavenly pills. Royal Father, Yi Yuan's alchemy talent is extremely heaven-defying. As long as give him time, he can definitely surpass Nation Teacher. Second Prince gritted his teeth and said. Qiao Kaiyuan had both hands behind his back as he said coolly, "No matter how strong his talent is, it's also pointless if he doesn't have the temperament. Ascenders often act in undue confidence of their own ability and look down upon others. Their outcomes are mostly tragic. He's no exception either. Clearly, he doesn't have the assurance, but he set a 5-year gamble. This kind of person isn't worth entrusting our future." Second Prince's cold sweat poured profusely. The Emperor's words were equivalent to sentencing him to death. Eldest Prince already went up to the second floor at some point and just happened to hear this, and he could not help being wildly elated in his heart. Hoo-hoo! Royal Father is wise. This boy is conceited and condescending. Winning against Nation Teacher the last time, although he has strength, there was also a lot of luck. But he thought that he already surpassed Nation Teacher. What a joke! Eldest Prince said with a laugh. Qiao Kaiyuan nodded and said, "What Yuqin said is right. A 7th grade Foundation establishment heavenly pill is indeed amazing. But it's also merely just amazing." As he spoke, he already turned around and left the window, and sat down in the room. He gave his 2 sons a glance and said coolly, "These few years we have been mentally and physically exhausted and already have the thought of abdicating. Yuqin is level-headed when doing things and acts after planning things. Apart from this, he even kept the 3 Jade Ru Heavenly Sect envoys at bay these few years, rendering utmost contributions. We feel at ease handing over the country to Yuqin." Second Prince's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a look of despair. He did not expect that Royal Father actually directly announced the sentence at this time. He lost. Eldest Prince was wildly ecstatic in his heart, but the expression on his face was controlled just right. When the Emperor saw this scene, he became even more certain of his judgment in his heart. "After this matter is over, we will choose a date to announce this matter." Qiao Kaiyuan gave the final word. Second Prince gritted his teeth and said, "Royal Father, I am unconvinced." Qiao Kaiyuan did not get angry and said coolly, "Yu Tang, now that things have played out like this, what bargaining chips do you still have in your hand? Nation Teacher has chosen a side. You're not fated with the envoys. You no longer have cards to play from your hand." Second Prince said in a solemn voice, "No, Royal Father is wrong. If Yi Yuan can win, the Nation Teacher will be mine." Eldest Prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Old Second, have you become desperate from losing?" Now that it has come to this, could it be that you still feel that Yi Yuan can win? A fellow who refined 5 years' worth of basic heavenly pills, you expect him to be able to refine the Jasper regeneration pill. Second Prince smiled coldly and said, "My elder brother, the last time no one was optimistic about him either, right? How can you guarantee that he won't be able to turn the tables this time?" Eldest Prince still wanted to speak, but heard Xiao Kaiyuan say coolly, "If he can really win, we can retract our order. It's just that it's impossible." People did not know that the ownership of Eastward Country's emperor was decided on this second floor just like that. In front of Sky Gathering establishment, people were all grumbling that Yi Yuan overestimated his own ability. Clearly did not have that ability, but insisted on attempting it. Beside Lin Lan, Xiahua laughed loudly and said, "Yi Yuan, didn't you say that after 5 years you'll make the Shui come to find you to buy heavenly pills? Now this Shui is finding you to buy heavenly pills. Where's your heavenly pill?" "Ha ha ha." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You seem very pleased with yourself." Xiahua's expression changed, and he changed to a vicious expression and said angrily, "Of course I'm pleased with myself. You severed my heavenly alchemist path. Now you also cut off your own way out. Do you think I cannot be smug? Ha ha ha." Xiahua's hatred towards Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit less than Lin Lan. How glorious a profession was being a heavenly alchemist. He had once enjoyed unparalleled glory and was admired by thousands. But all these were ruined in Yi Yuan's hands. Now, seeing Yi Yuan like this, how could he not be happy? However, Yi Yuan just said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Since you're so smug, then I won't be selling my Jasper regeneration pill to you anymore." Xiahua laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Oh, no, I'm so scared." "Your Jasper regeneration pill? Your Jasper regeneration pill? Haha. Have you refined a Jasper regeneration pill before? How hilarious. Haha. Master Yi, stop forcing it. The heavenly medicines that you've used in your cultivation these few years, we know it like the back of our hands. Forget about the Jasper regeneration pill. Even if it's slightly more difficult heavenly pills, you've never dabbled in them too. This nation teacher didn't say things wrongly, right?" Lin Lan said with a sneer. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "You're right. I've studied more than 20 kinds of heavenly pills in these 5 years. All of them were basic heavenly pills. There's nothing that can't be publicized." Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding these things in the first place. It was just that the likes of Eldest Prince and Lin Lan treated it as a big deal. However, Yi Yuan admitting it very shamelessly made everyone lose confidence. Was the 1-point heavenly alchemist who had once shone with boundless radiance finally going to fall here? Nation teacher absolutely would not let Yi Yuan off. Lin Lan sneered and said, "Now that it's come to this, are you still not going to accept your fate?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why don't I give it a try? What if I get lucky and refine it?" Lin Lan snickered when he heard that and said, "Lucky? There's never luck in alchemy. Every bit of quality is true ability. For 5 years, you've never even touched the Jasper regeneration pill before. You still want to try your luck to refine it? Dream on." Yi Yuan still smiled and said, "I'm a lucky guy. Maybe I can really refine it." Lin Lan smiled coldly and said, "The medicinal cauldron is already prepared. Just try it. Just the likes of you. If you can refine the Jasper regeneration pill, this nation teacher will swallow this medicinal cauldron whole." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Lord Nation Teacher, this is what you said." Lin Lan said calmly, "This nation teacher said it." Yi Yuan smiled and came before the medicinal cauldron. Lin Lan's preparation work was done solidly. All of the items for refining the pill were already prepared. Yi Yuan picked up a stalk of heavenly medicine and played with it while sizing it up. Xiahua smiled coldly and said, "Master Yi, haven't tried your hand at the Jade Moon Orchid, right? With your negligible affinity, can you extract it successfully in one go? Got to be more careful. Don't ruin it with a careless move. That will be botching it." Yi Yuan ignored him and still played with the Jade Moon Orchid. The Jade Moon Orchid was one of the Jasper regeneration pill's main medicines and also an extremely hard to extract grade 1 heavenly medicine. Not refining it well would have an impact on the entire refinement of the heavenly pill. Many heavenly alchemists could not even complete this step well. There was naturally no talk of refining the Jasper regeneration pill. This playing took 15 minutes time. Xianxia became impatient and said with a cold snort, "What? Want to drag the time? Even if you delay until heaven and earth turn old, it's impossible to refine it too." Boom! Suddenly, a cluster of flames suddenly arose, making Xianxia jump in fright. Yi Yuan started. As soon as he took action, the hearts of Tang Yu and the rest leaped to their throats. There was only one chance. Any slip-up was fatal, but they were unable to imagine how Yi Yuan, who had never touched the Jasper regeneration pill before, was going to not make any mistakes at all in the refining process of such a difficult medicinal pill. If nothing else, just talking about the Jade Moon Orchid, this hurdle, it was not easy to clear. As for the second prince upstairs, he was even nervous until he was shaking. Yi Yuan's refinement concerned the fate of his future. Whether the bet he made was useful or not would depend on this time. If Yi Yuan could replace Lin Lan, he would be able to turn the tables amidst a desperate situation. Suddenly, Lin Lan's entire body trembled and he cried out in surprise. His affinity increased. How is this possible? Not just Lin Lan, many people noticed it too. Yi Yuan's affinity seemed to be a little stronger than before. Although it was not much, it had indeed become stronger. Impossible? Could it be a misconception? How can affinity improve? Really seeing ghosts? Does this guy never play cards according to the normal routine? 1 point affinity can't refine pills, yet he can. Affinity can't be improved, but he could too. This guy is simply too heaven-defying to actually be able to improve even his affinity. Cries of exclamations rose and ebbed. People became even more curious about Yi Yuan. All kinds of miracles happened to him alone. It was seriously too dazzling. Master, a method to increase affinity. If you can obtain it, you'll definitely be able to improve further, Xianxia said. Lin Lan's gaze also changed from shock to greed. Clearly, he was moved. The Jade Moon Orchid was being extracted little by little and did not collapse like everyone imagined. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's refinement had virtually no flaws. It was completely not like it was his first time refining. Xianxia opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief all over his face. How is this possible? Hasn't he never extracted the Jade Moon Orchid before? Lin Lan's expression became very ugly. Yi Yuan's extraction could be rated as perfect. Even he could not do better than Yi Yuan too. But it was clearly Yi Yuan's first time. Why? Why was it so perfect? Could it be that the intel was wrong? Very soon, Yi Yuan finished the extraction of the Jade Moon Orchid. He picked up the second stalk of heavenly medicine, mountain root fuyu, and started examining it carefully. This time, no one talked badly about him anymore. Everyone watched quietly, waiting for Yi Yuan's performance. The extraction difficulty of the mountain root fuyu was even greater than the Jade Moon Orchid. Yi Yuan studied it for a full 30 minutes before making a move to extract it. Smooth as always. Each heavenly medicine afterward, Yi Yuan would look at it for some time. Some were long, some were short. But the extraction process was smooth. Those people watching a joke were utterly dumbfounded. Pa! Xianxia flung a slap onto Xiaoqi's face, directly slapping her until she flew into the air. The current Xianxia was enraged to the extreme. He pointed at Xiaoqi's nose and cursed. Damn thing! You dare lie to your father. Didn't you say that he has never come into contact with the Jasper regeneration pill's heavenly medicines before in these 5 years? Xiaoqi was slapped until her face swelled up, tears and snort running heavily. She said aggrievely, how can this lowly one dare lie to you? He really never came into contact with it before. Bang! Xianxia kicked a foot fiercely onto Xiaoqi's chest, and he roared angrily, Never! Never! Can he refine until like this if he had never done so? Your father will kick you to death. One kick after another, Xiaoqi was kicked until her eyes rolled back, fresh blood flowing constantly out of her mouth, looking like she was going to kick the bucket. But Xianxia was still furious. Damn thing, lied to all of us. Come, men. Drag her away from me, Xianxia said angrily. When Tang Yu and the rest saw this scene, there was no sympathy in their eyes at all. The Tang family treated Xiaoqi well, but this girl actually betrayed the Tang family. Death couldn't expiate her sins. However, they all knew that Xiaoqi did not lie. Xiaoqi died very unjustly. In these 5 years, Yi Yuan had never touched these heavenly medicines before. The heavenly medicines that the Tang family prepared for the Jasper regeneration pill were still currently lying in the medicine storehouse perfectly well, and had never been touched before. They also hoped that Yi Yuan would transfer these heavenly medicines over. But they waited and waited, but it did not happen. Therefore, they were very certain that today was Yi Yuan's first time refining these heavenly medicines. However, it was also precisely due to this that the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. During the past 5 years, he never touched these heavenly medicines before, but today he could extract them perfectly. How on earth did this guy do it? Heh? Old second, this play of yours deceived everybody. It played out really beautifully. As your elder brother, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Eldest prince looked at second prince and said with a cold smile. While second prince had a blank face, he completely did not know what was going on. But he was very thrilled. Before Yi Yuan made his move, his heart had leaped to his throat, fearing that Yi Yuan would be a goner with a moment of carelessness. Who knew that Yi Yuan seemingly had divine help, refining all of the heavenly medicines in one go. Royal brother, it was clearly you who played tricks, but is playing the blame game here. This younger brother is the one who's ashamed of my inferiority. Second prince similarly smiled coldly as he said, Humph? You don't need to be proud of yourself. Extracting heavenly medicines is just the first step. A Jasper regeneration pill has dozens of heavenly medicine combinations. The complexity isn't what a foundation establishment heavenly pill can compare to, eldest prince said with a cold snort. Second prince did not show weakness in the slightest too and said, Big brother, you're flustered. Yi Yuan has already created too many miracles. So how do you know whether or not he'll create a miracle again this time? Emperor Qiao Kaiyuan sat up straight, closing his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to the outside world's matters. He placed all of his energy on the pill refinement. Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy had always been different from others. People tend to pursue higher-level medicinal pills, but then they neglected the foundation. They thought that by refining higher-level medicinal pills, those basic medicinal pills would naturally be mastered. Not so. This kind of understanding was one-sided. In Yi Yuan's understanding, the foundation was far more important than high-level medicinal pills. Similarly, a grade 1 heavenly pill, no matter how complicated, it was also composed of some basic refining techniques. As long as one thoroughly grasped these basic things, refining high-difficulty heavenly pills was merely something that happened naturally with ease. In these 5 years, although he had been studying basic heavenly pills, he had mastered the basics of grade 1 heavenly pills extremely well. In the following years, Yi Yuan studied more than 20 kinds of basic heavenly pills. Each type, he practiced it to the realm of grand completion 9th grade. If let people knew about these things, it would surely cause a huge uproar. But it did not matter if people did not know. This kind of strength would be fully released when refining the Jasper regeneration pill. Of course, being able to reach this step in such a short time, what he relied on was not just his perseverance, there was also his thousands of years of accumulated terrifying experience, as well as his extraordinary alchemy talent. Not one could be lacking. Now, Yi Yuan's instinct was already extremely terrifying. Although he had never extracted these heavenly medicines before, by relying on his powerful instinct as well as 4 points of affinity, he could completely extract them. Swoosh! Yi Yuan fired out a stream of divine essence. Several dozen kinds of heavenly medicines entered the medicine cauldron one by one. The pill refinement started. At this moment, his decades of hard training were all poured into the medicine cauldron. It was easy to say, but refining the Jasper regeneration pill was indeed a very big challenge. With Yi Yuan's character, he naturally would not fight a battle that he did not have confidence in. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan studied the properties of the jade moon orchid, mountain root fuyu, and the rest of the heavenly medicines very thoroughly. And the pill formula, he deduced it countless times too. While it was complicated, it was not impossible for Yi Yuan. let alone that 4 points affinity let him see even more things. Yi Yuan's fire control, refining technique, all gave people a master-level feeling. It naturally attracted a series of exclamations. The expressions of Lin Lan and the rest were very ugly. Even the emperor, who had his eyes closed all along to rest, also came to the window again, and looked down on Yi Yuan refining the pill. But very soon Yi Yuan became somewhat overwhelmed. The Jasper regeneration pill was too complicated. Compared to basic heavenly pills, this was an extremely huge project. From a dozen over heavenly medicines to dozens of heavenly medicines, the increase in difficulty was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Affinity. In the end, it was still affinity. 4 points of affinity struggled to make ends meet. When the difficulty rose exponentially, Yi Yuan felt the inadequacy of affinity once again. Yi Yuan's breathing became more and more labored. The sweat on his forehead became more and more too. Smiles gradually showed on the faces of Lin Lan, Xianxia, and the rest. Crashing. He's finally crashing. Freaking hell, scared me to death. Heh. This bit of affinity also wants to refine the Jasper regeneration pill. Truly a fool's talk, Xianxia said with great delight. Previously, his nerves had always been tightly wound. Now he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Lan sneered and said, the difficulty of refining a Jasper regeneration pill, even nation teacher's affinity can't support it. Just based on his tiny bit of pitiful affinity, he also wants to refine it. Eldest Prince laughed loudly when he saw the situation and said, Old Second, this is the miracle that you spoke of? Ha ha ha. I think this is called overestimating his own ability. The Jasper regeneration pill hasn't even refined until 1/3 currently. He already almost can't hold on anymore. I want to see how you make a comeback. Second Prince originally had a hopeful look too, but at this time he also started panicking. He could even feel Yi Yuan struggling on the second floor. But the refining process of the heavenly pill was less than 1/3. The emperor glanced, shook his head, and said, the situation is beyond salvation. Then he returned to his seat again and closed his eyes to rest. Time went by little by little. Yi Yuan was struggling more and more. Even his hand was trembling. Regardless of whether body, divine essence, or origin divinity, Yi Yuan's limit reached its end. When Lin Lan saw this scene, the smile on his face grew thicker. Hoo-hoo? Fleshly body and origin divinity are still fine, but divine essence is a hard criterion. He's only middle lesser sublime heaven. So his divine essence isn't enough to support him to finish refining the Jasper regeneration pill at all. After his divine essence is exhausted, this nation teacher wants to see what he'll use to refine the pill, Lin Lan said with all smiles. And at this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly stomped his foot and a whirlwind rose from the ground. Gather for me. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. A powerful suction force gathered the surrounding spiritual energy over. Yi Yuan's hands did not rest, directly injecting the spiritual energy into the medicine cauldron. Everyone was stunned. There was still this kind of strategy? Instantly forming a formation, borrowing strength to refine pill. This guy, Lin Lan's smile instantly froze on his face. Yi Yuan's approach was like he was slapping his face on purpose. He just finished speaking and Yi Yuan flung a vicious slap over. Borrowing power to refine a pill was an extremely profound method. When refining pills normally, no one dared to try it at all. Because it was not their own strength, there was no way of doing what the heart wished in terms of control at all. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he would not employ this move unless it was a last resort too. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave another low cry. The Tao fire dissipated and the spirit gathering formation disappeared. Then, he plopped his bottom onto the ground and his lower and upper eyelids kept hitting. He was seriously too tired. A Jasper regeneration pill practically hollowed him out. Damn affinity. Really almost took my own life. Yi Yuan could not resist swearing. Right then, Lin Lan arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said while looking down from a height, Affinity didn't take your life, but this nation teacher will take your life. Oh? Haven't opened the furnace yet and the nation teacher already wants my life. Yi Yuan said leisurely while revolving his cultivation method to recover his strength. Lin Lan snickered and said, with how you refined it, is there still a need to open the furnace? It's definitely a useless pill inside the medicine cauldron. Refining heavenly pills had extremely high requirements for the material of the medicine cauldron. Hence, before opening the furnace, one did not know the quality of the heavenly pill inside the medicine cauldron. Judging from Yi Yuan's performance, this furnace was undoubtedly an invalid pill. Actually, it was not just Lin Lan who thought so. Everyone present thought so too. Yi Yuan's refinement was already too unsightly towards the later stages. The air of a master when he just started was completely gone. Using swaying in the midst of a raging storm could not be more apt. He was completely hanging in there with one breath. How could such a refinement possibly refine a complete product heavenly pill? Let alone that it was even the extremely high difficulty Jasper regeneration pill. Ha ha ha. Just your flustered confusion. Is there still a need to open the furnace? Not blowing the furnace up is already considered pretty good, Xianxia said jeeringly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, better open it up. Otherwise, I won't give up either. This origin divinity contract can't be completed too, isn't that so? Lin Lan nodded slightly and said, fine, I'll let you give up on this. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I don't have much strength anymore, so I'll have to trouble Lord Nation Teacher to open the furnace personally then. Lin Lan had a look of disdain on his face and arrived before the medicine cauldron. At this time, the emperor on the second floor slowly stood up and said coolly, all right, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. We are leaving. This one sentence, the outcome is a foregone conclusion, carried a double meaning. On one hand, it was referring to Nation Teacher and Yi Yuan's battle. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. On the other hand, it was referring to Eldest Prince and Second Prince's battle. It was similarly a foregone conclusion. Therefore, he had no interest in staying any longer. The remaining things would naturally be handled by Nation Teacher. Sending Royal Father off respectfully, Eldest Prince was wildly elated in his heart and bowed to send Xiao Kaiyuan off. Second Prince did not turn his head back. His gaze was glued to downstairs. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, his eyes giving off a dazzling light. Ha 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 ha! Second Prince let out a burst of wild laughter. The emotions suppressed in his heart erupted completely at this moment. Eldest Prince currently had his back toward downstairs and did not know what happened. Hearing Second Prince laugh madly without ceasing, he even thought that he could not bear the blow and went completely mad. Old Second, it's just a temporary loss. Why do you have to care so much? We'll always be brothers, Eldest Prince urged with a hypocritical expression. Right at this time, a series of exclamations came from below, instantly suppressing his voice. Refined. Really refined. Too fake. When he was refining the pill, he already looked like that. It can actually form a pill too. A miracle. Really a miracle. Within 5 years, he actually really refined the Jasper regeneration pill. Eldest Prince's expression changed wildly, and he turned to look downstairs, and his entire body turned stiff there. And Xiao Kaiyuan also stopped halfway. Downstairs, Lin Lan was transfixed, while Xianxia had a blank face. By the side, a medicinal pill was placed in the dish quietly. There was an uproar in front of Sky Gathering establishment. What on earth is going on? The wild ecstasy just now had long already evaporated into thin air. Eldest Prince's heart had a layer of thick dark clouds covered along with the appearance of that heavenly pill. Second Prince laughed loudly and said, Royal brother, it is just a temporary loss. You don't need to care. Don't need to care? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, his expression changed. The Emperor actually arrived by his side at no idea when. However, his gaze was looking below. At this time, a look of surprise finally showed on the Emperor's face. Clearly, he was unable to believe everything before his eyes too. The Jasper regeneration pill had formed. Nation Teacher lost. Lost completely and utterly. Royal Father, this time it can prove my eyesight, right? Yi Yuan really created a miracle again, Second Prince said with confidence. At this very moment he was unbelievably grateful to Lu Yun. If not for Master Yun, it would have been impossible for him to turn the tables in a desperate situation. It was not that his eyesight was good, but that Master Yun's eyesight was good. Master Yun had said long ago, Yi Yuan was a dragon among men. a distinguished talent among ascenders. Now, the massive dragon had already taken off. Lord Nation Teacher, I remember that you said before, if I can refine the Jasper regeneration pill, you'll swallow the medicine cauldron whole? Now, are you swallowing or not? Also, this brother Shui, you appeared very pleased with yourself just now. You don't need to buy the Jasper regeneration pill from me? I beg you. Please don't come to me to buy one. It's not for sale. Yi Yuan's 2 sentences stung Lin Lan and Xiehua until they almost went crazy. Lin Lan's old face almost wanted to tunnel into the ground. The moment the furnace opened, he was completely dumbfounded. The Jasper regeneration pill really formed. But how was this possible? This is impossible. You were clearly giving out already previously. Your refining technique already became deformed. So how can it possibly form a pill? Lin Lan bellowed. He thought that it was impossible for the 1 Yi Yuan to refine a heavenly pill. In the end, Yi Yuan refined the Foundation Establishment heavenly pill. He thought that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to refine the Jasper regeneration pill. But in the end, Yi Yuan really refined the Jasper regeneration pill. This sort of thing was simply too demoralizing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, competing in alchemy, you're still far behind. If I tell you that everything later was all refined by relying on instinct, do you believe it? Before waiting for Lin Lan to speak, Yi Yuan continued, of course you won't believe it. Just like if I tell you that I really only studied 20 over kinds of basic heavenly pills in these 5 years, you definitely won't believe it too. If I tell you these heavenly medicines it's all my first time refining, you still won't believe it. However, these are all facts. The things that you look down on might not be useless. The people that you look down on might not be inferior to you too. Pill refining. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Lin Lan's entire body trembled, feeling that his alchemy beliefs had completely collapsed. Everything that Yi Yuan said was what he could not imagine. However, Yi Yuan really did it. He refined the Jasper regeneration pill. Lin Lan had a face like he was battered out of his senses and no longer had the air of a nation teacher. Thud. Suddenly, Xiehua directly knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and wept bitterly as he said, Master Yi, I was wrong. I beg you, sell the heavenly pill to me. I'm willing to pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price. Xiehua wanted to become a heavenly alchemist. It was also precisely so that he hated Yi Yuan even more. Originally, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine the Jasper regeneration pill at all, especially learning from Shao Qi there about Yi Yuan's situation in these recent years. But now, Yi Yuan actually really refined it. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, this Yi will not take back my words once I've said it. Not selling to you means not selling to you. Forget that you offered 100 times. Even if it's 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price, this Yi won't sell it to you too. Moreover, do you feel that this Yi lacks money very much? As he said, he raised the Jasper regeneration pill in his hand and said smilingly, who wants the Jasper regeneration pill? I want it. Someone with a severed arm reacted the fastest and jumped out immediately. This person was precisely one of the guards who beat the Tang family's father and son back then. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, consider yourself lucky. This heavenly pill, I'm giving it to you. As he said those words, Yi Yuan actually directly threw the Jasper regeneration pill to him. No way, right? Gave it away. It's the Jasper regeneration pill, but he actually gave it away. What the hell? He gave it away rather than giving it to Xiehua. Ruthless. Yi Yuan is being unfair. Tang Yu still has a severed arm. He actually gave the Jasper regeneration pill away. This action of Yi Yuan's immediately caused a hubbub. Of course, the ones who were the most displeased were still the Tang family. Tang Jinawa's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he was somewhat unhappy. He refined the Jasper regeneration pill, and it actually was not given to Tang Yu straight away. He found this unacceptable. How much risk the Tang family shouldered for Yi Yuan. Fussing around him, he actually gave the heavenly pill to an irrelevant person. That person obtained the Jasper regeneration pill and was immensely grateful to Yi Yuan. He was afraid that someone would snatch it, so he swallowed it right away. At this time, the emperor brought second prince and came down from the second floor. Behind them, eldest prince's figure was gone. Clearly, The die was cast. The joy on Second Prince's face could not be concealed no matter what. The Emperor gave Lin Lan a glance and could not refrain from sighing. He seriously did not expect that this old brother of his would also have times where he stumbled. But the Origin Divinity contract was already signed. If he did not carry it out, Lin Lan would be dead for sure. The Emperor arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a frown, "Since the victor has been decided, then we will confer the position of nation teacher to you." Yi Yuan gave a hand gesture and said smilingly, "Your Majesty, you don't need to be anxious. It's such a fine occasion today. I see that there are many people with missing limbs. Since this Yi is going to be the nation teacher, I naturally have to share in your Majesty's worries. Why not this Yi refine pills in public for sale?" "What does your Majesty think?" The Emperor said in surprise, "You're already like this. Can you still refine?" In his view, this Jasper regeneration pill being able to become a pill was more of a coincidence. But the Origin Divinity contract was placed there. If it was done, it was done. He could not go back on his words too. One heavenly pill already drained Yi Yuan. With another one, could this guy bear it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I think that nation teacher is unconvinced by his loss. Since that's the case, I'll make a little more convinced. Your Majesty, please deploy a batch of heavenly medicines over. Leave the severed limbs of these guards to this Yi." In the royal family, these guards with severed limbs were not in the minority. But Yi Yuan saying this was a generous move. Furthermore, it was even free. Got to admit, this was a big gift to the Emperor. The Emperor mused for a moment and said in a solemn voice, "Yu Tang, you go and make arrangements." Second Prince gladly accepted the order. Xianxia suddenly gave a cold snort and said, "He's already struggling heavily to refine one. In my view, you're making fun of His Majesty." His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of hatred. The action just now, Yi Yuan had humiliated him greatly. Yi Yuan rather gave the pill to a guard for free than give it to him. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "If I were you, I'd shut up right now. You have to know, the nation teacher isn't your master now, but me. It's just a matter of a word to kill you." Xiahua's body trembled, full of fear, and sure enough, he shut up. Before long, Second Prince brought a large number of heavenly medicines over. The royal family's treasures were naturally not what the Tang family could compare to. At this time, Yi Yuan was pretty much done resting. He was not long-winded, directly getting to work with refining the pills. People all thought that Yi Yuan would be like the last time, collapsing from exhaustion in the end. However, they were disappointed. This time, Yi Yuan refined very smoothly. Although it was still very strenuous, those signs of exhaustion previously did not appear. This made everyone incredibly surprised. What's going on here? Could it be that he was performing previously? There's no need. Being exhausted until like that, even if it's a performance, it's also too much, right? I say, guys, it wouldn't really be his first time refining the Jasper regeneration pill previously, right? Because there's experience now, so it's going a lot smoother this time. Seeing this situation, everyone naturally speculated heavily. Honestly speaking, they did not believe a single one of Yi Yuan's words. Refined 5 years of basic heavenly pills and one would be able to refine the Jasper regeneration pill? Then heavenly alchemists would also be too worthless. Yi Yuan must have deceived everybody through some method in these 5 years and bitterly trained in high-level heavenly pills in secret. But the expression on Lin Lan's face became incomparably solemn, because he discovered that Yi Yuan's refining technique was far more mellow and smooth than before. Although the refinement before was enough to serve as an example, there were clearly many areas that were not mellowed and smooth. And this also resulted in the situation of divine essence being insufficient in the end. But now, Yi Yuan's allocation of divine essence as well as the use of his technique was obviously much more reasonable. What did this show? This showed that Yi Yuan was improving. It was just that this improvement speed was too terrifying. The second heavenly pill was worth more than 10 years of his hard work. Could it be that it was really this guy's first time refining the Jasper regeneration pill? First time refining such a high difficulty heavenly pill and he succeeded in one go? This was too bloody freakish, right? Lin Lan could not find any words to describe the shock in his heart currently. Could a person's alchemy talent actually be strong to such an extent? No. Absolutely impossible. Lin Lan furrowed his brows and racked his brain for ideas, wanting to find where the problem lay. Suddenly, his entire body trembled and he thought of a certain possibility. Basic heavenly pills. Could there really be something fishy about these basic heavenly pills? Could one really refine the Jasper regeneration pill after mastering basic heavenly pills? Condense. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry and the Jasper regeneration pill was done. This time, the quality was obviously much better than last time. The guard who obtained the heavenly pill swallowed it happily. Following that, Yi Yuan rested for a while and continued to refine pills. One after another, people's shock also grew more and more, because Yi Yuan's speed of improvement was seriously too fast. Second Prince had long already ordered someone to fetch the Cloud Mount Motherstone. For each heavenly pill that Yi Yuan produced, there would be someone who would check the quality. From the starting lower 2nd grade to upper 3rd grade, then to upper 4th grade, and reaching the terrifying upper 6th grade in the end. The quality of the Jasper regeneration pill jumped up grade after grade. Those guards who received the heavenly pills before were almost crying. The higher the quality, naturally the more compatible the new limb grown would be with the body. Too terrifying. This kind of improvement speed is simply too heavenly defying. Fucking hell. It's my first time hearing that the Jasper regeneration pill can be refined like this. Nation Teacher is simply weak to the max in front of Yi Yuan. Looks like this wager Nation Teacher didn't lose unjustly. Amidst the cries of exclamations, people were long already prostrating on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan. This kind of improvement was definitely not an act. Maybe you could not see with one or two, but putting so many medicinal pills together, that sort of continuous improvement was clear at a glance. While the Emperor's eyes were sparkling, the pleasant surprise that Yi Yuan brought to him was too strong, making him feel like he obtained a priceless treasure. The sense of loss because of losing Lin Lan previously had long already been swept clean. Lin Lan was simply dust on the ground when compared to Yi Yuan. Condense. Another Jasper regeneration pill was done. Yi Yuan threw it to Tang Yu and said with a smile, "The best one naturally has to be saved for my own people. Golden pill. 9th grade golden pill." In the crowd, a series of strange cries came over. What Tang Yu held in his hand was actually a shining golden medicinal pill. No need to appraise it. It was naturally a 9th grade golden pill. By the side, Tang Jinhua was dumbfounded. He even thought that Yi Yuan forgot about his son and was brimming with resentment in his heart. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually gave his son a 9th grade golden pill? "Father, I said it right? Big brother won't forget me." Him refining pills for those people previously was merely used for practice. Tang Yu said. After so many years, he already knew Yi Yuan very well. Since Yi Yuan refined the Jasper regeneration pill, he definitely would not forget about him. Therefore, when Tang Jinhua was complaining just now, Tang Yu also made him hold his horses. Sure enough, the best one was saved for him. "Thank you, big brother," Tang Yu said to Yi Yuan respectfully. "This is what you deserve," Yi Yuan said with a smile. The others were all incredibly envious. Being able to become friends with Master Yi was truly an incomparably blissful thing. "Master Nation Teacher, are you convinced or not?" Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lin Lan had long already been dumbfounded by Yi Yuan's alchemy technique. Convinced or not? Of course, he was convinced. Someone capable of refining the Jasper regeneration pill to the realm of 9th grade golden pill, could he still be unconvinced? He was also someone who pursued the alchemy path. It was just that he became content with retaining sovereignty over the remote land of Eastward Country, holding great power and authority, and had long already lost his original aspirations. This defeat was undeniable, completely and thoroughly. He turned around to leave quietly without saying anything. Someone saw that Nation Teacher left the city. No one knew where he had gone. The Emperor did not urge him to stay either. He knew that Lin Lan's defeat could be said to be all hope being dashed to pieces. Watching Master Yi refine pills today is truly immensely shocking. We want to formally establish Yi Yuan as the Nation Teacher. I wonder if Master Yi can agree to it. Finished speaking, the emperor actually gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan in public. This was the highest level of courtesy. The current Xiao Yuan was inviting Yi Yuan, not fulfilling his wager agreement, but no one felt that there was anything wrong. Yi Yuan was worthy of it. Just based on Yi Yuan's alchemy strength, what did a nation teacher count for? In fact, Yi Yuan being a nation teacher was still considered condescending to take a post offered already. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since your majesty is so courteous, then this Yi will accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously." When one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. Yi Yuan's domineering rise let the Tang family become eastward's #1 major family in one bound. The Tang family's forces spread throughout the entire eastward country very soon. The emperor also officially announced to the outside world that second prince became the crown prince and would inherit the rule in 3 years. The likes of the Yang family, Jiang Yu and Lu Yun, their statuses also rose along with him in eastward country. Just as everyone thought that the waves had subsided, another incident caused a stir in the entire eastward. One early morning half a month later, the sky was just getting bright. Eh? Why is someone kneeling in front of Nation Teacher Manor? Hoo-hoo? What's strange about this? Ever since Master Yi became the nation teacher, there has been an endless stream coming to request for pills. I reckon that this person is here to seek pills too, right? That's not right. You look at him. Why does he look like nation teacher? Nation teacher? Are you blind? Why would nation teacher be kneeling in front of his own house? My God. I'm not talking about nation teacher Yi. It's nation teacher Lin. Lin Lan. Amen? It's true. This is going to be a big thing. Master Lin actually left and returned, and even knelt in front of the nation teacher manor. Waiting until dawn, in front of nation teacher manor's gates was long already surrounded until not even water could seep through. The former nation teacher kneeling in front of the current nation teacher's door. This kind of thing, wanting to not cause a stir, would not do either. Regarding this sort of thing, there naturally could not avoid people gesticulating. But Lin Lan was not the slightest bit moved and just knelt straight like that. Tang Yu walked out of nation teacher manor, looked at Lin Lan, and said with a frown, "What is Master Lin doing this for?" At present, Tang Yu's severed arm had already grown out and was no different from an ordinary person. Furthermore, after he took the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, his strength also advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to upper lesser sublime heaven. After Yi Yuan moved into Nation Teacher Manor, Tang Yu handed all of the family affairs to Tang Jinhua to manage. He willingly came to Nation Teacher Manor and became the chief steward. When Lin Lan heard that, he just said coolly, "I'm here to acknowledge him as my master." Acknowledge as your master? When Tang Yu heard that, he could not help opening his eyes wide. The exalted former nation teacher, a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, was here to acknowledge a master? The surrounding crowd was also ignited by these few words. Acknowledge master? Did I hear wrongly? What a joke. Isn't Master Lin implacable enemies with Master Yi? He would actually put aside his ego and kneel in front of Master Ye's door to acknowledge Master. This Master Yi wouldn't be wanting to swallow humiliation and bear a heavy burden and harm Master Yi, right? Very likely. No one would have thought that the Lord Nation Teacher, who had once looked down on eastward, could actually put aside his ego and kneel down in public to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master. This impact was really too strong. Even someone as clever as Tang Yu felt at a loss for some time too. Quickly go, quickly go. Lord Nation Teacher, if you keep making trouble, don't blame me for not being courteous. Tang Yu instinctively thought that this guy was here to make trouble and directly chased him away. Lin Lan still had a calm expression and said coolly, "As you please." Not seeing Yi Yuan, this old man won't leave. Tang Yu's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "You came deliberately to cause trouble?" Lin Lan ignored Tang Yu and fell silent. Tang Yu gave a cold snort and said, "Lin Lan, don't think that because you're a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, no one can take care of you in this imperial city. Let me tell you, Master Yun is in Nation Teacher Manor right now. He has already broken through to middle greater sublime heaven." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across in Lin Lan's eyes. However, this hint of surprise was gone very quickly. When Tang Yu saw that Lin Lan was impervious to reason, he simply called Lu Yun and a bunch of helpers. With Lu Yun around, his confidence was immediately bolstered significantly. After Lu Yun took the 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, his foundation was consolidated a great deal. His strength also advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through the shackles in one stroke, reaching middle greater sublime heaven. Come, men. Chase him away for me, Tang Yu said in a solemn voice. A group of people pushed and shoved, attempting to push Lin Lan away. But he did not budge an inch. It was naturally impossible for lesser sublime heavenly stratums to move a greater sublime heavenly stratum. But Lin Lan did not retaliate. A guard got impatient and directly kicked a foot on his body. He still did not fight back. Stop! When Lu Yun saw this scene, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. He came before Lin Lan and said, "You really want to acknowledge Yi Yuan as your master?" Lin Lan said, "My mind is made up." Lu Yun frowned and said, "Why should I trust you?" Lin Lan said coolly, "It's useless to say anymore. I'll use action to prove it." Lu Yun discovered that Lin Lan seemed to have become somewhat different. He felt that Lin Lan seemed to have let go of everything, even his entire person becoming much lighter. No sorrow or joy, no arrogance nor restlessness. This Lin Lan seemed to have become a different person from the Lin Lan that he knew before. It was impossible for this kind of temperament to be feigned. "Okay, I'll go and inform Nation Teacher. As for whether he'll meet you or not, it's not something I can control anymore," Lu Yun said. "You don't hate me?" "Hate? Hoo-hoo, this old man wants to thank you. If not for your timely warning, this old man would probably continue to have no accomplishments to my name just like this for life. Then on what basis do you think that I'll take you in as a disciple? Accepting or not is up to you, to acknowledge or not is up to me. This old man is just asking for his peace of mind. You, an exalted greater sublime heavenly stratum, can really put aside your ego and serve by my side? Slaving like a bull or horse? I won't hesitate. Okay then, from today onward, you'll stay in Nation Teacher manner and be a servant. Remember, from now on, without my permission, you're not allowed to refine pills." "Yes." Just like that, Lin Lan became a measly little servant of Nation Teacher manner. This matter shocked the entire imperial city once more. A greater sublime heavenly stratum actually willingly ran to Nation Teacher manner to be a servant. It was hard not to cause a sensation even if one did not want it to. Lin Lan was not allowed to refine pills in Nation Teacher manner. He could only soak in the medicine storehouse every day and sort out and extract heavenly medicines. This was simply the greatest torture and humiliation to someone who had once stood at the pinnacle of Eastward Country's alchemy path. People all thought that Lin Lan would definitely leave. However, they were all wrong. Lin Lan actually persisted. In the beginning, everyone was somewhat apprehensive of his former identity and strength. But gradually, the servants in Nation Teacher manner discovered that Lin Lan did not dare to talk back or attack at all. Hence, they became brazen and fearless. Many servants even started bullying Lin Lan. Whatever dirty work and tiring work was thrown at him, Lin Lan did not reject anyone who came. Tang Yu and Yi Yuan were observing Lin Lan from a secret place. Tang Yu could not resist saying, "Big brother, isn't it a bit too much for us to treat Lin Lan like this? Right now, rumors outside are all saying that Lord Nation Teacher is narrow-minded and doesn't have forbearance." Just earlier, a maid from Nation Teacher manner even bullied Lin Lan a little, making him go and empty the lavatory bucket. Lin Lan went to pour it away without making a sound. Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu a glance and said with a smile, "What about you? Do you think so too?" Tang Yu smiled awkwardly and said, "How can it be? Big brother is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Back then, when I insulted Big brother like that, Big brother didn't even do anything to me and just punished me lightly. How can you be a narrow-minded person? It's just that public clamor can melt metal." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Would we martial artists still care about what others say? Come, go over and take a look." When Lin Lan saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly bowed and said, "I pay respects to Master Yi." Yi Yuan gave Lin Lan a glance and said with a sigh, "It's been half a year. You didn't seem to have grown at all." Lin Lan was taken aback and said, "This old man is ashamed." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not convinced." Lin Lan trembled and said, "This disciple doesn't dare." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You feel that I'm making you be a servant and not allowing you to refine pills. It's just in order to make fun of you? To test you?" Lin Lan's gaze revealed a look of confusion. Those eyes seemed to be saying, "Wasn't it so?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "You regained your original aspirations, but it's just that your comprehension ability is too poor. You're indeed not qualified enough to be my disciple. Compared to my disciples in the lower realms, you're far too lacking." By the side, Tang Yu almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. In the entire eastward country, apart from Yi Yuan, Lin Lan was the alchemy path's #1 person. This kind of powerhouse actually did not even have the qualifications to be his disciple. Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually said that Lin Lan, this greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, grade 2 heavenly alchemist, could not even compare to his disciples in the lower realms. This was a little too jarring. Now, Tang Yu was extremely certain that Yi Yuan was deliberately suppressing Lin Lan. Actually, according to Yi Yuan's criteria for accepting disciples, Lin Lan was indeed far worse than Yun Yi. Yun Yi worked as an apprentice in the Pill Tower and understood Yi Yuan's intentions very quickly. But it had been half a year. Lin Lan was still completely confused. His intelligence was too low. When accepting disciples, Yi Yuan's requirements for talent were not high. What he wanted was someone who held awe and veneration in their hearts toward alchemy Dao. Someone who could restrain their temper. With just a glance and seeing Lin Lan again, Yi Yuan was sure that this former nation teacher regained his original aspirations for alchemy Dao. He was different now. However, he was a blockhead. In this half a year, he really did these miscellaneous chores as miscellaneous chores, without any accomplishments. If Yi Yuan still did not come out to give guidance, this guy could do it stupidly for all his life. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan said that his intelligence was too low. After all, an uncut jade like Yun Yi could not be encountered at will. Lin Lan did not think that there was anything and said respectfully, "Yes, this disciple is slow-witted. Master Yi, please say it explicitly." Yi Yuan did not speak, but he casually picked up a stalk of dragonbone grass and started extracting. The moment the Dao fire arose, the dragonbone grass melted rapidly. Lin Lan's pupils constricted, his gaze full of amazement. Very soon, Yi Yuan finished extracting, looked at Lin Lan, and said, "How does my extracting the dragabone grass now compare to back then?" Lin Lan drew a deep breath and said, "Master Ye's strength is many times stronger than back then." The first time the two people wagered, Yi Yuan extracting the dragabone grass was already transcendent back then. But the extraction back then, when compared to this earlier, was on a completely different level. The shock in Lin Lan's heart could be imagined. So many years had passed. Yi Yuan was actually still spending energy on the extraction of dragonbone grass. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I used 18 years to cultivate the extraction of the dragonbone grass to the extreme. I used 8 years' time to refine the foundation establishment heavenly pill. I used more than half a year to cultivate the dragabone grass to 7th grade. And then I used another full year's time to cultivate the foundation establishment heavenly pill to grand completion 9th grade. With over 20 kinds of basic heavenly pills, I only used 4 years' time to cultivate them to grand completion 9th grade. As for the Jasper regeneration pill, I only used several days to cultivate it to 9th grade. I know you never believed it all along that it was my first time refining the Jasper regeneration pill. However, that's the truth. How is this possible?" The words pushed Lin Lan's shock until it could not be surpassed. That was right. He never believed it all along that it was Yi Yuan's first time refining it. But now, Yi Yuan recounted his alchemy experiences after ascending in detail from the very beginning. Only then did he know that that was really the first time. But only until now did he know that it turns out those 20 kinds of basic heavenly pills, Yi Yuan actually cultivated all of them to the grand completion realm of 9th grade. He only used 4 years. This was simply too exaggerated. This was a report card. Furthermore, it was dazzling to the extreme kind of report card. Placed across True Yang heavenly domain, one probably could not find a second one. Only at this moment did Lin Lan become deeply aware of Yi Yuan's terror. Yi Yuan said, telling you these is not for the intention of showing off, but for you to understand that here at my place, one's foundation is the most important thing. I, Yi Yuan, won't do this kind of boring thing like taking revenge. If I'm not willing to take you in, you naturally won't be able to enter this door. Since you came in, there's no shortcut at my place. There is only hard work. I'll give you 1 year's time. After 1 year, if you can refine a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, I'll officially take you in as my disciple. If you can't do it, leave on your own. The goal the Yi Yuan set for Lin Lan could not be rated as not high. From 5th grade to 7th grade, it seemed like a very narrow gap, but it was extremely difficult to cross. The quality of heavenly pills, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, 9th grade, grand completion, each was a hurdler. Furthermore, the further back, the more difficult it was. Lin Lan could break through to the 5th grade by relying on the strength of grade 2 heavenly alchemist. But further up was something that was extremely arduous. If 7th grade was so easy to break through, then when Yi Yuan refined the 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, it would not have caused such a great sensation. Yi Yuan was able to do it by relying on his foundation that was tempered endlessly, coupled with his extraordinary talent. But to Lin Lan, it was the biggest test of his life. Ever since then, Lin Lan cultivated like he had gone mad. But the more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. In the past, he had never attempted to spend so much energy on a basic heavenly pill before. But now, he discovered that it was simply a heavenly chasm from 5th grade to 7th grade. He was very perplexed how on earth Yi Yuan did it. That person was a freak. It was really not unjust at all that he lost so thoroughly. However, the current Lin Lan was no longer the original Lin Lan. After he lost that day, with all hope being dashed to pieces, he almost had the will to die. However, things would develop in the opposite direction when they become extreme. He finally had a grand awakening and regained his original aspirations. He suddenly came to realize the truth, understanding that he already lost himself after so many years of being in a high position. Hence, that was why he would put everything down and return to acknowledge Master. But, even if he regained his original aspirations, wanting to improve was also not an easy thing. Only all the way until this moment did he know how huge the gap was from Yi Yuan. The dragonbone grass that Yi Yuan extracted that day was placed next to him. With each stalk that Lin Lan extracted, he would do a comparison. The result was often disappointing. This process was really incomparably devastating. Fortunately, Lin Lan persevered. A year later, Lin Lan's eyes were deeply sunken, his figure emaciated and his hair disheveled. It was as if he had climbed out of the grave. He held a heavenly pill in his heart, his throat emitting a strange, hoo-hoo, laughter, clamoring about wanting to see Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan saw this unbelievably barely adequate foundation establishment heavenly pill, he could not help shaking his head and sighing. It's been really hard on you. All right, I'll reluctantly take you in, Yi Yuan said. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Thank you, Master Yi. Disciple pays respect to Master Yi. Amidst the strange laughter, Lin Lan kowtowed and acknowledged Master. Then, he directly fell down with a deafening noise. In the following days, Lin Lan started following Yi Yuan to cultivate. The task that Yi Yuan gave him was very simple. It was to refine a foundation establishment heavenly pill to 9th grade. As for grand completion 9th grade, Yi Yuan directly gave up on it. Lin Lan's natural endowments were too poor. There was no hope for grand completion at all. Even 9th grade was also a goal that was lofty and out of reach to Lin Lan. On this day, Second Prince suddenly came to Nation Teacher Manor in a hurry. Nation Teacher J. Heavenly Sect's envoy is summoning you. Second Prince said. Oh? What do they want to see me for? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Second Prince said, a few years ago the envoys discovered an ancient tomb in Inklight Forest. They suspect that it's the place of slumber of a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse. In order to enter this place, our eastward country suffered casualties of countless experts these few years. 2 years ago, they finally opened up the ancient tomb. Hence, the few of them brought a large group of experts and entered inside. Who knew that just 3 days ago they returned. One of them is seriously injured and one is poisoned. Envoy Chang ordered people to invite Nation Teacher over. Yi Yuan was also extremely surprised when he heard it. No wonder so many years had passed. But the matter of investigating Jun Tian's death had always been all talk, no action. It turned out that the Jade True Heavenly Sex people actually placed their thoughts on this. It made sense. Although Jun Tian was all-powerful in the Heavenspan world, he was merely just a minor character who was not valued in the Jade True Heavenly sect. But the ancient tomb of a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse could contain a huge lucky chance. How could they let it go? Above limitless sublime Heavenly Stratum was Jade's Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. This kind of powerhouse, even when looking at the entire True Yang Heavenly Domain, they were sovereigns of a region too. Casually leaving behind a bit of lucky chance was enough for greater sublime Heavenly Stratums to benefit endlessly. Their energy naturally had to be placed on this. So that's how it is. Let's go then. Lin Lan, you come along with me. There should be some use for you, Yi Yuan said coolly. When Cheng Chongshan saw Lin Lan, he immediately said unhappily, "Why did you only come now? Dragging your feet, why haven't you quickly gone in? If you can't treat them, you know the consequences." As for the Yi Yuan by the side, he directly ignored him. Lin Lan still wanted to say something but saw Yi Yuan shake his head. He could only toughen his scalp and go in for treatment. The emperor had his hands by the side, appearing fearful and respectful. Clearly, the pressure that this Jade Ru Heavenly sect gave to him was too great. Yi Yuan and Second Prince wanted to follow in too, but they were stopped by Cheng Chongshan. "Stop! This place isn't where any random Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter. The few of you just wait here." Finished saying, he turned around and entered the palace. Second Prince had an awkward look and said with a bitter smile, "Nation teacher, the envoy didn't know that you're the nation teacher, so." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. If Lin Lan can treat them, it saves me the trouble of taking action." With regards to this kind of people who had their noses in the air, Yi Yuan had seen too many of them. Getting angry with this kind of person was pointless to him. Boom. Before long, a bout of cursing and swearing came from inside as well as the sound of fighting. "Trash. Can't even treat this bit of injury. What do I want you for?" Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he rushed in with a flash. At this time, Cheng Chongshan just happened to smash a fist onto Lin Lan's chest, directly smashing him flying. Lin Lan spurted fresh blood from his mouth wildly, already seriously injured. Eastward country is really a bunch of trash. You can't even treat this bit of injury? Humph! Cheng Chongshan said angrily. Similarly, a greater sublime Heavenly Stratum powerhouse. Lin Lan was not Cheng Chongshan's match at all. The disparity was too great. "Stop!" Cheng Chongshan still wanted to attack when Yi Yuan shouted coldly. However, Cheng Chongshan treated it as if he did not hear it at all, smacking another palm onto Lin Lan's chest. Cheng Chongshan turned to glare at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "A lowly ascender, who the hell do you think you are, to also dare ask this envoy to stop? Did this envoy let you come in?" His voice had yet to fade when Cheng Chongshan turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Yi Yuan. He was actually going to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyes turned dark and his figure swayed, and he actually disappeared. Boom! The place where Yi Yuan was standing directly had a large hole smashed out, but Yi Yuan already arrived beside the bed. His hand pressed onto the vitals of one of the women, his eyes dark as he said, "I asked you to stop, are you deaf?" Cheng Chongshan's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "Spatial rule, fine lad. However, I advise you to let her go. Otherwise, you'll regret being born in this world." Yi Yuan completely ignored him and said coolly, "Apologize." Cheng Chongshan was stunned and said, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan said, "I asked you to apologize to Lin Lan." "Looks like you're really hard of hearing." Cheng Chongshan laughed loudly and said, "You're asking this envoy to apologize to a piece of trash? Who the hell do you think you are? Is that so?" Yi Yuan's hand exerted force. That woman spat out a mouthful of black blood with a spurt. When Second Prince and the Emperor saw this scene, their expressions changed wildly. Damn it! This Yi Yuan was unbelievably inflexible. With this, he offended the envoy badly. Cheng Chongshan's expression changed and he said, "Boy, you dare." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Say sorry." Cheng Chongshan's eyes wanted to spew fire, He gritted his teeth and said to Lin Lan, I can apologize, but do you think that you can bear it? Lin Lan stood up swayingly, his gaze revealing a look of fear, and he said to Yi Yuan, Master, why don't? Yi Yuan cut Lin Lan off right away and said, My Yi Yuan's disciple, there's nothing that can't be shouldered. If you feel that you can't bear it, you can leave right now. Lin Lan's entire body trembled, suddenly recalling back then at the Tang family. This master was that unyielding. Even if you were the bloody Jade Emperor, you could not deal with my people. A warm current flowed through in Lin Lan's heart. Such a master was worth following. All of a sudden, his gaze turned sharp, and he said in a solemn voice, You just apologize, this old man can bear it. Chang Chongshan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Good, very good. This envoy wants to see how a trash like you can bear it. Sorry. Lin Lan said coolly, It's fine. Also, I'm not the nation teacher. My master is the nation teacher. I can't save them, but it doesn't mean that my master can't save them. Cheng Chongshan's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. When he first saw Lin Lan, he directly overlooked Yi Yuan. How could a middle lesser sublime heaven possibly be the nation teacher? Rubbish. I heard that Eastward's nation teacher is a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. How can it possibly be him? Cheng Chongshan said in a great rage. Lin Lan said, More than a year ago, this old man had a wager with Master. In the end, I was completely defeated at his hands. Ever since then, I've respected him as my master. This position of nation teacher is naturally his too. Chang Chongshan, 3 people had been busy with the ancient tomb all along and did not hear that there were actually so many twists and turns. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually acknowledged a middle lesser sublime heaven as master, and he was even an ascender. Suddenly, he burst out laughing and said, Trash, are you kidding me? That kid is an ascender. So how can he possibly be a heavenly alchemist? In my view, your eastward country is really tired of living from top to bottom. The moment these words came out, the emperor and second prince's countenances suddenly changed. Clearly, Cheng Chongshan was genuinely enraged. I don't know whether or not they are tired of living. But you're probably tired of living, Yi Yuan said coolly. Cheng Chongshan sneered and said, Ascender, are you threatening this envoy? Do you know who this envoy is? Yi Yuan said coolly, Who you are has nothing to do with me. But I know that compared to the 2 of them, you're in a little more danger. In less than 3 days, you'll die beyond a doubt. The moment these words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed wildly. Cheng Chongshan's aura was vibrant. He did not have any appearance of being injured or poisoned. So how could he face certain death? Cheng Chongshan laughed loudly and said, Boy, are you scaring me? Do you think that this envoy is so easy to scare? Moreover, what the hell do you, an ascender, know about alchemy, to dare spout a stream of empty rhetoric here? Yi Yuan shrugged and did not have the intention of arguing. And right at this time, that woman beside Yi Yuan actually slowly woke up. Cheng Chongshan's expression changed and he was immediately ecstatic. He rushed straight to the bedside and helped the woman up. Junior apprentice sister Wu Shuang. You're awake. How do you feel? Cheng Chongshan said agitatedly. Wu Shuang's essence, energy, and spirit was much better than just now. She nodded slightly and said, Am much better. Cheng Chongshan said with pleasant surprise, That's good. That's good then? Hang on. Your situation was clearly deteriorating non-stop just now. How did you suddenly become much better? Wu Shuang said weakly, I don't know either. Just now, the poison energy within my body was already almost attacking my heart. But suddenly, a bout of power forced it out. I spat a mouthful of blood and felt much better. Cheng Chongshan's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with amazement. It turned out that that threatening earlier was actually treating Wu Shuang. Cheng Chongshan was shocked in his heart. In merely a few short breaths of work just now, Yi Yuan could already control the direction of the poison energy within Wu Shuang's body and force it out of the body. This kind of means was truly fantastical. At this time, his underestimation was long already put away. What replaced it was a hint of solemnness. By the side, Lin Lan, the emperor and second prince, all had shocked faces. This means was truly fantastical. They all knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was incredible, but they did not know that Yi Yuan's medical skills were actually so heaven-defying too. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was forcing Cheng Chongshan to give in just now. Who would have expected that he was actually treating Wu Shuang? Too strong. Boy, treat junior apprentice sister Wu Shuang well. Your benefits won't be dispensed with, Cheng Chongshan said. Although he knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, he still had a lofty and aloof appearance. In his eyes, Ascenders were outliers. They not worthy of respect at all. When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyebrows also furrowed. Then he said coolly, "This is your attitude of asking someone for help?" Cheng Chongshan frowned and said, "Why? An Ascender like you, this envoy not killing you is already showing grace. What does making you treat a bit count for? In this true Yang heavenly domain, without my Jade True heavenly sex protection, an Ascender like you will find it hard to take a single step." Cheng Chongshan looked down on Yi Yuan's identity as an Ascender from the bottom of his heart. Compared to Eastward Country, these people, Cheng Chongshan's feeling of standing high above the masses was even stronger. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Lin Lan, let's go." The emperor's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan and said, "Nation teacher, what the envoy said is right. Without the Jade True heavenly sex protection, Ascenders will really find it hard to take a single step. In true Yang heavenly domain, Ascenders are aliens. Only in my remote land of Eastward Country will there be a little less hostility towards Ascenders. You just have to take action and treat the envoys, and they will definitely protect you. Otherwise, once the Jade True heavenly sect is enraged, my Eastward Country can't protect you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, not that I'm not giving you face. This he doesn't need other people's protection and also doesn't like to chase after people to treat their ailments. This he isn't so cheap yet. Asking me to see a patient also can show your sincerity. Also, Your Majesty, this he only came today on the account of your face. After today, those who want to receive medical help come to Nation Teacher manner yourselves." Finished saying, Yi Yuan was about to bring Lin Lan and leave. Humph! Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Cheng Chongshan gave a cold snort, his figure swaying and blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not even raise his eyebrows and said coolly, "Stop posturing here. Save some strength. The faster you move, the faster you'll die. Your time is running out. If you want to live, put aside your baffling sense of superiority. Also, don't block in front of me. If I want to kill someone, you can't stop me." Finished saying, Yi Yuan did not care about Cheng Chongshan's deadpan face at all and walked right past him. Clearly, the threat worked very well. "Xiao, Kai, Yuan." After Yi Yuan left, Cheng Chongshan's angry roar shook until the roof collapsed. He pointed at Xiao Kaiyuan's nose and scolded, "This is the Nation Teacher that you found? Xiao Kaiyuan, are you rebelling? Just you wait. This envoy will definitely report to the sect after returning to the sect this time and eradicate your Eastward Country." The Emperor and second Prince's complexions were ashen, feeling like the sky was about to fall down. Once the envoys were angered, Eastward Country could not withstand it. This father and son, two people were like targets for venting, feeling helpless. It was clearly you who postured and were not willing to lower your head. Angering Yi Yuan, you still wanted to frame the charges onto our heads. Who would we go find to reason things out? Both sides were big shots. Both sides could not afford to be provoked. The Emperor had an ugly expression as he said, "Envoy, please calm your anger. That Yi Yuan is indeed arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, but he has genuine ability too. His means earlier, you saw it too. He said that Envoy, you have a problem in your body too. Why don't Envoy put aside your ego and request him for medical treatment?" Cheng Chongshan sneered and said, Hoo? Can this kind of half-genuine and half-sham trick scare this envoy? This envoy's body, don't I know it myself? With just the likes of him, what can he tell?" He naturally did not believe Yi Yuan's words. He felt that he was currently strong as a bull now. He did not listen to Yi Yuan's words at all. He looked at the Emperor and said with a cold smile, "Xiao Kai Yuan, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Within half a day, have that punk get over here and apologize to this envoy. This matter will be left at this. If not, you know the consequence." The emperor's complexion was ashen and could only bring second prince and leave. At Nation Teacher Manor, Chao Kaiyuan and second prince urged Yi Yuan with earnest words and the best intentions for a long time. But he was unmoved. The two of you don't need to waste your breath anymore. Calculating the time that cocky envoy should be here, Yi Yuan said smilingly. The father and son, two people, exchanged glances, both revealing disbelieving looks. Nation Teacher Envoy Cheng looks very healthy and doesn't seem like he has a problem at all. Were you mistaken? Chao Kaiyuan said. His voice had yet to fade when a servant came to report hurriedly. Your Excellency, it's not good. Someone is vomiting blood as he's walking and rushed straight into Nation Teacher Manor. We can't stop him. Chao Kaiyuan father and son, as well as Lin Lan, trembled all over. This was also foreseeing with too much accuracy, right? Could it be that it was Cheng Chongshan who came? Furthermore, Yi Yuan really hit the mark. Cheng Chongshan really had a problem. Lin Lan's heart shook wildly. As a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, he actually did not even see any clues. Yi Yuan got up and went out to greet. Chao Kaiyuan and the rest followed out with bellies full of shock. After walking a short distance, they saw Cheng Chongshan swaying with every step, vomiting with each step, staggering over here. A foul smell greeted the nose. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he hurriedly flicked his fingers repeatedly. An enchantment directly opened up, sealing the road that Cheng Chongshan had walked over from. He already poisoned a large swathe coming all the way here. The servants had long already retreated very far away and did not dare to approach. This poison was very strong. I'll stay further away. Protect your body with divine essence. This poison isn't ordinary, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The others felt a chill in their hearts and hurriedly followed suit. Save me. Master Yi, I was wrong. I beg you, save me. Seeing Yi Yuan, Cheng Chongshan seemed to have clutched the last life-saving saw, using the last of his strength to shout. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, not putting on your airs as an envoy now? Cheng Chongshan said weakly, Master Yi, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Help me. When Chao Kaiyuan saw this scene, he was also frightened badly and hurriedly said, Nation Teacher, take it as we are begging you. He can't die in Eastward. Second Prince also said anxiously, Nation Teacher, I'm begging you. Yi Yuan was full of unwillingness, but in all fairness, Chao Kaiyuan father and son had treated him with courtesy. Moreover, there was also the Tang family, Lu Yun and Jiang Yu, these relationships. Once the Jade True Heavenly Sect was enraged, it was troublesome too. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and fired out a thin thread, attempting to probe into Cheng Chongshan's body. Seeing this scene, Chao Kaiyuan and the rest had ecstatic faces. However, the fine thread had not gotten close to Cheng Chongshan yet and was actually burned to a crisp. Furthermore, a cloud of mist actually followed along the thread and crept over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he hurriedly broke the thread off. Yi Yuan frowned and said, this poison is very troublesome. Chao Kaiyuan said in surprise, doesn't Nation Teacher recognize this poison? Then how did you tell that there was something wrong with Cheng Chongshan's body? Yi Yuan said, I guess it. I only saw that there was a very formidable poison hidden in his body, about to erupt. But I also didn't expect that this poison would actually be so strong. According to this kind of toxicity, he probably can't last past 2 hours. I just ascended not long and don't understand Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's poisons. It's a little troublesome to save him. Everyone had shocked faces. To actually be able to discern with one look how terrifying his skill must be. However, Chao Kaiyuan discerned it. Yi Yuan said that it was troublesome, not hopeless. Nation Teacher, he can't die. As long as Nation Teacher can save him, our Chao family will follow Nation Teacher for directions. Chao Kaiyuan said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, all of you step back a little. Everyone was uncertain what it meant and retreated to a further place. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly got up and walked over toward Cheng Chongshan, who was already in a coma. Then, he actually reached his hand out toward the blood spot that Cheng Chongshan vomited. When everyone saw the situation, they turned pale with fright. Master, you mustn't, Lin Lan exclaimed. Nation Teacher. Chao Kaiyuan father and son said in surprise. A little bit of black blood stained on Yi Yuan's hand. Practically instantly, that drop of black blood disappeared, fusing into the skin. Yi Yuan's expression changed abruptly, hurriedly sitting cross-legged and revolving his skill. The toxin was like a cluster of flames instantly invading Yi Yuan's meridians. The toxicity far surpassed any poison that Yi Yuan had ever seen before. With regards to the 33 heavens poisons, Yi Yuan had never dabbled in them before. But Yi Yuan was not just the ancestor of alchemy. He was also the ancestor of using poison. Otherwise, he also would not have poisoned 100,000 celestial deity powerhouses to death back then. In order to study the poison path, Yi Yuan had once tested poison with his body countless times. Yi Yuan had long already formed his own set of methods to deal with toxins. The toxins that he introduced were very precise, not much but sufficient to be fatal. Yi Yuan wanted to use his body to feel this toxin and find a way to cure the poison from there. Very soon, a pitch-black color appeared on his face. Even his lips turned purplish-black. The symptoms were the same as Cheng Chongshan's. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. What exactly is Nation Teacher trying to do? Isn't this tantamount to suiciding? Chao Kaiyuan said nervously. Lin Lan said in a solemn voice, Master is testing the poison with his body. This is a method to understand toxins. It's just that there are extremely few people who dare to use it, because a single misstep and it's the outcome of death. Furthermore, this poison is extremely powerful. Master, he is probably fraught with grim possibilities. Black gas steamed up from Yi Yuan's body. The terrifying poison gas horrified people at the sight of it. Tang Yu's expression was ugly as he said, to be able to render a middle greater sublime heaven powerhouse without the slightest power to resist, the damage of this poison to lesser sublime heavenly stratums can be imagined. What's Big Brother trying to do? Seeing Yi Yuan's appalling appearance, the people in the Nation Teacher manor were all terrified. They thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But very soon, the black fog around Yi Yuan gradually became thin. The black gas on Yi Yuan's body also gradually faded away. Finally, Yi Yuan recovered to his original appearance again. Everyone had blank faces, shocked, speechless. A deadly poison capable of killing a greater sublime heaven powerhouse. Nation Teacher was actually safe and sound? He's actually fine already? Lin Lan said with a dull expression. When Tang Yu saw this scene, he was beside himself with joy. But hearing Lin Lan's words, he frowned and said, Why? You hope that something happens to Big Brother so that you can become Nation Teacher again. Lin Lan shook his head and said, You don't know the danger in this. This poison is extremely hidden. Martial artists can't detect it at all in the early stages. But once it erupts, if I didn't guess wrongly, it can probably poison limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses to death. For lesser sublime heavenly stratums, forget about testing the poison with their own bodies, they would practically die upon contact. Master's means can be rated as heaven-defying. When Tang Yu heard, he also opened his mouth wide, a look of shock on his face. His big brother's means, all of them were truly inconceivable. Limitless sublime heavenly stratum was absolutely a supreme-level powerhouse to eastward country. If a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse came over, annihilating a country was normal too. This poison could poison such a powerhouse but could not do anything to Yi Yuan. It could be seen how terrifying his means were. Chao Kaiyuan had a look of shock as he said, Is Nation Teacher really an ascender? We have lived to this ripe old age and haven't seen such a heaven-defying ascender before. Lin Lan smiled bitterly and said, If Master isn't an ascender, curing this poison would likely be like eating rice and drinking water. If my conjecture is right, Master testing poison with his own body has likely already been run of the mill long ago. Not only is he an alchemy expert, but he is also a poison path grandmaster. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, his figure staggering a little. This poison was indeed powerful. Even if he forced the toxin out of his body, he could not quite bear it too. However, Cheng Chongshan's aura was getting weaker and weaker. It could not be delayed anymore. Yi Yuan used his fingers as a sword, One stream of sword energy after another fired into Chang Chongshan's body, replacing needles with swords. Sword energy and the poison energy carried out a cruel to the extreme slaughter within Chang Chongshan's body. The poison energy was too strong, Yi Yuan's sword energy was too weak, melting upon contact. But Yi Yuan already tested the poison with his own body and already had a direct understanding of the trajectory path and prowess of this poison. Hence, that was why he dared to apply the needles. With a definite object in view, no matter how strong the toxicity, it was not a match to. The poison gas was forced out of the body bit by bit. Suddenly, Chang Chongshan's fingers moved slightly. Revolve your divine essence and follow the direction of my sword energy to assault, Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Chang Chongshan's whole body shook, feeling one surging ray of sword energy after another rushing without restraint within his body. And the toxins within his body were actually cut down by a lot. Chang Chongshan did not dare to be neglectful, hurriedly revolving divine essence. Two mighty forces gathered together, the toxin was immediately like water that breached the banks, fleeing in defeat. 6 hours later, Yi Yuan slumped to the ground. But Chang Chongshan was radiating with vigor anew. The poison in his body was already pretty much all healed up. Nation Teacher Manor was dwelling upon this with great relish. Nation Teacher is truly a miracle hand. This kind of strange poison. He actually cured it. Didn't you hear the former Nation Teacher? That poison can even poison limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses to death. Our Nation Teacher is only lesser sublime heavenly stratum, and he can actually test the poison with his own body. Truly incredible. TSK, really feel honored to be working in the Nation Teacher Manor. With Nation Teacher around, it will be hard to die even if you wanted to. With regards to Yi Yuan's means, everyone was incredibly amazed. Barring no accidents, today's matter would spread throughout the entire imperial city very soon. The prestige of the Nation Teacher Manor would also be like the noonday sun. Lin Lan, dispose of the toxin, be careful, Yi Yuan said weakly. Chang Chongshan looked at Yi Yuan, his expression a little awkward. This poison attacked too suddenly and too fiercely. He did not even have time to resist and his entire person crumbled. He thought that he was dead for sure. Did not expect that he was actually saved. This ascender's methods were simply inconceivable. Chang Chongshan was deeply aware of this poison's prowess, even those elders in the sect might not be able to resolve it too. This puny little ascender actually cured it. Thinking about how he was posturing in front of Yi Yuan previously, vowing solemnly that Yi Yuan was scaring him, he really wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. However, Chang Chongshan was very displeased in his heart. Having his face slapped like this by an ascender, he felt that his dignity was seriously challenged. The looks around him seemed so piercing. An ant should have treated him properly to begin with. Now, it actually caused him to almost die. People were this strange sometimes. It was clearly you who helped him, but he felt that you did wrong. You even had to beg to help him. But Chang Chongshan was not a fool. It was impossible for him to fall out at this time. Wu Shuang and his junior apprentice brother still had to rely on Yi Yuan to do the treatments. A man under low eaves had no choice but to lower his head. Several years were required to go from eastward country to Jade True Heavenly Sect. It was hard for distant water to quench one's current thirst. If they were to return to the sect, Wu Shuang would have long died completely. Brother Yi, it was this Chang who was rash this time. This life-saving grace. This Chang will bear it in mind, and will definitely repay it. Chang Chongshan clasped his hands and said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, if you want to thank His Majesty. With your attitude previously, it's impossible for me to save you. It was him who begged me bitterly to save you. Chang Chongshan had an awkward look and said with a smile. No matter what, Brother Yi acting to save this Chang is a fact. This favor. This Chang has remembered it. As for eastward royal family, this Ching will naturally repay generously. Humph. This cocky fellow was really like a rock in the toilet. Stinky and hard. If not for junior apprentice sister. Did you think that I would be so humble and submissive towards you? After junior apprentice sister as well. I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Otherwise, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Do you think that you can be invincible under the heavens if you know spatial rule? Too naive. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, leave. My divine essence is depleted and have to go into closed seclusion. The moment Chang Chongshan saw this, he hurriedly said, Brother Yi, this Cheng's junior apprentice sister is still poisoned. Yi Yuan said coolly, I am this stubborn. If you talk to me nicely, everything can be discussed. But I gave you the chance. Want me to save them also can. Bring out your sincerity. Finished speaking, he turned right around and left, leaving behind everyone with awkward faces. Chang Chongshan looked at Yi Yuan's back view, his gaze like a knife, almost wanting to kill Yi Yuan. In this remote hinterland, he was actually being humiliated by an ascender like so. If he did not avenge this enmity, where would his face go? Xiao Kaiyuan was silent like a cicada in winter by the side, not daring to make a sound at all. Lord Envoy, we've investigated Deacon Jun's matter for many years and didn't find any leads either. But Yu Qin found a trace of a clue recently, eldest prince said. Oh? Speak, Chang Chongshan said with a frown. Yu Qin feels that Deacon Jun very likely died at Yi Yuan's hands. Eldest prince's words were shocking. Chang Chongshan was greatly interested and said, What does this mean? Eldest prince said, when Deacon Jun died, it was precisely when Yi Yuan ascended. Furthermore, he ascended from Inklight Forest. Yu Qin knows that these words are somewhat fantastical, but Yi Yuan, this person, has too many mysteries to begin with. Ever since coming to Eastward Country, he has done too many impossible things. If Deacon Jun was careless, dying at his hands is also not something impossible. Chang Chongshan revealed a pondering look and fell silent. Eastward's general situation had settled, but Xiao Yuqin's heart was not dead. He had the intention of curry favor with Chang Chongshan, but these people's minds were not on this at all. Their movements and traces were elusive and secretive. Eldest Prince had long already investigated Yi Yuan inside out and already knew everything about the events after Yi Yuan ascended like the back of his hand. He discovered a coincidence that made him wildly ecstatic. That was that Jun Tian's death just happened to coincide with the time Yi Yuan ascended. Hence, he wanted to speak to Chang Chongshan, wanting to borrow Chang Chongshan's hand to take Yi Yuan down. As long as Yi Yuan fell, his chance would come. However, Chang Chongshan and company went deep into the ancient tomb and only returned recently. Who would have expected that after the few people came back, they would be injured and poisoned? Let alone did he expect that a conflict actually happened between Yi Yuan and the envoy. Eldest Prince felt that this was simply a godsend opportunity. As long as he informed Chang Chongshan about this matter, there was no need for him to say anything at all. Chang Chongshan would also help me remove this obstacle. To Chang Chongshan, whoever killed Jun Tian was not important. What was important was that there was an explanation to the sect. Of course, not anyone had this qualification to be the sacrificial lamb. Anyhow, capturing a random person back. How could the sect possibly believe that this was the murderer? Saying it out, it would be hard to convince the public too. Previously, the most suitable one was naturally Eastward Emperor. But now it was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's prestige in Eastward was too high. It was even higher than the Emperor's. If he became the murderer and Chang Chongshan killed Yi Yuan, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, it could naturally deter the frontiers. Even a coincidence was also not as coincidental as this. As for whether or not Yi Yuan was really the murderer, it was not important at all. Very soon, Chang Chongshan figured out the crux involved, a hint of a smile revealing at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Eldest Prince and said smilingly, Xiao Yuqin, you're very smart and know what this envoy needs. This news of yours is indeed very useful to this envoy. What you want, this envoy will give to you too. But what should be done in the future, it shouldn't need me to say anymore, right? The moment Xiao Yuqin heard, he was overjoyed. He prostrated on the ground and said, Yuqin is envoy's man in the future. I'll dash my brains on the ground and lay down my life if need be. Chang Chongshan said, however, this boy is adept in spatial rule. His movement technique is extremely strange. He is not easy to deal with. I'll send a message back to the sect and request the sect to send experts over to capture this guy. As for this period of time, lay low for me. Xia Yuqin was wildly elated and hurriedly said, Envoy, rest assured. Yuqin will definitely act in a low-profile manner. On this day, Cheng Chongshan brought his junior apprentice brother and junior apprentice sister, and carried a large number of gifts, and arrived at Nation Teacher Manor. Along the way, it caused a great sensation. People naturally did not know that Cheng Chongshan and Yi Yuan were on bad terms. They just knew that Yi Yuan was Eastward's nation teacher. Even Jade Ru Heavenly Sect's envoy had to visit in person and seek medical treatment from nation teacher. This was too impressive. TSK. Our Eastward country is really impressive this time. Even the envoy has to pay a visit for medical treatment. I heard that the few envoys are very arrogant. Even the emperor has to be cautious when he sees them. But in front of nation teacher, they still have to put aside their ego. On that day, Envoy Cheng was inflicted with a fierce poison, poisoning hundreds of people along the way. In the end, it was still nation teacher whose miraculous skill restored life, curing him. The residents of the impressive, awesome all felt proud when they saw their own nation teacher's awesomeness. Furthermore, ever since Yi Yuan took office as the Nation Teacher Manor's door had changed from the cold pride in the past and had become closer to the people. Anyone who was sick or had a disaster could come for consultation. Of course, the vast majority of the illnesses did not reach Yi Yuan here. There was naturally Lin Lan, Jiang Yu, and the Tang family managing it. But there were also some troublesome issues that Yi Yuan personally took action to resolve. Therefore, even though Yi Yuan had not served as the nation teacher for a long time, he was very much loved and respected among the people. When Cheng Chongshan saw Yi Yuan, he smiled and clasped his hands as he said, "Brother Yi, do you think this Cheng's sincerity this time is sufficient?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This he doesn't care about this undeserved reputation. Is there anything practical?" Cheng Chongshan had a smile hanging on his face but had immense hatred in his heart. But he also knew that not taking something out this time, he could not pass this hurdle. Feeling helpless, he took out a few jade slips and passed them to Yi Yuan with both hands, saying these few jade slips were obtained by this Qing in the ancient tomb this time. They were hidden in a secret place. This Qing almost lost my life on the spot in order to obtain them. It's just that there are extremely powerful restrictions on the jade slips. This Qing can't crack it either. But I think that they should be extremely valuable things. Yi Yuan received the jade slips and sunk his divine sense into it. Sure enough, it was blocked by a vast force. This restriction power was extremely strong, being unfathomable. Most likely, the information inside was extremely important. Yi Yuan naturally knew Cheng Chongshan's thoughts. The things were good things, but one could not open them. So what was the use? These few pieces of jade slips? Cheng Chongshan must have tried all kinds of methods already, and still could not open them. Those that he could open, he definitely would not take them out either. Hence, might as well do a convenient favor and give it to Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan had another idea. The restrictions in the jade slips were a treasure to Yi Yuan. As long as he could study them thoroughly, Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments would definitely be able to go up a level. And Yi Yuan was even more interested in the things hidden inside. Yi Yuan was very satisfied with this gift. Could be said that everyone was happy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Cheng is thoughtful. This Yi likes this gift very much." Cheng Chongshan smiled and said, "Good that Brother Yi likes it," but he sneered endlessly in his heart. This restriction was laid down by a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse. It was absolutely a grade 4 restriction. Just based on him, a lesser sublime Heavenly Stratum, he also wanted to open it? Forget about Yi Yuan, even the elders in the sect most likely would not open it too. Moreover, take 10,000 steps back and say that even if he could open it, it would be hard to escape death too. Accepting the gifts, Yi Yuan naturally had to work. Wu Shuang's poison looked formidable, but actually it was not considered very strong. At least, that was the case for Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan took action, it was naturally accomplished with ease. As for Cheng Chongshan's junior apprentice brother's injuries, that was even less of a problem. There were a total of 3 jade slips given by Cheng Chongshan. Yi Yuan played with one of the jade slips and said with a smile, "Cheng Chongshan thought that I can't access the jade slips. That's why he would give them to me with peace of mind. It's just a pity that he miscalculated. Although this restriction is powerful, as long as I comprehend a part of it, I'll be able to pry into the mysteries." What Yi Yuan was thinking of was not to crack the restrictions at all but to comprehend these restrictions. The difficulty of the two naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. The restrictions in the jade slips were extremely exquisite, far surpassing Yi Yuan's current understanding. Furthermore, he discovered that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's restriction technique was vastly different from his own formation Dao. Noting many ingenious aspects, Yi Yuan never even thought of it before in the past. These restrictions completely opened up another door for Yi Yuan. A new world unfolded before his eyes. Only then did Yi Yuan know that he underestimated the heroes of the world. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was a world that was composed entirely of rules. Everything here completely surpassed a plane like the Heavenspan world. The more Yi Yuan studied these restrictions, the more he felt that they were unfathomable. He had a feeling of being a skilled master who accidentally obtained a heavenly work of literature. These restrictions were like nature itself, as if they were there originally. Suddenly, one day, the power of rule descended upon Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that my alchemy Dao rule hasn't reached grand completion yet. And then it's my formation Dao rule that reached grand completion first. This senior's formation Dao attainments are extremely insightful. He must have been an astonishingly talented major character when he was alive. It's just a pity that he fell in Inklight Forest." Yi Yuan would never copy blindly when he gained enlightenment on Dao. He extracted the essence of these restrictions, removed the dregs, and integrated it into his own formation Dao. These few years, Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he already cultivated the first level of formation Dao rule to the realm of grand completion. Putting aside the contents inside these jade slips, just talking about this restriction got to admit that Cheng Chongshan gave him a big gift. Yi Yuan picked up a jade slip and proved his divine sense inside. Information flooded into his mind. Poison Sutra. What was recorded inside this jade slip was actually the method of using poison. Inside the jade slip, a variety of poisons and the methods were recorded. The poisons were very bizarre. Even Yi Yuan, this poison-using expert, also could not help but be lost in wonder. It turns out that the poison Cheng Chongshan was inflicted by is called Silent Rupture, which is very fitting. This poison, even limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses can't block it. However, Cheng Chongshan probably doesn't know that this poison wasn't purged cleanly. It's just incubating again. That's all, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Not that Yi Yuan did it on purpose, but that his cultivation realm was indeed too low, and Cheng Chongshan was poisoned too deeply. It was just that Yi Yuan did not have a need to tell him these. He knew that Cheng Chongshan would still deal with him, just take it as leaving a card up his sleeves. The other two pieces of jade slips also made Yi Yuan extremely excited. One of the pieces recorded the medicinal properties and growth habits of thousands of heavenly medicines as well as dozens of precious pill formulas and alchemy experiences. A jade slip that was sealed up so solemnly, they were naturally not ordinary pill formulas. Furthermore, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The portion that was hidden by the restrictions was the essence. This jade slip was simply a precious treasure to Yi Yuan. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's alchemy path system was not of the same lineage as the Heavenspan world, but much more complex and massive. Although Yi Yuan cultivated basic heavenly pills to the realm of grand completion, there was still a huge gap away from first-level grand completion. The heavenly pills that he cultivated were actually just in order to lay the foundation for the Jasper regeneration pill. It was a kind of cultivation, but actually, how could basic heavenly pills be just 20 over kinds? The burden was heavy and the path was long. But this jade slip could give Yi Yuan immense reference value and could save him a lot of detours. As for the last jade slip, there were several cultivation methods and martial techniques recorded on it. These 3 jade slips could be said to be 3 treasure vaults. Most likely, they were the cultivation experiences and legacy of the ancient tombs master. Cheng Chongshan gave it to him just like that. Yi Yuan thought about it and decided to study the Poison Sutra first. Cheng Chongshan definitely would not let him off easily. If he grasped the Poison Sutra, it could tend to achieve unexpected results. Yi Yuan's current strength was too weak. The Heavenspan mountain could not see the light too. He naturally had to take extreme measures to protect himself. He was the ancestor of using poison in the first place. He naturally would not be unfamiliar with this way. learning it would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. However, the various poisons recorded in the Poison Sutra, as well as the methods and techniques of poisoning, they were incomparably miraculous. Yi Yuan benefited endlessly too.
Senior apprentice brother Zhao. I didn't expect that the sect actually sent you here. Seeing the expert that the sect sent, Cheng Chongshan could not help being overjoyed.
Zhao Kuan was among the top 10 intersects disciples of the Jade True Heavenly Sect. His strength could virtually instantly kill Cheng Chongshan. Furthermore, Zhao Kuan's most daunting aspect was his movement technique. With him taking action, was he still scared of Yi Yuan running?
Zhao Kuan gave a cold snort and said, "You actually can't even take care of a lesser sublime heavenly stratum ascender.
You're really a piece of trash." In front of Zhao Kuan, Cheng Chongshan put away all of his pride and said with a fawning smile, "What senior apprentice brother Zhao says is right. It's junior apprentice brother who is incompetent. It's just that the boy is proficient in spatial rule, which is very troublesome. Of course, I also won't trouble senior apprentice brother Zhao to labor in vain. This is a little show of appreciation. Senior apprentice brother Zhao, please accept it." Zhao Kuan's gaze turned sharp and he said in surprise, "Bright fall feather transforming heavenly pill."
Cheng Chongshan smiled and said, "Precisely so."
This younger brother found an ancient tomb in Eastward Country in recent years and occasionally had gains inside. This heavenly pill is to show filial respect for senior apprentice brother.
Zhao Kuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a cold smile, "What you obtained shouldn't be just one heavenly pill, right?"
Cheng Chongshan had an awkward look as he said, "Senior apprentice brother is smart. The treasures obtained this time, the most important ones should be the few pieces of jade slips.
It's just that they are currently in Yi Yuan's hands."
Finished saying, Zhao Kuan briefly recounted what had happened before.
Of course, out of his mouth, Yi Yuan naturally became the big villain, threatening with treating the poison, forcing him to hand over the jade slips. After Zhao Kuan heard, he snorted coldly and said, "What a useless trash.
My Jade True Heavenly Sect's face has been utterly lost by you." Cheng Chongshan was helpless and could only repeatedly say yes. If not for being compelled against his will, he also would not have had the sect send someone over.
But since he came, the benefits that he obtained in the ancient tombs naturally had to be shared with the other party. But borrowing Zhao Kuan's hands to get rid of Yi Yuan was also worth it.
However, a mere ascender can actually resolve this kind of strange poison. He has quite the skill. Cheng Chongshan want me to take action, Ken. But you have to take out another 5 Brightfall Feather transforming heavenly pills, or equivalent heavenly pills. Additionally, I want those few jade slips too, Zhao Kuan said. Cheng Chongshan grimaced and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. In reality, he was delighted in his heart.
The gains in the ancient tomb this time far exceeded imagination.
Merely 5 heavenly pills, it was still within the scope that he could bear.
Of course, these could not be expressed. Instead, he had to feign a pained appearance.
"Lead the way. I want to see whether or not this ascender has supernatural powers," Zhao Kuan said coolly.
"Big brother. Things are bad. Things are bad. The experts in the royal palace have all moved out and surrounded Nation Teacher Manor. Eldest Prince is currently clamoring outside, asking you to go out and die." Tang Yu ran over with a panicky look, shouting at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan walked out of the secret chamber and said coolly, "Oh? What's going on?" Tang Yu said in a panic, "It's the Lord Envoy." Eldest Prince borrowed Lord Envoy's strength and launched a coup d'etat.
Right now, Eldest Prince has controlled the royal palace and sent out all of the powerhouses, surrounding Nation Teacher Manor until not even water can seep through. Yi Yuan did not reveal a look of surprise and said, "So that's how it is. Since Cheng Chongshan has made a move, then is it that reinforcement has arrived?" Tang Yu was stunned and said, "How did you know?"
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "With Cheng Chongshan's personality, if he had confidence in killing me, he wouldn't have waited until today.
The reason why he kept maintaining a decent relationship with me, isn't it for the sake of waiting for reinforcements?"
Tang Yu said in surprise, "Since Big Brother knows that he's going to harm you, why didn't you leave earlier?"
The one he invited this time is Jade True Heavenly Sect's Intersect Rankings Top 10. Zhao Kuan. His strength is extremely formidable.
Most likely it's to target you, Big Brother.
Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "If I leave, you'll be dead for sure. Your Tang family, including second prince they all. None will be able to survive." Tang Yu was stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually stayed for their sakes. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. Tears almost burst out. Following such a big brother was really great. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, "Big brother, there are too many experts outside. Even if your movement technique is incredible, it's likely hard to escape too. Have Master Lin protect you and charge out from the side door. I'll cover the rear." "Pa!" Yi Yuan directly gave him a slap and scolded with a laugh. "Cover your ass. Your bit of strength isn't even enough to fill the crevices between Cheng Chongshan's teeth, and yet still want to cover the rear. Come. Go out and take a look." Finished speaking, he walked straight towards the door. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, eldest prince immediately went up to welcome and said smugly, "Yi Yuan, you're done here. Surrender obediently without resistance. Otherwise, the entire nation teacher manor will have to be buried in death with you today." "Pa!" Only to see a figure sway, eldest prince directly flew out. "Who the hell do you think you are? Is there the right for you to speak here?" Yi Yuan said disdainfully. The royal palace's experts had blank faces. This guy was too arrogant. Already reaching this situation, he actually still dared to make a move first. Zhao Kun smiled and said, "Hoo, got some character. Brat, heard that you ascended from Inklight Forest. Jun Tian was killed by you, right?" Yi Yuan ignored him and said to Cheng Chongshan, "You guys are treating your savior like this?" Zhao Kun's face instantly turned black. Freaking hell. Got ignored. Could it be that this boy was blind? Couldn't he tell that he was the biggest one standing in the middle? Cheng Chongshan sneered and said, "Savior? Heh. The entire eastward country under my Jade-True heavenly sect's rule. Eastward Emperor's life, my Jade-True heavenly sect can decide it with one word. You, a mere Eastward's nation teacher, shouldn't saving the envoy be your duty?" Yi Yuan smiled and said with a nod, "So that's how it is. Then what are you besieging my nation teacher manor this time for?" Zhao Kun had a black face and said in a solemn voice, "Boy, are you deaf? I'm asking you whether it was you who killed Jun Tian." Yi Yuan looked at Cheng Chongshan and still smiled as he said, "Cheng Chongshan, you should know that you can't kill me." Ignored again. Cheng Chongshan was awkward to the extreme by the side. This guy definitely did it on purpose. The others were also silent like cicadas in winter. Zhao Kun's fury had practically already burned throughout the entire nation teacher manor. Everyone could clearly feel his wrath. Everyone knew that Zhao Kun was the person in charge here. Yet Yi Yuan completely ignored him and kept on conversing with Cheng Chongshan. This ignorant attitude was simply superb. "Hoo. Boy, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." Zhao Kun took a step out. The aura on his body instantly rose to the peak. The faces of everyone present suddenly changed. Upper greater sublime heaven. Such an existence was virtually invincible in eastward country. When Cheng Chongshan saw Zhao Kun fly off the handle, he smiled coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, I can't kill you, but senior apprentice brother Zhao can kill you like killing a dog. You really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall to dare provoke him." Yi Yuan was still indifferent as he said smilingly, "Cheng Chongshan, you seem to be very pleased with yourself. But do you know that the poison in your body hasn't been completely cured? If I'm killed, even immortals will find it hard to save you too. I dare to bet that no one in your Jade-True heavenly sect can cure the poison of silent rupture." Cheng Chongshan's expression changed wildly, but he immediately sneered and said, "Boy, who are you scaring? The poison in my body isn't cured, don't I know it myself? My strength has long already recovered to the peak and even faintly shows signs of breaking through." Yi Yuan revealed a look of sudden realization and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh? You know again?" This smile was like carefully concealing a secret. When Cheng Chongshan saw it, he could not help feeling uncertain in his heart. He suddenly remembered how Yi Yuan said that he was poisoned back then. At that time, he did not believe it either. As a result, he almost died. Yi Yuan's smile clearly pointed at something. He said in a solemn voice, "What do you mean? Could it be that you did something to my body back then?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "The poison you're inflicted with is called silent rupture. This poison is invisible and colorless. It can incubate in the body for a long time, but once it erupts, it's incomparably violent. Even lesser sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses will find it hard to escape death too. On that day, I had indeed forced out all the toxins in your body. But that can only treat the symptoms and not cure the root cause. There's still a small part of the toxin that's hidden in your body. It might erupt again at any time. Chang Chongshan's legs turned soft when he heard it, almost falling to the ground. Didn't that mean that a time bomb was placed in his body? Humph! How can you, an ant who just ascended, possibly know such a high-level poison? Want to come up with a lie to bluff me? Do you think that I'm so gullible? Chang Chongshan said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "They still have to thank you.
If not for the jade slips that you gave me, I naturally wouldn't know these. But now I know."
The moment these words came out, Cheng Chongshan and Zhao Kun trembled all over at the same time, their eyes revealing a look of astonishment.
Why, you cracked the jade slips restrictions? That's impossible.
Boy, do you take me to be dumb? Cheng Chongshan said with a cold smile.
Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak. Zhao Kun converged his aura and suddenly said, "Junior apprentice brother, when you got poisoned, did you feel like there was a volcano erupting within your body? Every pore in your body from head to toe seeming like it's rupturing?
No matter how you revolve your divine essence, it would be instantly burned by the poison energy."
Chang Chongshan's gaze revealed a look of astonishment, and he cried out in surprise, Senior apprentice brother? How did you know?" Zhao Kun took a deep breath and said, "Sure enough. I think that he shouldn't be bluffing you. This poison is indeed called silent rupture. Furthermore, this poison has no cure." Thud, thud, thud. Chang Chongshan took several steps back in a row, his face blank.
Senior apprentice brother, you aren't joking, right? Cheng Chongshan forced a smile as he said.
But Zhao Kun shook his head and said, "Not joking.
I've seen before records in the sect's ancient books. This is the unique poison of Zhong Jianshou, who was once known as the 5 great heavenly regions #1 Jade Sovereign Heaven.
Those who get poisoned by it have no chance. Silent rupture, if it's in the incubation period, it can still be suppressed through medicine. But once it erupts under Jade Sovereign Heaven will definitely die without a doubt. It seems that the ancient tomb you discovered might be his place of demise." Talking until here, a hint of greed flashed across in Zhao Kun's eyes.
Zhong Jianshou had once been famous across the 5 great heavenly regions, known as Jade Sovereign Heaven's #1 person.
How could such an existence be of the common sort?
The legacy that he left behind was definitely a priceless treasure.
Chang Chongshan, this fool, actually gave it to Yi Yuan with both hands.
However, there was no harm either. Since he came, he could naturally get it back from his hands.
Chang Chongshan had a panicky look and muttered under his breath, "Impossible! Impossible! I clearly can't detect any poison at all."
Zhao Kun said this is also this poison's formidable aspect. It's completely undetectable in its incubation period. But once it erupts, even immortals will find it hard to save.
Talking up to here, Zhao Kun could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. Silent rupture's poison could be said to make people tremble with fear when they hear it. Yi Yuan could actually completely suppress it when it erupted. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. One had to know this was an incurable poison. At this time, Chang Chongshan's lover, Wu Shuang, became anxious. She begged Zhao Kun and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhao, I beg you. You must save senior apprentice brother Chang." Zhao Kun smiled and said, "Want me to take action? Of course you can too. But 70% of the treasures of your trip will belong to me. Furthermore, I get to pick." Chang Chongshan's expression changed and he said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhao, this is too overboard, right?" Zhao Kun said coolly, "Compared to your life, it's not considered overboard. If you weren't poisoned, I naturally wouldn't have made this demand either. But since you have to turn to me for help, then you naturally have to pay the price. Everyone came out to make a living, nobody was a fool. How could the exalted #1 Jade Sovereign Heaven's tomb possibly only have a mere 5 heavenly pills? It was just that, within the same sect, it was not good to go too overboard for some things. After all, Cheng Chongshan informed the sect about this matter. If Cheng Chongshan died bizarrely, the sect would definitely have to look into it. But, since Cheng Chongshan begged him, that was different. Cheng Chongshan's expression changed over and over again. Finally, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, as long as senior apprentice brother takes action, I'll give senior apprentice brother 70%. Zhao Kuan smiled slightly and said with a nod, "Okay. Swear the origin divinity heavenly curse then. Wait. It doesn't seem like you guys have the final say as to whether to cure the poison or not, right? Shouldn't you all ask for my opinion?" Yi Yuan suddenly interrupted. This senior apprentice brother, few people negotiating terms back and forth, directly put Yi Yuan, this person curing the poison, to one side. Cheng Chongshan's so-called taking action was naturally having Zhao Kuan take Yi Yuan down and forcing Yi Yuan to cure the poison. He had long expected Cheng Chongshan and Zhao Kuan's attitude. What disappointed him was that even Wu Shuang also turned a deaf ear to him, this savior. Cheng Chongshan was poisoned. She did not beg to him but went to beg to Zhao Kuan instead. Clearly, she did not take his life or death to heart. Or should he say, she never cared about what he thought at all? Truly laughable. These few people were really a real-life version of the story, the farmer and the viper, making people's hearts go cold. Regardless of Yi Yuan's attitude, he saved the three people's 3 lives. This was a fact. But these senior apprentice brother 3 people, not a single one was actually grateful to him. The disciples that came out of Jade True Heavenly Sect really let Yi Yuan broaden his knowledge. Zhao Kuan swept a glance at Yi Yuan and could not help laughing as he said, "An ant. Ask you to do what? You just have to do accordingly. What's the use of asking for your opinion? I know that you're skilled in spatial rule, but in front of me, any of your means is futile. Of course, if you put up a stubborn resistance, I have 1,000 ways to make you submit obediently." Almost forgot you were provoking me earlier, right? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What did you say?" "A dog is barking. I can't understand." Hiss. Yi Yuan's provocation made everyone's scalps tingle. Nation teacher's gall was also too fat. Already at this point, he was actually still so unyielding. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Sure enough, Zhao Kuan's gaze turned sharp and he said with a cold smile, "Very good, looks like you're really courting death. Since that's the case, then I'll grant your wish." The moment Zhao Kuan's imposing aura released, the powerful pressure crushed everyone once more. He looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You probably don't know that I'm famous for my movement technique in Jade Drew Heavenly Sect. You still want to show off in front of me with your little tricks?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Zhao Kuan was triggered by Yi Yuan's smile. Snorting coldly, his figure instantly disappeared. Vanished. Not vanished, it's too fast. Fast until we can't see. This is also too heaven-defying, well-deserving of being Jade Drew Heavenly Sect's inner disciple. Zhao Kuan's figure disappeared, immediately attracting a burst of exclamations. Such a strange movement technique they had really never seen before. Cheng Chongshan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Foolish thing, senior apprentice brother Zhao cultivated the sect's celestial immortal deceptive steps to an extremely profound realm. Even top 10 powerhouses have a big headache when they clash with him." But right then, Yi Yuan suddenly scattered a handful of light yellow powder into the air. The moment the powder appeared, it scattered in the wind. When Cheng Chongshan saw, he laughed even harder and said, "Ha ha ha. You aren't a fool, right? Just based on this pile of powder, you want to deal with senior apprentice brother Zhao." Dong. His voice had yet to fade when a figure suddenly fell from the air. Zhao Kuan's body fell to the ground heavily, twitching endlessly. At this time, Zhao Kuan's face was contorted, like he was suffering from epilepsy. His mouth and eyes askew, twitching on the ground non-stop. Cheng Chongshan's eyeballs were almost popping out. Everyone present had blank faces. What happened? A moment ago, Zhao Kuan had an unstoppable momentum, as if nobody on earth could beat him. In the next second, he was actually spasming. Spasm, ing. An upper greater sublime heaven powerhouse was actually spasming. You.
What the hell did you do to senior apprentice brother Zhao? Cheng Chongshan said in fear.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, I already said, I opened the Jade Slip's restrictions and learned some things from there and refined this thing. This thing is called Windward Topple. You should have heard of it before, right?
Cheng Chongshan's expression changed wildly and he cried out in shock, Windward Topple. You actually learned Windward Topple?
Damn it, then aren't we? His voice had yet to fade when Cheng Chongshan's mouth and eyes and went askew. His entire person suddenly started convulsing.
With a thud, he fell to the ground.
Dong!
Dong!
Dong! One powerhouse after another directly fell down, twitching on the ground. Tang Yu and the rest were dumbfounded by it.
The sight of several hundred people toppling to the ground at the same time, eyes showing whites and twitching on the ground, was really too spectacular.
Big brother. You're really too incredible.
What on earth is this Windward Topple?
Why is it so powerful? Tang Yu raised a big thumbs up to Yi Yuan. Looking at the seemingly dead bodies all over the floor, Tang Yu had some lingering fear in his heart.
The scene previously was really too deeply entrenched in the hearts of people.
Yi Yuan scattered a handful of powder just like that and put down several hundred powerhouses. Even a powerhouse like Zhao Kuan actually could not resist it either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Windward Topple is a kind of powerful anesthetic. It won't scatter when the wind blows and won't become disorderly with a palm strike. But one will topple upon contact.
Unless you prepare the antidote in advance, otherwise it's incurable under limitless sublime heavenly stratum. When Tang Yu heard, he could not help being tongue-tied.
This thing was also too freakish. But you paralyzed them. How will this mess be cleaned up?
If the Jade-Ru Heavenly Sect knows, they will definitely destroy Eastward Country. Tang Yu said with a frown. Yi Yuan said coolly, I have my own ways.
As he said, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle again and waved it under the noses of Zhao Kuan and co.
Roughly an hour later, Zhao Kuan slowly recovered and his twitching also became sporadic.
But the occasional twitch still made people simmer with laughter. P-Punk, you? Ugh. Dare to make a move against me? Ugh. You're dead for sure. Zhao Kuan threatened Yi Yuan as he twitched. True Heavenly Sect's disciples were rampant because their sect was strong. Just with Jun Tian dying, the True Heavenly Sect was indifferent about it. But Zhao Kuan dying was different.
Zhao Kuan was one of the inner sect's top 10 disciples with a promising future.
If he died in Eastward Country, True Heavenly Sect would definitely send down its wrath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, A captive. Can you stop posturing to me or not? Oh? Forgot to tell you. What I let you smell earlier was called 7-7 Soul Recall. This poison. I believe that with senior apprentice brother Zhao's extensive knowledge and wide experiences, you should have heard of it before, right? Hearing this name, Zhao Kuan could not resist twitching.
This time he was frightened into twitching.
7-7 Soul Recall was unbelievably vicious. Once the poison erupted, one would be forcibly tormented for 7 by 7 49 days before they kicked the bucket.
In these 49 days, each day would be more miserable than the last. Ordinary people could not endure until the 10th day at all and would commit suicide. And this poison was precisely another specialty poison of the number 1 Jade Sovereign Heaven, Zheng Jianshou.
Of course, these poisons were all poisons before he became famous. After he broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, he no longer used these low-level poisons. However, using it to deal with him, Zhao Kuan, was enough.
You. What do you want? Zhao Kuan said in fear.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, I don't want anything. I'm just planning on going to Jade True Heavenly Sect together with you guys. Zhao Kuan's pupils constricted and he said in surprise, You want to go to Jade True Heavenly Sect? Not just Zhao Kuan, Tang Yu and the rest had surprised faces too. Big brother, what are you going to the Jade True Heavenly Sect for? Jade True Heavenly Sect discriminates against ascenders the most. If you go, wouldn't it be walking right into a trap? Tang Yu said in surprise.
Yi Yuan said, I naturally have my own reasons for going to Jade True Heavenly Sect. Brother, all good things must come to an end, let's split up here.
Although he knew that Yi Yuan would leave sooner or later, when this day really came, Tang Yu still felt very reluctant. From having an arm chopped off by Yi Yuan, to becoming Yi Yuan's hardcore follower now. His admiration toward Yi Yuan could no longer be described using words long ago. Big brother, Tang Yu choked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to worry. Although the Jade True Heavenly Sect is averse to ascenders, they probably crave talents like a thirsty person craves for water too. Coupled with the strong recommendation of an inner sect top 10 disciple, I presume that entering the sect shouldn't be hard. Isn't that right, senior apprentice brother Zhao?" Zhao Kuan's expression flickered indeterminately and even twitched from time to time. But in the end, he could only nod too. No choice, being under people's roof, there was no choice but to lower one's head. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was right. Heavenly alchemists were very scarce in Jade True Heavenly Sect too. With Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength, he could naturally gain a firm foothold after he went. Just like that, Yi Yuan reverse-detained Zhao Kuan 4 people and set off for Jade True Heavenly Sect. As for Lin Lan, Yi Yuan had him stay in Eastward Country for the time being. He, an ascender, bringing a disciple into the sect would be seriously conspicuous. Zhao Kuan 4 people were depressed. They came to capture people. In the end, they became other people's captives now. In Eastward Country, Yi Yuan rescued Second Prince and sentenced Eldest Prince to death. The struggle for the throne finally fell under ownership too. After settling everything, Yi Yuan detained the 4 people and headed to Jade True Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan was going to Jade True Heavenly Sect firstly, in order to look for the Heavenspan Mountain secret. Secondly, he also wanted to find a way to save Mu Lingxue. This kind of major sect with a deep foundation had many miraculous means. Perhaps they had the method to condense the divine soul? Of course, going to Jade True Heavenly Sect had some risk too. If the sect was hostile towards ascenders, he also had the possibility of delivering himself into the tiger's maws. However, with Zhao Kuan this bargaining chip around, Yi Yuan felt that the likelihood was not high. Yi Yuan was confident that with his alchemy path strength, he would be able to gain a firm foothold in Jade True Heavenly Sect. As for Jun Tian, this trouble, it was actually not considered troublesome at all. Just say that Jun Tian encountered a grade 2 true spirit in Inflate Forest and it would be done. An outer sect deacon's life and death. The sect definitely thought nothing of it. As for Yi Yuan, that was just a misunderstanding. Obtaining a transcendent heavenly alchemist and losing an insignificant outer sect deacon. Weighing which was more important, he believed that the lords in the sect could gauge whether to advance or retreat. Going to Jade True Heavenly Sect this time, it needed several years of trekking and passing through more than 10 major countries midway. These countries were all under the Jade True Heavenly Sect's rule. A month later, the party left Eastward Country's borders and arrived in the ancient Dawn Country's borders. In front of them was a stretch of desolate land. Yi Yuan, you used poison to control us. Aren't you afraid of the sect's elders discovering it? Zhao Kuan said in a solemn voice. He was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. So how could he be willing to be controlled by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're also looking down on the number 1 Jade Sovereign Heaven's poison arts too much. The reason why I chose the 7/7 Soul Recall poison is naturally that it isn't easy to be figured out. As long as you all take my medicine on time, even if a grade 3 heavenly alchemist is here, they also won't discover that you all are poisoned. This is unless Jade True Heavenly Sect's Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses inspect you guys personally. Except, is there that possibility?" Zhao Kuan's expression changed, feeling despair in his heart. Thinking of how he had to live under Yi Yuan's despotic power every day from now on, he was practically going insane. But what could going crazy do? Originally, he thought that he could make a big killing this time. Who would have expected that he actually buried himself alive in the end? Thinking up to here, his wrath knew no bounds and a foot kicked onto Cheng Chongshan's body, kicking him flying. "It's all you, this pig. If not for you, how could I be controlled by others?" Zhao Kuan bellowed. Along the way, it was already not the first time that such a thing happened. Cheng Chongshan crawled up and said with a cold smile, "If I'm a pig, aren't you one too?" A dignified inner sect's disciple that ranked among the top 10 actually got taken down by someone without even knowing it. When Zhao Kuan heard that, he said in a great rage, "Fucking hell, your father will kill you." Suddenly his figure stopped, because he discovered that a white-robed swordsman was currently walking over with his hands behind his back. His gaze turned intent, and he cried out in surprise, "Ascender!
A limitless sublime heavenly stratum ascender. Your jade-faced swordsman, Luo Yunqing.
Jade-faced swordsman, Luo Yunqing?" Yi Yuan looked at the arrival with a frown, muttering to himself. This was his first time seeing an ascender apart from himself. The person in front of him did not hide his strength but displayed it openly.
This imposing aura, he had clearly already broken through greater sublime heavenly stratum and reached limitless sublime heavenly stratum.
Furthermore, this person walked over calmly, but was like a sharp sword, forcing people until they could not open their eyes. Strong.
This was the first impression that jade-faced swordsman gave Yi Yuan. A hint of solemnness also flashed across Yi Yuan's face.
This person was too strong, he was unable to contend at all. Looking at the reactions of Zhao Kun and the rest, the arrival did not come with friendly intentions. Luo Yunqing walked over slowly, seemingly slow, but in reality fast, arriving in front of them in a few breaths. "Young man, come with me. True Yang heavenly domain isn't suited for you." Luo Yunqing looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan was taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect that this Luo Yunqing was actually here to solicit him.
Zhao Kun had a shocked face as he said, "Jade-faced swordsman Luo Yunqing actually came personally to be the guide."
Yi Yuan was at a loss, completely not knowing what they were talking about. Although he had arrived at Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven for a number of years, it was only limited to the remote land of Eastward Country. So he did not understand many things, such as this guide. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing and asked with a frown, "Guide?" Luo Yunqing seemed to be very patient, saying with a light smile, "Ascenders are scattered in all regions. However, in the vicinity of these 5 great heavenly regions, apart from 5 light heavenly region, the other 4 great heavenly regions are extremely averse to ascenders. In those regions, they will kill on sight. Therefore, 5 light heavenly regions sent out many guides to enter deep into the 4 great heavenly regions, and guide ascenders into the 5 light heavenly region." When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly came to a realization. 5 light heavenly region resisted the 4 great heavenly regions with the power of 1 region. So they naturally needed a lot of fresh power. But ascenders were spread all over the various major heavenly regions. Apart from 5 light heavenly region, there were very few ascenders who could survive. Hence, that was why there was a need for guides. However, looking at the expressions of Zhao Kun and the rest, this Luo Yunqing had a rather high status among guides. Yi Yuan shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have the plans of going to 5 light heavenly region for the time being."
Zhao Kun's eyes became wide saucers, a look of astonishment on his face.
That was Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing came to fetch him personally. How huge a face was this? This guy actually did not buy it.
But Luo Yunqing was indifferent and said with a smile, "You can't go to Jade Ru Heavenly Sect. Believe me, if you go to Jade Ru Heavenly Sect, you'll die beyond a doubt."
Yi Yuan frowned and said, "I don't believe that." Luo Yunqing seemed to be very patient and said, "I know that your alchemy strength is head and shoulders above all others, but you don't know Jade True Heavenly Sect's upper echelon's attitude toward ascenders." Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Oh? What attitude?" Luo Yunqing said, "The stronger you are, the more apprehensive Jade True Heavenly Sect will be toward you, because Jade True Heavenly Sect's founding ancestor, Yen Jade True, was severely wounded by my 5 light heavenly region's major power, and he perished in the end.
And Jade Ru Heavenly Sect's supreme treasure, the Heavenspan Mountain, was also lost because of this. Therefore, Jade Ru Heavenly Sect is extremely antagonistic toward ascenders.
If you go to Jade True Heavenly Sect, you'll die without a doubt."
After Yi Yuan heard, his heart could not calm down for a long time.
He did not expect that Yen Jade True actually died at the hands of 5 light heavenly region's major power. If it was really as Luo Yunqing said, then he would really be walking right into a trap if he went to Jade True Heavenly Sect.
Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Kun and said in a solemn voice, "Is what he said true?" Zhao Kun had a blank face as he said, I don't know."
Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "This matter, very few ordinary disciples know of it, only those old undyings know. But in Jade True Heavenly Sect, they are extremely antagonistic toward ascenders. This is an undeniable fact.
Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, appearing somewhat hesitant.
Luo Yunqing continued, whether what I said is real or fake, you'll naturally know in the future. But it's clearly not worth it for you to go and take the risk now. You're a clever man, so you know what and how you should choose. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing and said, You seem to understand me very well. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, I've already laid low in Eastward Imperial City for close to 10 years.
If not for you suddenly wanting to go to Jade-Ru Heavenly Sect, I wouldn't have shown myself either. If I take action here, I believe that Jade-Ru Heavenly Sect won't vent their anger on Eastward Country too.
Yi Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that he was actually being monitored for as long as 10 years.
But Luo Yunqing had indeed considered things for him very much already.
He knew that he regarded the connections in Eastward Country very highly, so he deliberately chose to take action at the border between the two countries. With Luo Yunqing's strength, wanting to forcibly take him away did not take any effort at all.
But this level of powerhouse actually laid low for him for 10 years. Furthermore, he was persuading him patiently here. Clearly, he regarded him very highly.
Luo Yunqing could be said to have treated him extremely politely already. If he was still not sensible, it could not quite be justified anymore. Yi Yuan made up his mind and said, All right, I'll go with you. Luo Yunqing smiled slightly and said, Many thanks, Brother Yi, for your understanding.
Thud. Right at this time, Zhao Kuan suddenly knelt down and sobbed, El Lord Luo, spare our lives. Clearly, they dreaded this Luo Yunqing to the extreme.
Luo Yunqing did not speak. Several streaks of cold light flashed past and the 4 people were killed instantly.
Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. With his eyesight, he actually did not see how Luo Yunqing unleashed his sword.
Strong. Really very strong. For people dying, Luo Yunqing seemed to have done an insignificant thing and still smiled faintly as he said, My sword is very easy to recognize. Jade-True Heavenly Sect won't vent their anger on Eastward Country.
Now, what else do you want to ask?
Luo Yunqing killed people in order to let Jade-True Heavenly Sect know that he did it. This way, Jade-True Heavenly Sect's spearhead would be pointed at him and not Eastward Country.
The consideration that he showed for Yi Yuan was really very thoughtful.
Yi Yuan was well aware that concerning Luo Yunqing valuing him highly, it was actually taking fancy on his ability to refine pills. Ascenders were unable to refine pills. So 5 light heavenly regions heavenly alchemists must be surprisingly rare. Furthermore, being limited by affinity, the standards of the heavenly alchemists there were likely not very good as well.
Therefore, that was why a top powerhouse like Luo Yunqing would put his ego aside and converse with him as a peer.
Yi Yuan said coolly, I want to know about 5 light heavenly regions matters.
Luo Yunqing nodded slightly and started talking tirelessly.
It turned out that this region where the 5 great heavenly regions was situated was just a corner of Grand Brightjade complete heaven. It was called Rainclear Continent. On Rainclear Continent, there were originally only 4 great heavenly regions. There was no 5 light heavenly region.
Native forces had always kept a high-pressure attitude toward Ascenders.
Countless Ascenders died under the hands of the native forces. The Ascenders were naturally unwilling to resign themselves to death. Hence, they joined forces and resisted the native factions. Ascenders had limitless potential. Once they gained a foothold, their strength was very powerful.
But Ascenders were too scattered and too few compared to native factions.
No idea how long had passed, how many wars had been experienced, and how many Ascenders had died, before they forcefully carved out a piece of heavenly region called 5 Light Heavenly Region.
Since then, 5 Light Heavenly Region became one of the 5 great heavenly regions.
I don't know why you must go to Jade-True Heavenly Sect, but if you go now, it's no different from seeking death, Luo Yunqing said coolly.
Although the 5 great heavenly regions had existed side by side for a long time, the friction between them had never stopped before. Especially the 5 light heavenly region and the other 4 great heavenly regions, they were practically incompatible like fire and water.
Back then, Yen Jade-True suddenly emerged, sweeping across Truyong Heavenly Domain. He led Jade-True Heavenly Sect to become Truyong Heavenly Domain's #1 great sect. Later, Yen Jade-True teamed up with the other 3 great heavenly regions to besiege 5 Light Heavenly Region. That battle was fought until floating corpses spanned 10,000 miles. However, in that era, an even more monstrous genius emerged in the five-light heavenly region called Zhuobufan. He led the five-light heavenly region and killed until heaven and earth dimmed and the sun and moon were without light. Zhuobufan even overpowered Yen Jadru and the rest of the four great powerhouses with his power alone, and he severely injured his opponents. Since then, the five-light heavenly region finally stabilized under the pincer attacks of the four great heavenly regions. Of course, after this matter, the five great heavenly regions suffered a great loss in vitality and entered the stage of recuperation and rest. After Yi Yuan heard, he finally had some understanding of the history of the Ranglir continent. Presumably, the Heavenspan mountain was seriously damaged after that battle. That was why Yen Jadru would nourish the Heavenspan mountain with the Heavenspan world as fodder. It was just that what happened later, one had no knowledge of it. But no matter what, the Heavenspan world finally escaped this calamity. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, this matter. Consider it that I owe Senior Luo a favor. When I have a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay it." Luo Yunqing appearing at this time was equivalent to saving Yi Yuan's life. This favor, Yi Yuan naturally had to repay it. After that battle, Jade-True Heavenly Sect fell into decline. They naturally hated Ascenders to the bones. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "Getting Brother Ye's promise, this Luo feels overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. My five-light heavenly region is severely lacking in heavenly alchemists. With Brother Ye's ability, you'll definitely be a big shot in the future." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Luo is too kind. Wonder what's the situation in this five-light heavenly region." Mentioning this, a hint of melancholy flashed across the corners of Luo Yunqing's eyebrows, and he said, "Actually, my five-light heavenly region situation isn't optimistic at present either. The five-light heavenly region belongs to five great heavenly sections. Originally, under Lord Zhuo's lead, the five great heavenly sects pooled their efforts and were of one mind, their strength astonishing. But after that battle, Lord Zhuo also disappeared, and the five great heavenly sects were without any leader. None could convince the others, each governing themselves. This Luo belongs to the Western sect, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, in charge of the Truyang Heavenly Domain." Yi Yuan said, "In that case, after I enter five-light heavenly region, I'll be entering Martial Secure Heavenly Sect too?" Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, "After ordinary Ascenders are led over, they don't have the qualifications to join a heavenly sect. They must go through the heavenly sect's test before they can become an outer sect disciple. Even more so, most people can only enter subordinate countries. Of course, with Brother Ye's means, these cumbersome procedures are naturally not necessary." As he said, Luo Yunqing handed Yi Yuan a green-colored token and said, "My Martial Secure Heavenly Sect has blue, red, green, and purple, corresponding to 4 levels of protectors, with purple protectors having the highest status. This green wing token represents the identity of a green wing protector. When you hold this token, your status in Martial Secure Heavenly Sect will be second only to this Luo." Yi Yuan took the token rather surprisedly, not expecting Luo Yunqing to actually give him such a high status all of a sudden. No need to think that he also knew that green wing protectors definitely needed the strength of limitless sublime heavenly stratum before it could be granted. But he gave it to him, this lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Senior Luo." Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, "This Luo has laid low for 10 years and knows much about Brother Yi. I know that this green wing token might be low, but your current cultivation realm is low. It's hard to convince the masses if given too high a status too. This Luo is really looking forward to Brother Yi amazing the world with a single brilliant feat in Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Alright, it's getting late. Let's hurry to the borders first. There will be someone there to send you guys into Martial Secure Heavenly Sect." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and followed Luo Yunqing and left. Before departure, the two quietly sneaked into Eastward Country and fetched Lin Lan away. Green Bull Town, a small town on the borders of Truyang Heavenly Domain and Five Light Heavenly Region. Yi Yuan 3 people trekked 10,000 miles and finally arrived here after half a year. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect had set up many guide points at the borders. Green Bull Town was one of them. Upon entering Green Bull Town, Luo Yunqing's expression suddenly turned dark.
Green Bull Town was already a wasteland. Inside the town, there were dead bodies everywhere with heavy casualties.
Lord Luo, you finally came back. At this time, a middle-aged man came up to greet them, having a look of excitement when he saw Luo Yunqing. The middle-aged man was covered with wounds all over, looking very miserable.
Luo Yunqing frowned and said, "Yao Qing, what's going on?"
Yao Qing complained tearfully, "I don't know what's going on either. Many of our guide points were exposed. Lung Dongyu brought a large number of experts and ransacked many of our guide points. We suffered heavy casualties. Just yesterday, a group of experts from Jade-True Heavenly Sect suddenly attacked Green Bull Town. Lord Ding Xiao died in battle. Of the several hundred ascenders in the town, the casualties are more than 70%. We can't swallow this insult." Luo Yunqing's gaze gradually turned cold.
Yi Yuan felt killing intent from his body.
Leng Dongyu? Hoo-hoo? Very good. Luo Yunqing's smile gave everyone a bone-piercing chill. He said to Yao Qing, "You gather the remnants of the defeated troops and withdraw to the Heavenly Sect first."
"Let me handle the matters here."
Yao Qing answered, "Yes."
Luo Yunqing turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Brother Yi, I was originally planning on sending you back to the sect personally. Looking at it now, it seems like it's impossible. Along the way, Yao Qing will escort you all back to the sect." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Senior Luo, just go ahead. This he isn't so hypocritical. I have some little gimmicks here. They don't have much effect on limitless sublime heavenly stratums, but they might have some effect at critical moments."
Senior Luo's trip will be dangerous. Why don't you bring it along? Luo Yunqing was non-committal toward this, but he could not brush Yi Yuan's face aside. He took them and said, "Then it will be disrespectful for this Luo to decline. After this Luo returns to the sect, I'll have a drink with you. I'm going." His voice had yet to fade when his entire person already turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing. Hearing the two people's conversation, Yao Qing was incredibly shocked in his heart. Lord Luo actually addressed a lesser sublime heavenly stratum as his brother. Just what origin was this boy? Yao Qing did not dare to be neglectful and said to Yi Yuan, "This little brother, this Yao will bring you to the resting area first. We'll set off tomorrow morning." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble Brother Yao. Lin Lan, you follow Brother Yao and see if you can help with anything." Lin Lan bowed and said, "Yes, Master." Yao Qing was taken aback. Looking at Lin Lan strangely, he said in surprise, "You aren't an ascender." Lin Lan said, "This Lin is a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Maybe I can be of some help."
The moment Yao Qing heard, he was even more surprised.
An exalted grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually acknowledged an ascender as his master? His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of doubts. Just what kind of person was this guy? During the entire night, Lin Lan became the busiest person in Green Bull Town. Of course, he also became the most respected person. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist treated these ascenders without any airs. These people went from having skepticism at the very beginning to being very respectful later on. "Master Lin, you're really a miracle-working doctor.
With just a few moves, most of my internal injuries have healed."
"Master Lin, without you, don't know how many of us will have to die this time."
"Master Lin, you hurry up and help me look. I've already waited for a long time." Seeing these looks that worshipped him, Lin Lan felt very content. He had once held overwhelming power and influence, being far removed from the masses and reality.
He had once gotten lost in it. Only now did he understand that people only had fear towards him and had no respect. But now, the ascenders here only had respect towards him and had no fear. This feeling of being needed by people was great. Furthermore, he increasingly felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. After obtaining Yi Yuan's guidance, his medical skills and alchemy Dao both advanced by leaps and bounds.
Only at this time did he understand that what he was playing with in the past was simply child's play. In the past, he felt that the road before his eyes was getting narrower and narrower.
But now he felt that it was a wide path ahead.
Squeezing for what?
Squeezing for what? Where did this impudent brat come from? Don't you have any civic-mindedness? Keep squeezing. Do you believe that your father will beat you up? At the back, an impatient voice suddenly came over. This brother, can you excuse me a bit? Outside Lin Lan's house. It was surrounded until not even water could seep through. Yi Yuan was unable to enter and could only notify the people in front.
Duan Tao turned his head and saw Yi Yuan and said with a frown, making a row for what, don't you see that Master Lin is currently treating someone?
Wanna find him to treat? Go queue up at the back.
Yi Yuan was speechless and said, I'm not here for treatment. I'm here to find Lin Lan.
The moment Duan Tao heard, he was even more enraged and said, Impudent! Is Master Lin's name what you can call? Get lost to one side.
If you disturb Master Lin, your father will tear you to shreds. Duan Tao was the boss of this group of ascenders, his strength being the strongest, already reaching the grand completion of Lesser Sublime Heaven Realm. The order here was also maintained by him.
Seeing that Yi Yuan actually wanted to enter without queuing, he was the first to be indignant.
Yi Yuan was helpless. Furthermore, he did not want to disturb Lin Lan's treatment either, so he went to one side to wait. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so obedient, Duan Tao smiled coldly and said, Coward.
Cutting the queue in front of your big brother Duan. Really tired of living.
When the rest saw that Yi Yuan was like this, they all responded with a bout of snickering. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and found a place to stand.
This angle could just nice see the scene of Lin Lan's treatment through the crown. No idea how long had passed either. Lin Lan finally finished treating everyone before planning on going to find Yi Yuan. Master Lin came out.
Quickly make way, Duan Tao hurriedly said.
Hehe. Master Lin's methods have truly attained the acme of perfection. Really a divine doctor.
I represent Green Bull Town's ascenders to express gratitude to Master Lin, Duan Tao praised with admiration.
His words came from the bottom of his heart. Many people were seriously injured and might have kicked the bucket if they did not receive timely treatment.
Lin Lan smiled and said, You're welcome.
Duan Tao said, Master Lin, Lord Yao said that he went to arrange the withdrawal matters, and will come and see you in a while. Lin Lan nodded slightly but walked outside. As soon as he went out, he saw Yi Yuan. Duan Tao saw Yi Yuan too and said with a frown, Brat, why are you still here? Since you're not injured, go to Lord Yao there to help out. He needs people there.
Quickly scram.
Finished speaking, he hurriedly explained to Lin Lan. Master Lin, this boy wanted to jump in line just now, and was chased to one side by me. Duan Tao was currently talking tirelessly, but Lin Lan arrived in front of Yi Yuan. He was just about to bow, but he heard Yi Yuan say, Taiwan Acupoint's technique was 30% too heavy. The divine essence of Tugoing doesn't have a stable enough aura. The quantity of fragrance-stopping grass is slightly over by 5 grams. Yi Yuan said a whole bunch in one breath. First, everyone was a little confused. But very soon, they discovered that what Yi Yuan said was precisely the method and dosage that Lin Lan treated the people with just now. After Duan Tao heard, he could not help snickering as he said, Brat, who do you think you are, to actually dare teach Master Lin?
A measly lesser sublime heavenly stratum is actually giving pointers to a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Are you crazy?
Master Lin, you go first. Let us take care of this fool. Very soon, a series of snickering came from all around.
A lesser sublime heavenly stratum was actually giving pointers to a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. This scene was really very comical.
However, Yi Yuan ignored them and carried on talking on his own.
Duan Tao got impatient and scolded, Brat, Master Lin won't haggle over it with you and you're showing off?
Are you done yet? Do you believe that your father will exterminate you right now? Duan Tao rolled his sleeves up and was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. But at this time, Yi Yuan also just happened to finish talking.
Lin Lan gave a bow and said, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Diligence can make up for your weakness, but your talent is a bit poor. Fortunately, you came to realize the truth in time. Practice more and you will be able to comprehend it.
Yes, Master. Lin Lan bowed piously again.
Everyone around was completely dumbfounded. Especially Duan Tao, he froze there very awkwardly. And Master, what did Master Lin call just now?
Did I hear wrongly? What a joke.
Master Lin actually acknowledged a lesser sublime heavenly stratum as his master.
That's right. It must be a joke? Hoo-hoo. Master Lin is joking with everyone. The crowd burst into an uproar all at once. They were all waiting to watch Yi Yuan's show. In the end, Lin Lan really bowed.
Lin Lan appeared extremely respectful in front of Yi Yuan.
Truly unbelievable. But right at this time, several figures suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The pupils of Duan Tao and the rest shrunk, looking at the arrivals with looks of amazement.
Ma Liang. Du Qian. Aren't you guys dead?
How did you come back to life again? Duan Tao said in horror. Yao Qing led a few people and appeared.
The crowd burst into an uproar again, because the few people behind Yao Qing were all people who had already been confirmed dead.
Furthermore, they were all thrown into the dead people pile. Now, they actually appeared in front of them perfectly well. How could this not be surprising?
How is this possible? You guys are actually not dead.
Hang on. Could it be that you all were refined into puppets by someone? Right, it must be so. When Ma Liang heard this, he could not help saying in a great rage, Zhongyang, you moron.
You're the one who's refined into a puppet. Fucking hell.
I was saved by Master Yi, and yet you actually cursed me to die.
Several people arrived in front of Yi Yuan, bowed to the ground, and said, We thank Master Yi for your grace of saving our lives. This kindness will be engraved in our hearts.
Yi Yuan let Lin Lan come here and treat ascenders, so he naturally would not be idle himself.
He went to those who were almost dead and could not be saved, and he forcefully saved 4 lives from among them. These 4 people were precisely Ma Liang 4 people.
Yao Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. When he saw these few people earlier, he got a big scare too. How were dead people alive again?
But only after hearing Ma Liang and the rest did he understand that it turned out they were actually brought back to life by Yi Yuan.
This is a joke, right? You guys have already been confirmed dead at that time. Duan Tao had a look of horror, full of disbelief. Especially Du Qian, he personally inspected him, and he was absolutely deader than dead. How could he possibly come back to life again? Du Qian sneered and said, I thought that I was dead too, but I was saved by Master Yi.
Your father's life will be Master Yi's in the future. Ma Liang also said, That's right.
Your father is someone who has died once. This life will be sold to Master Yi in the future.
The 4 people who were brought back to life made known their attitudes one after another.
They all knew how severe their injuries were back then. That was right, it should be said that they were dead men.
But Yi Yuan actually had the ability to revive the dead, forcefully dragging them back from King Yama's hall.
Duan Tao, this bunch of people looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of amazement, being shocked speechless.
They thought that Yi Yuan was an opportunist plus a coward.
But they did not expect that he was actually a big shot. Master Lin that they worshipped was actually Yi Yuan's disciple.
If not for seeing with their own eyes, they would not believe it at all.
It turns out that Brother Yi is actually a miracle-working doctor. No wonder Lord Luo personally guided you over. Brother Yi master and disciple helped our Green Bull town out a great deal. As Yao Qing said, he gave a bow to Yi Yuan. What?
Lord Yao, Lord Luo that you speak of, could it be? Jade-faced swordsman, Lord Luo Yunqing. Duan Tao exclaimed in surprise. Yao Qing nodded and said, Who else is there apart from him? It's actually him.
Lord Luo actually came to guide Master Yi personally. This is a great honor. Usually, only some greater sublime heavenly stratums would be sent out to guide these ascenders. A very small number would send out limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses. But there were none who could make Luo Yunqing personally guide an ascendator at all.
But Yi Yuan could actually make Lord Luo Yunqing as a guide personally. This in itself indicated many problems. Some of these ascenders had already stayed in Green Bull Town for a long time and naturally knew of Luo Yunqing's awe-inspiring reputation.
This was a big shot who made even the entire Jade True heavenly sect extremely apprehensive.
It was extremely hard for them to even see Luo Yunqing once, let alone talk about being guided personally. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Master Yi, please punish. Duan Tao's forehead broke out in cold sweat and he said respectfully. Yi Yuan said coolly, It's not a big deal. No need to mind it. It's getting late. Brother Yao, let's set off.
Yao Qing nodded and took a flying boat out of the storage bracelet that he carried on him. The party rode the flying boat and whizzed away.
The martial secure heavenly sect, being hidden among 10,000 mountains, had a majestic and grand atmosphere.
This place gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and there were faint signs of dragons prancing for 10,000 miles.
Everyone landed and they were stunned by the scenery before their eyes.
My martial secure heavenly sect is one of 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sections. It's quite a lot stronger than Jade True Heavenly Sect 2. However, wanting to stay in the sect, it will have to depend on your talents and strength. Yao Qing said.
Heh?
Lord Yao, Duan Tao's talent is 1 in a million. It's naturally not difficult to enter the heavenly sect, Duan Tao said confidently. Yao Qing could not help laughing as he said, It's no use for you to boast here to me, those capable of ascending to the 33 heavens. Which one isn't of outstanding talent? But that's also just in your world.
The 33 heavens isn't as simple as you think. Just having good talent in small kiliacosms is useless.
Duan Tao still did not believe it and was secretly holding it in. The other ascenders naturally did not believe it either.
For these people to be able to ascend from small kiliacosms or great trichiliacosms, they all advanced in the midst of slaughter and grew up in the midst of struggle.
Each one was of the very best talent. How arrogant at heart and haughty in manner were these people. How could they believe that they were unable to pass a mere sect assessment?
Yao Qing led everyone to a mountain peak in the front range and said to everyone, the heavenly sect's assessment is once every 10 years.
This incident happened suddenly, so we're returning to the heavenly sect early. There's still a year to the sect assessment. This period of time you will be cultivating here. This place is where servants live.
Although you all don't need to do miscellaneous chores, you'll still be subjected to the constraints of the heavenly sect.
Of course, if there are those who can't stand it, you can leave the heavenly sect and enter ordinary countries. Your Excellency, what's there that can't be endured?
Isn't it just 1 year? It will pass very quickly, Duan Tao said indifferently.
Yao Qing just smiled and did not talk. He turned to Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, I've arranged a first-class residence for you. Follow me. Everyone naturally had no objections regarding this. Yao Qing arranged a courtyard for Yi Yuan and had him live with Lin Lan.
Settling Yi Yuan down, Yao Qing returned to the sect.
He had to report Green Bull Town's matter to the sect. Luo Yunqing left in a hurry and did not have time to hand over many things. Yi Yuan was a stranger in a strange land in martial secure heavenly sect. It was naturally inconvenient to flash his identity as a protector too.
Everything still had to wait for Luo Yunqing to return before talking.
After all, a lesser sublime heavenly stratum taking on the post of the heavenly sect's protector was seriously too outrageous. Yi Yuan was also not some young and inexperienced fledgling. He naturally would not think that the martial secure heavenly sect was an otherworldly paradise. In reality, the way Yi Yuan saw it, 5 light heavenly regions living environment might be even crueler than Truyong heavenly domain. After all, ascenders were all people who were decisive in going for the kill. Their personalities were quite different from native powerhouses. What he expected was right. The next day something happened already. Duan Tao, Ma Liang, and the rest all went to find Yi Yuan with bloody noses and swollen faces. One of Duan Tao's legs was actually broken directly, even his bone was poking out. Looking at the few people, Yi Yuan said speechlessly, The few of you can really cause trouble. Just 1 day and you guys already clashed with those servants. Duan Tao grimaced in pain and said, Master Yi, they are bullying people too much.
Ma Liang also said, Yeah? That Li Zhuo is unreasonable. He came to find us early this morning and made us each hand over 30 pieces of heavenly crystals according to the number of people.
1 less piece. Break 1 leg. For the few of us, our situation is slightly better and can still hand it over. But the majority of the people can't take out so many heavenly crystals. Duan Tao was furious and had a quarrel with that Li Zhuo. In the end, it became like this.
Yi Yuan asked curiously, those servants shouldn't have reached greater sublime heavenly stratum too, right? Duan Tao, you're at the grand completion greater sublime heaven realm and yet you're actually not a match.
The moment Duan Tao heard, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into.
He only dared to take action because he saw that the other party had strength that was similar to his.
But who knew that he did not even survive 3 moves and was crippled? Ma Liang said, "These servants are really very strong. Duan Tao's strength is the strongest among us. But he was actually crippled in 3 moves. They even said that tomorrow is the deadline. If we can't hand over the heavenly crystals, each person will have 2 legs broken." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "For the 5-light heavenly region to be able to forcibly carve out a great heavenly region in the crevice of the 4 great heavenly regions, it's naturally extremely strong. It looks like I also somewhat look down on the martial secure heavenly sect. Lin Lan, fetch some heavenly crystals for them and let them make do with it a bit tomorrow. I couldn't tell that you guys have some savings. If you had been so obedient earlier, wouldn't you not need to suffer physical hardship anymore?" Li Zhuo weighed the heavenly crystals in his hand with a smug expression. Duan Tao and the rest had indignant looks as they said, "Li Zhuo, the heavenly crystals have already been given to you. Is it okay now?" Li Zhuo smiled and said, "Brat, broke your leg yesterday, and you're already skipping and jumping about today? Looks like there's someone capable among you guys? Oh? Right, you all went to Little Cloud Courtyard yesterday, right?" Little Cloud Courtyard was Yi Yuan's residence. The expressions of Duan Tao and the rest changed, and they said, "Li Zhuo, I advise that you'd better not have designs on him. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Li Zhuo laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "On Thousand Bird Peak, there is no one that I, Li Zhuo, can't afford to provoke. Just the likes of you guys, these rookies who just ascended, you can also make me can't afford to provoke? Even if his talent is pretty good, staying in Little Cloud Courtyard, he has to grovel for your father obediently too." By the side, a lapdog said smugly, "You all probably don't know Big Brother Zhuo is the inner disciple's, Lord Lu Zhanyuan's, personal servant. It's fine if you guys have never heard of Lord Lu Zhanyuan before. You'll hear his name in the future. You just have to know that Lord Lu Zhanyuan is in existence ranked in the top 3 among inner disciples too." The moment these words came out, the expressions of Duan Tao and the rest changed greatly. They could not imagine that a puny little servant actually had such a powerful background. Duan Tao, they all knew that Yao Qing was an inner disciple. But Yao Qing's ranking among inner disciples was not high. Ranked top 3 among inner disciples, that was absolutely a big shot. Even if they entered the heavenly sect in the future, they had to give Li Zhuo some face too. It was not bragging that he said there was no one he could not afford to provoke. Another lackey said, "Lord Lu Zhenuan treats our big brother Zhuo very well. Not only does he impart him with cultivation methods and teach him martial techniques, but he's also even very protective of his own people." Li Zhuo had a smug look as he said, "So, you guys understand it? No matter how impressive you all were in the lower realms, you have to tuck your tails between your legs in this place and behave. Putting aside whether or not you all can enter the heavenly sect, even if you enter, you have to start as an outer sect disciple too. How great the disparity between an outer sect disciple and the inner sect's top 3. Hoo. You all will understand in the future. Since you all came, then those chores from the sect will be done with you all then." The faces of Duan Tao and the rest became black as the bottom of a pot. They finally understood what Yao Qing meant. Enduring a year in this kind of environment was not an easy thing. While talking, Li Zhuo already brought a group of people and headed to Little Cloud Courtyard. The faces of Duan Tao and the rest changed, hurriedly following. Bang! A lackey kicked open Little Cloud Courtyard's gates and yelled, "The punk inside! Get out!" While talking, a large group of people poured into Little Cloud Courtyard. But right at this time, a figure flashed, blocking their way. It was precisely Lin Lan. When everyone saw Lin Lan, they could not help turning pale with fright. No one expected that a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually staying in this Little Cloud Courtyard. A lackey said in horror, You're an aboriginal." An aboriginal actually appeared here. "You all dared to barge into Little Cloud Courtyard and disturb Master, courting death," Lin Lan said in a solemn voice. Master." Li Zhuo and the rest exchanged glances and could not help revealing looks of surprise. To be able to make a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse call Master, what kind of existence did that have to be? Could it be that an incredible big shot was staying in this Little Cloud Courtyard? But why would such an important person stay in Little Cloud Courtyard?
Lin Lan, those who barged into the courtyard break their legs and throw them out. Oh, right, remember to loot the heavenly crystals on them. At this time a voice came from inside.
Lin Lan bowed and said, "Yes, master."
The moment Li Jue heard, he laughed loudly and said, "You dare to touch me?
I'm Lord Lu Zhenyuan's personal servant. If you dare touch a hair of mine, he definitely won't let you off." Lin Lan rolled his eyes at him and gave a word, "Idiot!" Bang! Bang!
Bang!
Miserable screams rose and ebbed. Those who barged into the courtyard all had their legs broken by Lin Lan and thrown out.
The miserable wails sounded continuously.
Lin Lan was not courteous either, directly ransacking the heavenly crystals on them cleanly. Not only did he take back the one previously, he even robbed them clean. When Duan Tao and the rest saw it, they were completely stunned. Master Yi was really domineering. Ouch! My legs! You aboriginal and also the one inside, you guys are dead for sure. Beating a dog, you still need to look at the owner.
Lord Lu Zhenyuan won't let you all off.
Ouch! Quickly carry me away. Biffed! When Duan Tao and the rest heard that, they all burst out laughing. This Li Jue was the best too, to actually compare himself to a dog. It seemed like he got used to being a dog.
Li Jue was carried away by people while saying fierce words.
Came in a threatening manner, but left with broken limbs. Only after seeing Li Jue and the rest leave did Duan Tao and the rest swarm in. Master Yi, this matter is blown up.
That Lu Zhenyuan is among the inner sect's top 3. Duan Tao said.
Master Yi, it's all our fault, causing such a huge problem for you. You rest assured. If that Lu Zhenyuan dares to come, he can step over my corpse. Ma Liang patted his chest and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, isn't it just the inner sect's number 3?
Look how it got you all worried."
I'll go back. I have to cultivate. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces speechless. Master Yi was also too reckless, right? That was the inner sect's number 3.
I'll go back.
Isn't it just the inner sect's number 3? You guys are also looking down on masters means too much. Forget about number 3. Even if the inner sect's number 1 came, he won't think anything of it too. Lin Lan said nonchalantly. Duan Tao and the rest were speechless. This master and disciple, 2 people, were indeed cut from the same cloth.
Being the inner sect's number 3, Lu Zhenyuan's strength was at least an upper greater sublime heaven powerhouse too. He might even be a grand completion greater sublime heaven powerhouse. Even Lin Lan, this greater sublime heaven powerhouse, was not enough to fill the crevices between his teeth too. This master and disciple, 2 people, actually did not take him seriously in the slightest.
My lord, you have to stand up for this lowly one. Li Jue came to Lu Zhenyuan here and wept bitterly. Seeing Li Jue's injuries, Lu Zhenyuan also frowned slightly. Li Jue's legs were broken. Even if treatment was done, he could probably forget about recovering without spending half a year.
The blow was dealt rather viciously.
Li Jue, this servant, normally served him very well. He was still very satisfied with Li Jue's service. Beating a dog, one also needed to look at the owner. There was this logic.
It hit Li Jue's body, but what it hit was him, this number 3's face.
Didn't you say my Lu Zhenyuan's name? Lu Zhenyuan said with a frown. Said it. It was fine when I didn't say it. But when I said it, they were even invigorated.
They even said that if your excellency went, they would still beat anyway. Li Jue embellished the details.
Sure enough, the moment Lu Zhenyuan heard, his brows furrowed even harder. Hoo-hoo? He hasn't even entered the heavenly sect yet, and he's domineering until like this.
I want to see which god is staying in that little cloud courtyard. Lu Zhenyuan's gaze turned chilly as he said in a cold voice.
That's the inner sect's number 3, Lu Zhenyuan. He really came.
Heh, beating a dog, one also needs to look at the owner.
Little cloud courtyard beat Li Jue. It's smacking Lu Zhenyuan's face. How can he possibly swallow the insult silently? Little cloud courtyard's master is very mysterious.
With 2 tigers fighting, I wonder who will win and who will lose.
What rubbish.
Lu Zhenyuan is a grand completion greater sublime heaven powerhouse. How can that guy who hasn't even entered the sect yet possibly be his match?
A large group of people went up Thousand Bird Peak while howling, heading for Little Cloud Courtyard. This lineup caused a great sensation. Thousand Bird Peak's people were virtually all here.
Everyone wanted to see just what kind of person this Little Cloud Courtyard's master was.
This guy was too mysterious. Lu Zhanyuan was dressed in blue-white alternating intersect attire, looking elegant and suave, classy and natural.
This kind of person carried the halo of the main character.
Wherever he went, he was the center of everyone's attention.
Just one look and you would be able to recognize him in the crowd.
There were even some inner disciples who followed to watch the show. Duan Tao and the rest came to inquire, all having worried expressions on their faces. I've already asked around. Lu Zhenyuan's strength is extremely strong. Even though he is only at the grand completion greater sublime heaven realm, even if he encounters a powerhouse who just entered limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he has the strength to fight too.
His strength greatly surpasses his cultivation realm in itself, Duan Tao said with a solemn face. Ma Liang's expression flickered indeterminately and he said this. What to do about this?
No matter how strong Master Yi is, it's also impossible to be Lu Zhanyuan's match. Sai? It's all our fault. Du Qian gritted his teeth and said, No way.
We can't let Lu Zhanyuan deal with Master Yi. Even if he wants to deal with him, he also has to step over our dead bodies.
Finished saying. His face revealed a hint of a decisive look. Li Zhuo was carried over by people, but he had an excited look, his eyes giving off light. How long had it been since he, Li Zhuo, had been beaten up by someone until like this? The person who beat him had to pay the price. Come men. Kick the door open for me, Li Zhuo shouted. Bang. A lackey gave a kick and directly busted Little Cloud Courtyard's door open. Li Zhuo said in a clear voice, The people inside, listen up.
The inner sex number 3, Lord Lu Zhanyuan, has arrived in person. Why haven't you all come out to greet in prostration? No one acknowledged him.
Lu Zhanyuan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly very unhappy already. Li Zhuo already reported his name, but the people inside actually did not even let out a fart. Clearly, they thought nothing of him. Li Zhuo sneered in his heart. He understood his master too well. Little Cloud Courtyard's master was so arrogant. So his master must already be greatly enraged. The more furious his master was, the more severe the consequences. Impudent. You, a fellow who hasn't even entered the sect yet. Why haven't you come out to kneel in prostration after seeing an inner disciple? Li Zhuo said in a great rage.
Behind Lu Zhanyuan, the people all drew a breath of cold air.
This Little Cloud Courtyard's master was really too domineering.
That was Lu Zhanyuan, but he actually did not even acknowledge him.
Sure enough, Lu Zhanyuan's expression became grimmer and grimmer.
Even with his back facing everyone, they still felt a massive aura.
Being the inner sex number 3 did not come from boasting.
Heh, your esteemed self really has such haughty airs.
I, Lu Zhanyuan, came to this puny little Thousand Bird Peak, and you actually dare to not come out and greet. No matter who's inside, come out now and kneel down and apologize. Then this matter will be considered over. Otherwise, if this Lu takes action, the severity will be hard to say. Lu Zhanyuan suppressed his fury to his utmost, but everyone could feel his wrath at this time. At this time, a figure walked out of the side room. It was precisely Lin Lan.
He said to Lu Zhanyuan coolly, My master isn't seeing guests, leave.
He said that no matter who it is, as long as they step into the courtyard, break the legs and throw out. Break the legs, throw out. These words were unbelievably domineering, but it also had to depend on who it was said to. The other party was the inner sex number 3, Lu Zhanyuan. People looked at Lin Lan like looking at a madman.
An inner disciple shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, It's over. Senior apprentice brother Lu is going to go utterly berserk.
This courtyard's master is really a lunatic. To even dare provoke senior apprentice brother Lu too.
Hoo-hoo, he probably doesn't know what kind of existence inner sex number 3 is.
Postured too hard. Another person shook his head and said with a sigh.
At this time, Lu Zhanyuan was already beyond furious.
Everyone felt that a volcano was about to erupt. Hoo-hoo? Is that so? Then today,
This Lu will barge into this little cloud courtyard and take a look whether this place is a dragon's lair or tiger's den or not. Lu Zhanyuan laughed from extreme fury. His foot also strode out and stepped into the courtyard. But at this time, several figures suddenly dashed out. Senior apprentice brother Lu, if you want to step into the courtyard, step over our dead bodies. The one talking was precisely Ma Liang. Senior apprentice brother Lu, I beg you to raise your hand high in mercy. Don't haggle over it with Master Yi. Du Qian also said with a decisive look. No one expected that these few people actually dared to jump out at this time. Get lost! Lu Zhanyuan roared. The few people spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and were directly sent flying out. The inner sex number 3 was utterly terrifying. He did not even make a move. Just based on a sound wave, he sent the grand completion lesser sublime heaven Duan Tao flying. Lu Zhanyuan completely ignored the few people and stepped right into the courtyard. He looked at Lin Lan and said with a sneer, this Lu entered now. I want to see just how you break my legs. As he said, he took another step forward and closed in on Lin Lan. Everyone's breathing became ragged. They were all anxious. Not that they were anxious about Lu Zhanyuan's legs being broken, but anxious whether or not he would dismantle Little Cloud Courtyard under his rage. How could breaking Lu Zhanyuan's legs be possible? Lu Zhanyuan closed in on Lin Lan step by step. However, Lin Lan did not move a muscle all along, as if he did not have the intention to make a move. Hoo-hoo, still not making a move? If you still don't make a move, this Lu will be attacking. Once this Lu takes action, it won't be breaking legs so simple, Lu Zhanyuan said with a cold laugh. His aura grew stronger and stronger. The terrifying pressure made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. But right at this time, Lu Zhanyuan's footsteps stopped, his eyes becoming wide saucers. That terrifying aura dissipated in an instant. Thud. Lu Zhanyuan fell in front of Lin Lan just like that, twitching nonstop. Twitching and twitching. Lu Zhanyuan's eyes and mouth were askew. His entire person like having an epileptic seizure. It was exactly the same as Zhao Kuan back then. Windward topple. It was true that Lu Zhanyuan was strong, but he had not reached limitless sublime heavenly stratum after all. As long as one did not reach limitless sublime heavenly stratum, windward topple was an absolute kill. Outside the courtyard, everyone's eyeballs popped out. Death-like silence. The powerful inner sex number 3, Lu Zhanyuan, was actually spasming? Lin Lan looked at Lu Zhanyuan, who fell to the ground and shook his head and said with a sigh. Master said to break the legs and throw out. So it means breaking the legs and throwing out. Do you think that Master was joking with you? Finished speaking, Lin Lan took action, directly breaking Lu Zhanyuan's legs. Thud. He casually lifted, directly throwing Lu Zhanyuan out of Little Cloud Courtyard. Everyone shuddered all over as if the sound was knocking on their hearts. Be broken? Broken. Really broken? Really broken? Everyone swarmed over to watch Lu Zhanyuan's grand display of invincible might. Who would have thought that the perpetrator had not been seen yet, and Lu Zhanyuan directly had his legs broken and thrown out? Until now, everyone still had not quite come back to their senses. Li Jue, who was by the side, was directly dumbfounded. He thought that Lu Zhanyuan could take revenge for him. Li Jue did not expect that he was so useless. Although he had his legs broken, Lu Zhanyuan was still twitching non-stop, looking very comical. An inner disciple who was experienced and knowledgeable cried out in surprise, Windward topple. This must be Windward topple. I didn't expect that the master of this courtyard actually had such a fierce anesthetic. Furthermore, his method of poisoning is strange and unpredictable. Senior apprentice brother Lu really kicked an iron plate at this place. Somebody asked, Senior apprentice brother Su, is this Windward topple very powerful? Senior apprentice brother Su gave a cold laugh and said, powerful? Hoo-hoo. Under limitless sublime heavenly stratum, there's no cure. Even if it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum, once inflicted with Windward topple, their strength will fall greatly too. How can the level of anesthetic be explained with just powerful? However, this anesthetic is extremely difficult to extract. Even for ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists, it's very hard to do it too. Didn't expect that this Little Cloud Courtyard's master actually has it.
This person can't be provoked.
Finished saying, senior apprentice brother Su gave the courtyard a glance rather warily, turned around and left.
The puny little thousand-bird peak became everyone's focal point very quickly.
This matter caused a great sensation in the inner sect and outer sect. A fellow who had not even entered the sect yet, his movements and traces being elusive and secretive, actually broke the legs of the inner sect's top 3, Lu Zhanyuan. Of course, Lu Zhanyuan became the laughingstock of the inner sect too.
Many inner disciples could not help coming to Little Cloud Courtyard, but no one dared to approach. Windward Topple was too formidable. They did not wish to go out spasming. But the more it was so, the more mysterious Little Cloud Courtyard seemed. Little Cloud Courtyard's master had never gone out before. If there was anything, it was also his apprentice doing it on his behalf. When Yao Qing heard about this incident, he was incredibly shocked too. Lu Zhanyuan's prowess, he was deeply aware of it.
With his strength, he could not last past 3 moves under Lu Zhanyuan's hands at all. But Lu Zhanyuan actually succumbed at Yu Yuan's hands.
People were all guessing that Little Cloud Courtyard's master must be a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, or even a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. But only he knew that Yi Yuan was merely a lesser sublime heaven. That was all. After this matter, no one dared to provoke Little Cloud Courtyard anymore, and no one dared to be disrespectful to Green Bull Town's ascenders as well. Over the course of a year, there were ascenders being taken to Thousand Bird Peak one after another. On Thousand Bird Peak, it gradually became lively.
After the 1-year date was up, it was finally time for the Heavenly Sex assessment.
On this day, there were many more pairs of eyes at the entrance of Little Cloud Courtyard. People all wanted to see just what kind of person this Little Cloud Courtyard's owner was. Among them included Lu Zhanyuan. Lu Zhanyuan only recovered after lying on the bed for 3 months.
In 5 Light Heavenly region, heavenly pills were extremely precious.
In most cases of broken legs, it all relied on self-recovery. Even if Lu Zhanyuan was an inner disciple, he did not dare to consume this kind of healing heavenly pills easily too. Out! Coming out! Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd.
Little Cloud Courtyard's door opened. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see clearly what kind of person was coming out.
A young man in white robes walked out of Little Cloud Courtyard. Behind him even followed Lin Lan. El Lesser Sublime Heavenly Stratum?
Little Cloud Courtyard's master is actually just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Furthermore, it's even just an upper lesser sublime heaven. In this 1 year, the guy who caused a stir in the entire inner sect is actually just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? The crowd burst into an uproar all at once. No one expected that the master of Little Cloud Courtyard was actually just an unassuming lesser sublime heavenly stratum.
Furthermore, looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, he only broke through to upper lesser sublime heaven not long ago. Lu Zhanyuan was even more stunned. Immediately, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "I actually lost at the hands of a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Deep humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation." He had thought of countless possibilities and even wondered if Little Cloud Courtyard's master was a limitless sublime heavenly stratum expert or not. But they never expected that it was actually a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Swoosh! Lu Zhanyuan turned into an afterimage and rushed over toward Yi Yuan.
"Damn ant, to dare humiliate me, I'll kill you today." The roar instantly spread all over Thousand Bird Peak. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's gaze looked over.
Just this look and Lu Zhanyuan's figure stopped abruptly. This look filled him with fear.
That unbearable memory instantly welled up in his heart. His belly full of anger instantly turned into terror.
Yi Yuan glanced at him curiously and asked Lin Lan, "Who is he?" With one sentence, everyone fell down.
That sentence, "break the legs, throw them out," was still being sung on every peak.
This fellow actually did not know who he beat. Too aggravating.
Lu Zhanyuan stood there, almost spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Lan said a year ago he trespassed into Little Cloud Courtyard and was brought down by Master with Windward Topple. This disciple broke his legs and threw him out. Yi Yuan had a sudden realization and said, "Oh, it turns out it's him. No wonder he's so angry. Hey, if you're not happy, you're welcome to come to find me to take revenge at any time." Arrogant. Overbearing.
He completely thought nothing of the inner sex number 3.
This lesser sublime heavenly stratum was a little impressive.
Everyone looked at Lu Zhanyuan sympathetically, wanting to see what he would do. Was it taking the risk of having his legs broken again to teach Yi Yuan a lesson, or withdrawing here? Lu Zhanyuan stood there, unable to leave nor stay, wishing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He really wanted to make a move, but reason told him that he could not make a move. If he broke his legs, it would take 3 months. Wouldn't he end up as the entire martial secure heavenly sex laughingstock again? But not making a move, he would similarly end up as a laughingstock.
Awkward. Not taking revenge anymore?
Then I'm leaving. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Finished speaking, he really brought Lin Lan and left just like that.
Looking at what?
All get lost for me. Lu Zhanyuan's roar came from behind. Not walking very far, Yi Yuan ran into Yao Qing head-on. Hoo-hoo? Brother Yi, you're really incredible. This 1 year you were in close seclusion in Little Cloud Courtyard, oblivious to the outside world. But this martial secure heavenly sect has your legends everywhere.
Breaking the legs of the inner sex number 3, senior apprentice Brother Lu. You've already done an astonishing thing before you even entered the heavenly sect.
Lord Luo's eyesight is really amazing, Yao Qing said with a big laugh as soon as he met him. He had just finished speaking when he suddenly discovered that the surrounding atmosphere was not quite right.
And Yi Yuan was also currently looking at him with a smile without saying a word.
Yao Qing was taken aback. Suddenly, he saw Lu Zhanyuan in the distance and was immediately frightened out of his wits. He secretly thought to himself that things were not good. With this, he had offended senior apprentice brother Lu badly. Hoo-hoo? Yao Qing, you're very good.
You are very good. Lu Zhanyuan gritted his teeth and said one sentence, then flew away. Yao Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a bitter face and said, Brother Yi, you've harmed me badly.
Yi Yuan had an innocent face as he said, I didn't do anything. On Tianhui Peak, more than 2,000 ascenders were gathered here. Want to talk about the number of ascenders in 10 years? It was naturally much more than this.
But among ascenders, there were scanty few who were able to hold on until the arrival of guides.
Therefore, in the massive Truyang heavenly domain, only these 2,000 over-ascenders were gathered.
On the grandstand halfway up the mountain, several old men were currently whispering to each other. Brother Qin, Jingxian, that last was forcefully snatched by you the last time.
This time, if there are any good saplings, you can't fight with me. Heh? Old Man Wu, each entrance examination, there are only those few whose affinity meets the standard. Whether or not you can snatch depends on your ability.
I can't yield on this.
You.
Good.
You old thing. Let's not rest until we're dead this time.
Hoo-hoo? Old Man Wu, comparing pill refining, you're still a little lacking. Who asked you to not have our unique skill?
That Old Man Wu was angered until he billowed his beard and glared but was powerless to do anything.
The two people talking, one was called Qin Shun, the other was called Wu Chengqiao.
The two were both martial secure heavenly sex purple wing protectors. Their statuses even a level higher than Luo Yunqing's. No reason other than because the two were grade 3 heavenly alchemists.
In 5 Light Heavenly Region, grade 3 heavenly alchemists were extremely scarce talents.
Only in martial secure heavenly sect, this kind of major sect, could one see grade 3 heavenly alchemists.
The statuses of these two could be seen at a glance. However, grade 3 heavenly alchemists were few, but there were even fewer heavenly alchemist talents.
The innate condition of ascenders was seriously too weak. Those who could reach 30-point affinity, this boundary, was even rarer. And 30 points was just the threshold to becoming a heavenly alchemist.
Want to reach grade 3 heavenly alchemist without 50 and above affinity, one could forget about it.
The sect assessment 10 years ago, a genius disciple whose affinity reached 59 appeared, called Wen Jingxian. Her appearance naturally caused a fierce competition between these two people. For this, the two almost came to blows. But in the end, Wen Jingxian still chose the aboriginal heavenly alchemist, Qin Shun. This Qin Shun was an aboriginal heavenly alchemist. Martial secure heavenly sect naturally spent a lot of thought and price in order to poach him. At this time, a protector said loudly, You all will pass through that array formation ahead one by one. The array formation will automatically discern your talent. There are 9 aptitude qualifications. Lower inferior is the lowest, upper superior is the highest. If there's anyone among you all whose aptitude is superior, then congratulations. The sect master will personally accept you as a disciple.
Of course, this is virtually impossible.
Those who are judged as upper middle and above after passing through the array formation can all enter the next round.
Or, if your affinity can reach 30 points, you can also enter under the Alchemist Hall. The rest descend the mountain.
Now, the entrance assessment begins.
To Ascenders, there were scanty few whose affinity reached 30 points and above.
But it was also not absolute.
In the lower realms, some people's physiques were special, approaching prenatal physiques. Their affinity would reach 30 or more too. And these people's talent in comprehending Tao tend to similarly be outstanding too.
Hence, Ascender heavenly alchemists were often martial path powerhouses. Furthermore, every few years, some heaven-defying figures would also appear among these Ascenders. Their affinity very abnormal. Just like the one Xianxia in the previous period, her affinity even reached a terrifying 59 points. Even many native heavenly alchemists were not as high as her too. This kind of person could be said to be the darling of heaven. And this sort of people often did not cultivate in the lower realms for a long time, virtually crushing all the way and ascending to the 33 heavens. Of course, a monstrous genius like Wen Jingxian was extremely rare. It was also precisely because of this that Qin Shun had always treated her as a treasure. One had to know, Qin Shun's own affinity was also merely 56 points. I'll go first. A burly man took the lead to step out of the ranks. This burly man held 2 axes in his hands and did not deliberately deploy, but the show in strength was extremely shocking.
One look and it was clear that he was not to be trifled with. He arrived in front of the array formation and said with a chuckle, "Your father's 2 axes slaughtered until the void god worlds, sun and moon dimmed. Arriving at grand bright jade complete heaven, I'll also kill gods if gods block and kill Buddha if Buddha blocks."
My aptitude has to be high level no matter what, right? The group of Ascenders nodded their heads one after another. This burly man gave people a strong deterrent at a glance. He was definitely not to be trifled with. If his aptitude did not reach high level, it would not be justified.
But that protector gave an enigmatic smile. The burly man was also not long-winded, directly entering the array formation.
The grand array lit up, emitting rays of light.
Testing the aptitude was very fast. In just less than 10 breaths of time, the big man was out.
After coming up, he looked at the light screen in front of the grand array with a look of anticipation too. Very soon, a row of words appeared on the light screen.
Tao Physique, postnatal Tao Physique. Aptitude, upper inferior.
Affinity, 17. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is impossible. How can your father's aptitude possibly be so bad?
There must be something wrong with this array formation, the burly man said with a look of disbelief.
That protector said coolly, regardless whether you came from a great trichiliocosm or small chiliocosm, that place is a completely different level of plane from the 33 heavens.
Here, no matter how powerful you were before, it's all useless.
You might still not be able to differentiate the relative superiority or inferiority among yourselves yet. But once you enter the heavenly sect, the gap will soon be widened.
Even if you're not willing to admit it, it won't do either.
All right, descend the mountain. The burly man gritted his teeth and said, "Your father isn't convinced."
There must be something wrong with this array formation.
The protector did not get angry. Clearly, he had encountered this kind of situation too often. He just smiled slightly and said, "Yun Qing, you go." At this time, a young man dressed in outer sect disciple attire floated down and arrived in front of the burly man. The protector said coolly, "He entered the heavenly sect 10 years ago. His talent is only upper middle. His current realm is also only middle lesser sublime heaven.
You're a minor realm higher than him. If you can beat him, there's no harm in accepting you into the sect too."
The burly man's gaze turned sharp and he said with a chuckle, "This is what you said." The protector nodded lightly and said, "I said it." The burly man looked at Yun Qing, like a tiger looking at a baby.
He chuckled and said, "This senior apprentice brother, if I hurt you anywhere, don't blame me."
Yun Qing smiled slightly and said, "Feel free to make a move." Whoosh. His voice had yet to fade and the axe already chopped out. That momentum felt like he was going to split the earth in half.
The Ascenders were all gloating over others' misfortune, thinking to themselves that this protector was really funny. Which of them had not experienced many battles? How could they be leapfrogged in Cultivation realm and be defeated? Clank! Yunqing's sword came out of its sheath and actually clashed head-on with that terrifying axe.
What was even more frightening was that he actually caught it deftly. Everyone had stunned faces.
So strong. The following battle made all of the Ascenders' jaws drop. When the burly man's one move was defeated, he was completely suppressed by Yunqing. 10 moves later, signs of defeat already appeared.
With 13 moves and the axes were directly sent flying.
The burly man lost.
How could this be?
That Yunqing is actually so strong.
I've fought with that burly man before. He's extremely strong. He actually only lasted 13 moves.
Could it be that this is the difference in talent?
Each and every one of the Ascenders was in disbelief. Now, is there still any problem? If there isn't, continue, the protector said coolly. What problem could there still be? Already being leapfrogged by someone and defeated, having any more problems was making trouble out of nothing.
In the crowd, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too.
That Yunqing's strength was indeed ridiculously strong. If in the same realm, Yi Yuan had to expend some effort to win him too.
Of course, Yi Yuan broke through to upper lesser sublime heaven now. Beating him was as easy as blowing off dust. But he also saw through that the good and bad of this aptitude did not seem to have much to do with Cultivation realm. Without objections, the testings at the back would go much smoother. But with close to 100 people went up in a row, only a scanty few 5 people passed the assessment. This ratio made everyone take a beating.
The aptitude that the array formation tested, the vast majority was lower middle or upper inferior.
Even average was very few. Xianxia, prenatal grade 3 lightning spirit Dao physique, lower superior aptitude, affinity 35 points, pass. Suddenly, the protector shouted.
A superior aptitude suddenly appeared. The crowd burst into an uproar all at once. Even the protectors on the grandstand could not quite hold themselves back too. Prenatal Dao physiques were different from postnatal Dao physiques. The cultivation speed was extremely fast and the comprehension of rules was also much stronger than postnatal.
Finally, that Xianxia was taken in as a disciple by a purple wing protector, directly becoming an inner disciple. This scene also aroused the envy of many Ascenders. Later, more and more disciples passed. An upper middle aptitude grade 4 prenatal Dao physique even appeared among them, causing a bout of snatching.
Mu Yun, innate, grade 5 elements Dao physique, aptitude upper superior, affinity 60 points. The protector looked at the light screen and could not help being in a daze. He also did not expect that such a heaven-defying disciple would actually appear. This time, no one from the protectors on the grandstand came out to snatch.
Because they all knew that this Mu Yun no longer belonged to them.
Mu Yun looked at the light screen. A little smugness could not help surfacing on his face. He swept across all the way in the lower realms, reaching heavenly stratum. Now he still laughed proudly among heroes. The protector said, Mu Yun, you come to my side. I'll send someone to report to the sect master about your aptitude.
Yes, Mu Yun answered and stood beside the protector, overlooking the Ascenders below.
At this time, he already soared to the sky with one bound. The people below were all ants.
Those Ascenders looked up to Mu Yun and actually somewhat felt ashamed of their unworthiness. Next, the protector said,
Let me try. Yi Yuan suddenly stepped out of the ranks and said, It's him.
Little Cloud Courtyard's master. I'm really curious, the guy who could devastate the inner sect's top 3, wonder how his aptitude is.
Being able to enter Little Cloud Courtyard. His status is extraordinary to begin with.
Heard that he was personally guided by Lord Luo Yunqing. I guess that it's at least middle superior aptitude too.
The moment Yi Yuan came out, it immediately caused a great sensation. Even the protectors felt rather baffled too. They rarely intervened in the competition between disciples. As long as there were no deaths, they normally would not care. So he did not know why Yi Yuan's appearance would cause such a big stir. Lu Zhinyun suddenly came beside the protector and said, Senior apprentice brother Mo, if he fails the assessment, I'll execute him.
Lu Zhanyuan was the personal disciple of a Jade Sovereign Heaven Elder, so he was in the same generation as Protector Mo and addressed each other and senior and junior apprentice brothers. Protector Mo looked at Lu Zhanyuan with some surprise. Seeing Lu Zhanyuan's murderous gaze, he understood something. He nodded and said, "Can." These words did not shun away from those ascenders. Everyone heard it. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, his gaze revealing a hint of coldness. The matter previously was just a dispute caused by personal feelings. Yi Yuan made Lin Lan take action and also showed mercy. But now, Lu Zhanyuan wanted to kill him so outrageously without any scruples. The nature was different. Lu Zhanyuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, you'd best pray that your aptitude is enough. Otherwise, the humiliation that you gave me needs to be repaid with death." Yao Qing's expression changed greatly when he heard that and said to Protector Mo with clasped hands, "Protector Mo, Yi Yuan was personally led over by Lord Luo." Protector Mo's expression changed, but he shook his head immediately and said, "Senior apprentice brother Luo probably just did it conveniently. This can't be taken seriously. A mere lesser sublime heavenly stratum isn't sufficient to make him serious yet. Not entering the sect, junior apprentice brother Lu isn't subjected to the sect's rules. He can naturally kill people. This." Yao Qing was directly choked to death. Protector Mo looked at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, just pray that your aptitude is sufficient then." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "He wants to kill me. Then if I kill him?" Protector Mo's gaze turned sharp and he could not help laughing as he said, "This joke isn't funny at all." "He's not joking. I'm not his match. However, this guy is too despicable. He used poison to deal with me. It's impossible to guard against." Lu Zhanyuan's face turned red as he quibbled. Protector Mo was taken aback when he heard it, thinking to himself how strong a poison could a lesser sublime heavenly stratum use? Lu Zhanyuan said viciously, "Therefore, I specially went to invite senior apprentice brother Han to do it on my behalf." The senior apprentice brother Han that Lu Zhanyuan spoke of was a Red Wing protector, Lu Zhanyuan's fellow senior apprentice brother. Protector Mo became somewhat curious. Just what peculiar aspects did this Yi Yuan have? No matter what, wait until after he passes through the array formation before talking, Protector Mo said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and stepped into the array formation. After 10 breaths, Yi Yuan walked out of the array formation. Very soon, the light screen displayed his aptitude. Then, the whole audience was deathly silent. Yi Yuan looked at the words on the light screen and could not help smiling bitterly. Sure enough, as he expected. Dao Physique. None. Aptitude. Lower inferior. Affinity. 4 points. Dao Physique, Aptitude, Affinity, everything was the worst out of all present. Not one of. Terrible until it made one's hair stand on end. The others, the worst was also middle inferior. But he was lower inferior aptitude. Actually, Yi Yuan was mentally prepared before. His background was seriously too lousy. Suddenly, bursts of laughter erupted from the crowd. Many people even tear up from laughing. Ift. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm really dying of laughter. This guy is actually lousy to such an extent. I didn't expect that senior apprentice brother Luo also has times when he makes an error of judgment. Lu Zhanyuan immediately burst out laughing when he saw the sight. He laughed himself into fits. Even tears came out. This aptitude was really the worst in history. He was still worried previously. Yi Yuan being able to be regarded highly by Luo Yunqing. He reckoned that his aptitude would be high. But now, it was not a problem of whether it met the standards or not, but a question of how ridiculous it was. It's really killing me. I didn't expect that among ascenders. There's actually someone with such a poor aptitude. Ha ha, to think that I thought that he was an expert who kept to his own counsel, didn't expect that it's actually terrible until like this. This guy pretended to be mysterious. Actually, he's afraid of losing face, right? This talent is really incredible. Even those ascenders who were eliminated also jeered at Yi Yuan endlessly. This kind of aptitude was not on the same level as them at all.